And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
pretty scared of the teams that we have in LCS right now.
I'm excited to see how we will do on LCS, and at the same time it's my team, so it kind of motivates me to do as good as I can.
And the new split will prove to be even harder probably with all these roster swaps.
The whole Elements roster is changed.
We tried something new last split and it didn't work out, so we just wanted to go back to like what we knew worked.
Now that we have Forgiven in the team, he brings a really good bot lane, and that's what we always wanted.
The best roster change was Fnatic for me. Now they have a Reckless and it will fit them insanely well.
Coming back to Fnatic feels like coming home again.
Welcome to the European League Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios in Berlin, Germany. We are about to kick off week 1 of the LCS Summer Split, and as you can see, our fans are absolutely ready to get things started, as they were a little while ago as well. Some Unicorns of Love fans that we've grown accustomed to, and there, Fnatic with a Reckless in their ranks, looking to get their first win on the board here in their very first game, which is versus Unicorns of Love. All familiar faces in that team setting up for game 1. I'm Evie Supporter, excited to be back at the analyst desk with Challenger Series shoutcaster James Stress O'Leary and 2 familiar faces returning to the LCS stage, Origen's FLICKR and Soaz. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you.
Well, the fans are also very happy to have you guys back. But the summer split begins today, and in 12 weeks we will know the 3 European teams at World 2015. So let's go over the ways you can qualify for that World Championship. First off is, of course, getting the highest number of championship points over the season, and these are the spring standings showing where our teams are at right now.
Yeah, so speaking of teams and where they're at, Fnatic right now are at the top of the table. 90 points already in the bank towards their Worlds qualification, and they earned those 90 points in the finals in Madrid against Unicorns of Love, and man, was that an exciting series. Took it all the way to 5 games, one of the best series we've had as a finals here in Europe. Following them, in 3rd place, it's going to be H2K, though they've bagged themselves 50 points. They took 3rd after beating SK in Madrid. And then at the bottom side of the current table, we've got the Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit, each with 10 points.
Yeah, that's how it stands right now. Of course, there's another round of championship points up for grabs this summer as well. And then the 2 remaining spots for the World Championship from Europe go to the winner of the summer split, or whoever comes out victorious out of the regional qualifier. That, of course, begs the question to the 2 gentlemen over here. How do you guys plan to get to Worlds? So
World is not really it's a goal for us, but we want to do a good season first, and then see wherever if we can go to Worlds or not. It's gonna be really difficult, but we hope that we can make it.
All right, FLICKR?
Well, the aim is that one pretty much. During the regular league, I don't think we have a high goal of ending 1st, 2nd, 3rd. The aim is to get to playoffs and then give everything we can to win playoffs. Obviously, it's going to be super hard, probably almost impossible, but if we made it, that will be the goal once we're there.
Hey,
to
possible
give everything.
is nothing if you dominate the Challenger Series. But before we move on, we have to touch on the mid-season invitational, of course, as well in the off-season. LPL's Edward Gaming came out victorious after beating out SKT. But for me and for a lot of people in Europe, Fnatic's performance was really hopeful going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, it was very inspiring, actually, for Europe as a region as a whole. We had a European team take a Korean team, a top Korean team, to 5 games. Again, Fnatic was super aggressive all throughout the tournament as soon as we got into the playoff stage. Very in-your-face, very aggressive. It was exactly what they needed to do at MSI to bag themselves a great spot.
Yeah, and you know, give us some bragging rights towards the other regions as well. Now, if you want to take another look at any of the action from MSI or the Spring Split, head over to lolesports.com. And while you're there, you can check out the new lineups across the LCS and scout out your fantasy LCS team for summer as well. And now, let's turn to today's slate of games, where we'll start with a rematch of the Spring Split finals between the Unicorns of Love and Fnatic. Then Origen will make his LCS debut against Giants. The Copenhagen Wolves will face SK Gaming, and we'll end the day as H2K takes on Roccat. So there you have it, guys. Your very first LCS game, although you guys have seen a few, is versus Giants. What are your expectations going into that match? Okay.
It's hard to tell, because even though from screens we could say whatever we think because we think we will do good or whatever. We have never played them on LCS. None of the actual teams right now. And it's so weird because sometimes we practice a team and then we see them play on LCS and they play so different. Sometimes they play worse, sometimes they play better on scrims than they do. So it's like we cannot just get a bit too cocky and say, okay, we do good or we do bad against this team. We have to see and just take care and more than aim for the win, aim to not make mistakes, to play a safe game and not fall into the like a lot of teams do on LCS against Unicorns a lot. Don't follow their game, follow our own game, don't play their way.
And I think it's a super interesting matchup just for multiple reasons. I don't know whether all of our viewers will understand just how big a matchup this is in the region. When we were in Madrid, there was Origin merchandise and there was Giants merchandise. Everywhere. Everybody had a piece of one of the two teams. So this is massive. How much added pressure, if any, does that put on you guys, SOAS?
It doesn't put so much pressure. I think it's mostly about Mithi and FLICKR because it's a Spanish team. And they are two Spanish players, so I think this game is mostly gonna be about mid lane matchup against Pepe and FLICKR, and it's gonna determine how the game is gonna go.
No, don't worry, they will flame you too.
I bet you've missed that. So anyway,
always flaming.
Yeah.
Taking another step back, maybe looking at the league, and you guys have gotten to sit back and look at the entire spring split and all of the teams. So what has been your impression of the strength of the teams and being able, as you say, to get a good season and make it to playoffs? How feasible that is?
I think we can do it. I don't know really what to say, honestly.
Mm-hmm. We just need to wait and see.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see because, for example, this season compared to last ones, we have a lot less matches in LCS. So we are gonna have to be more prepared for during our scrims, during our pre-matches and things like this.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we're going to have to see during the season anyways.
All right, well, we will see indeed. I do have one final question. We need to get this out of the way. Origin, we all say it differently. FLICKR, tell us what to say.
Well, both ways are fine. Okay. Origen is how you say it in Spanish. So you actually say like if you were a Spanish person, but Origin is how you would say it if you were not a Spanish speaker.
You say it exactly the same twice now.
Origen? Origin.
Yeah. All right, so that's it then. That's it then. And anyway, well, good luck in that matchup as well. Well, for us, before we kick it over to the casters for our first game of the day, we want to know what you think of the competition heading into the summer of 2015. So tweet at LL Esports and let us know who is your player to watch and why. A couple of my players to watch are right here on the desk. Stress, who are you keeping an eye on?
Well, it's funny because my player to watch coming from the Challenger Series is their teammate, Niels. He has never been on the LCS stage. He put up a great showing with you guys in Challenger. I'm excited to see how he can compete against the likes of Reckless and Forgiven.
All right, then for you guys, is there anyone you're specifically looking out for that you haven't played before, or that you have played before?
For me, I'm mostly looking for Fnatic with Reckless coming back to the team. I think it's a really great addition for them. And yeah, I'm looking forward to play them because I think it's the strongest team right now. So yeah, I would like to play against them in LCS and see how we can do.
Yeah, okay.
Well, the same a bit. I was surprised when Reckless went back to the team, which makes it a lot more hype to play them again because it's going to be more fun. They are super good, and beating them will like be so good feeling for us. And even not beating them, it will be already nice to play against them and see. Especially something funny is to play against someone that you played with. Because it feels so different when you play with people and then you play against them. You see stuff that they do that you didn't realize or that they didn't do. So it's good to get a different point of view when you play against all teammates.
Yeah, definitely going to be a hype matchup. Remember to send your responses in at LL Esports and include that hashtag LCS so we can talk over some of your answers later today. And now it's time to send it over to the desk for our first game of the split where the Unicorns of Love have a grudge to settle against the Spring Split champions.
Crippo so handsome.
Thank you so much, guys. And as FLICKR said, Crippo is so hot. My name's Quickshot. That's the Fisher, and we're joined by the newest member of the LCS shoutcasting team and FLICKR approved hottest member.
Yeah, no more feeding too. Like, this is going to be great.
I certainly hope so. Guys, Summer Split is about to start, and it's going to be a rematch between the two spring finalists Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. We've been super fortunate in the summer split to have a couple of new guys join the team, including Crepo. We've had Spellsy joining to help us out on the stats side. And when we were looking at the teams to prepare for the split, one of the things we noticed is all of the early game aggression and just how impactful those kills and deaths were. So we've got some stats and some numbers prepared for you. And Defisho, why don't you kick us off?
Well, so first of all, we looked at the first 15 minutes. You just look at the early game here for all the teams doing the regular split. So the first 18 games. We have the graphic now on screen. Notice here the first 4 teams, Fnatic, Unicorns of Love, Gambit, and H2K. 3 of those ended in the top 3 last split in the European LCS. It really showed how you were awarded for playing very aggressive in the early game and getting these kills here.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom of the graph, you see teams like Copenhagen Wolves, Rocket, MYM, Elements. You know, it pretty much tells the story of the entire standings, and that was really interesting. So we decided to dig a little deeper. Not only in the kills, but it matters how many kills you give away. So if you can get to the next graphic, there we see the team kills and deaths from 0 to 15 minutes. It'll come right in a second. And then we can really see how that evolves for the teams. And this is where separations are made, right? We see Fnatic being so efficient. The kill disparity is pretty big there. Whereas UOL, you guys said it last year in the spring split all the time. UOL, they play hyper-aggressive, but they have no break. They have no pause.
It's rolling a dice.
It's rolling, it's 50-50. Literally 50-50 if you look at the stats right here. And yeah, H2K, objective-based gameplay.
Yeah, it is the objective one where it's more about the towers for them and taking more the safe engages maybe, so they're not giving away as many kills. But then you look at Giants, because people might wonder why they so far up the list when we are trying to say it's very good to get all these kills here. The problem for Giants is, yes, they get a lot of kills early on, but they give away even more to the other teams. So they simply make too many mistakes. And that's why they ended up as one of the bottom teams.
Okay, so we've taken a look at the kills, we've taken a look at the deaths, but what does this actually equate to in terms of game control, in terms of gold, in terms of leads? I know we've sort of stepped away from kills and deaths and started to take a look at the gold differences between teams. Defisho, cue us up there.
Yeah, so once again, we can just pull up the graphic. We're in the first 15 minutes and we try and see how much gold do you earn and how much gold does the other team earn when you play against them. And the funny thing is, we didn't even mention SK Gaming yet, despite them being #1 in the last split.
Forgiven style.
Forgiven style. This is the 1-3-1, strong laning phase, push it in, get down these towers here and just win due to farming way better and bully out the other team. It's not about the kills, so they give very little gold over to them, but so does H2K.
Yeah, and you see in addition to that, Giants is giving away not even like kills and deaths, but they're giving away more objectives too, and this shows that why they're getting so much more behind in these games. They lose a lot more gold.
Yeah, and with Giants, we can say the same for Unicorns of Love, because we mentioned how they went even 50-50 in kills. They don't get the towers, and if you look at both Fnatic and Unicorns, it's almost like we just swapped it around.
Yeah, and then the one anomaly here that's not mentioned is Gambit. It shows, you know, they get more kills and deaths, they get added in gold, but somewhere along the line, it goes wrong with their shot calling. And let's see this season if they fix it. But going back to the point you made about UOL and Fnatic being pretty much mirrored, that's going to be an exciting matchup then today.
It is, and it is the opening matchup for the summer split. So let's take a look at the starting lineups to remind you guys at home exactly who's playing for who. On the blue side in this first matchup, it is the ever unpredictable Unicorns of Love. Vizichachi, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardags, Hillisang, and Sheepy returning as the coach. And one thing that we did notice, Unicorns of Love went 2-0 against Fnatic in the regular split, lost eventually in the finals, but this is a team that shines in best of 5 because of that roll of the dice play style in some ways.
It is, and it's the pick and ban phase as well. If you are the Unicorns of Love and you have these 50-60 different champions per player almost at this point. So when you try and prepare against them, it's so tough. Now for Fnatic, they had a few weeks after MSI. Obviously, they've been playing, they've had a lot of time to practice, but Unicorns, when they sit there, nobody watches what they're doing. I'm sure they're going to prepare so many different picks, and that's going to be tough for Fnatic now to figure out.
I wonder if we're going to see another game of how low can the Nexus go, because it's always really exciting. But something that worries me is that I feel like UL may have hit their ceiling already, whereas Fnatic, they added Reckless to their roster. They want to keep improving. They want to make sure that they not only were the best team in Europe, they want to stay the best team and keep improving. And arguably with Reckless, they got a better steal back, actually.
Day 1 on the job, and you're already queuing up the rosters. That's my job. Let's take a look at the Fnatic team roster, who will be on the red side. And as Crepo mentioned already, it is, of course, Reckless as the AD carry, Huni top, Rain over jungle, Feathervin mid. Support is the captain and coach, or captain rather, Yellow Star with Coach Daylor. How well is Reckless going to play? That's the question. He joined Fnatic once before. You can argue the results. He's joined Fnatic again, and we've said multiple times, a better steelback.
It is a better steelback, but it's also a player who takes or requires a lot more attention from his team. Reckless is not happy just being the janitor, the guy cleaning up. He wants to be one of the big carries. And again, we were looking at some of the farm here the teams get during the games. Reckless was #1 on elements between 20 and 30 minutes. He got like 10% more than Froggen, the farming machine. Now he's on Fnatic, where it's about Huni, it's about Febiven. We have to see how they fit in here with this second or third carry, honestly, from Reckless.
But he is a great player, and under Yellowstar, I'm sure they can adapt to find a playstyle. But if we look at the raw CS numbers in lane, comparing to Steelback, Reckless had a better record both at 10 and 20 minutes. So looking at the laning phase, that 2v2 should be stronger for Fnatic, but they have to learn how to play with that, right? They just need to make sure that Reckless goes out of that laning phase, joins the team for the mass skirmish-based style that Fnatic did a lot. And let's see if that translates.
I completely agree, because watching 2v2s from Fnatic at Spring was not a particularly beautiful thing.
It was not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in picks and bans for Game 1 in Summer. It is patch 5.9. Every champion is enabled, and let's see what direction they're going to go.
So if you haven't been watching League of Legends much the last few weeks, something real quick you have to know. There's a couple of picks strong in every role. Azir, Cassiopeia in the mid lane is a pair, so we see the Cassiopeia ban right now. It's likely that Azir would either be first picked or banned by one of the teams. And then there's a jungle too, Deficio.
The junglers, obviously, Rek'Sai, Gragas, and the Sejuani as like the 3 best ones, but none of them has been banned. They were instead Fnatic. This is what they did in the spring finals. It was Cassiopeia, Morgana, and Annie. That was the 3 bans in all 5 games against Unicorns of Love. And then they tried to bait them into first picking Thresh for Hylissang, so they could take 2 of these strong picks. Because obviously, on purple side, if you can get 2 of the really contested picks, a lot of teams would say that's the better side to be on, but we need to see how Fnatic can and will use it.
And the crowd has done it for us, you know, Huni. He's definitely targeted here with 2 bans here with Rumble and Hecarim. But Unicorns of Love, they opt to ban out the Azir, opting for maybe a better first pick for them. I'm not sure if I like that. Maybe Victor's open.
We have to keep in mind that during MSI, a lot of teams were banning Azir against Febiven as well, because he'd been performing so well in scrims. And this is more also because of the Cassiopeia ban. They don't want to have to first pick Azir and don't want to risk Fnatic taking them in early rotation. But Kalista was left open. And this is a bit of a different style for Unicorns of Love. It's not been about Vardax as a main carry. Now he's on a champion where he has to win his lane and be a bully to snowball.
I like this pick because Kalista traditionally does very well into Sivir. And Fnatic is a team that plays with a utility AD carry and then focuses on the soul lanes a lot more. But Kalista does so well against it that Reckless might be forced to pick Urgot here.
Well, we'll see whether or not Reckless does. That's the first time Vardax has played Kalista all year long, including their playoff games and the regular season.
Yeah, and for Fnatic, I mean, so there are 2 support bans already.
Okay, so Bard is enabled.
Bard is enabled.
As is Victor.
New Ashe as well.
Reworked Ashe is up there.
5.9, so there
a
lot of new ones. All right.
Deficio knows Bard very well.
Yeah, I think so too, actually.
I've gone to the Crippo Bard school, and I've tried to learn as much as possible.
Let's wait until we see the Bard, actually. We see Gragas here, Hubbard.
We mentioned how there were 3 junglers right now. We've seen almost every single game either banned or picked. In this case, the Gragas is not really surprised. I like this pickup here with the Ashe.
I like this. I think Ashe actually does pretty well into Kalista with the
She has a very, very good laning phase. And to me, the new reworked Ashe here is one of the most rewarding AD carries if you have good positioning and you know how to really time her abilities. Reckless is known for that.
UL's bot lane got a lot of kills though in the previous splits.
When they had Morgana or Thresh.
If they can close the gap on the Ashe, like if she starts falling behind, she can go from 0-1 to 0-2 and 0-3 really quickly. However, Yellowstar and Reckless are pretty good at playing safe and calculated in their lane, so we might not see that.
And I want to see if Nautilus is going to be the support pick then from Hylissang in here, so you can basically target the CC on the Ashe and you know you're going to get a chance to lock her up. Or, of course, Annie can do the same with the tippers. So I really like the response here for Unicorns of Love. They say, we know you have an immobile AD carry.
Double hard engage.
Double hard engage instantly. Our AD carry as well can stay behind on his own and he can dance around and basically be safe.
Yeah, and you pretty much play yo-yo with Annie. You know, you see goes in, she flashes 10 tibbers, and then you pull her back out with the ulti, throw her back in for an extra knockup. Maybe she charges up another stun, and then her job is done, and she can die.
So we have to look at what Fnatic can build outside of the jungle AD carry, because what Ashe does as an AD carry, she enables hard engage. which means you can now take a top laner. Had maybe Cassiopeia been open, and it would have been okay because you don't need hard engage on that role. We've seen Nautilus from Yellow Star quite a few times as well. So I feel like there are some good options for Fnatic, and Ashe just opens up so many doors in the way you can build.
When you see Kalista, you pretty much want to go double tank, though. At one point, Kalista can't tear through those tanks as easily, and that's going to make it easier for Fnatic to win his games. So we see a Gnar pickup, and then the Alistar. I like Alistar as a counter engage, because even if he gets CC'd, he can pop his ulti immediately and go for a combo. Unicorns might be telegraphing a possible Sejuani pick here, right? And Alistar is really good into that. So this is pseudo prediction, good safe pick. Although the lane's going to be a little wonky, so you might actually see a swap.
Fnatic, though, is really building a comp that can protect an AD carry. As long as the flash tapers from the Annie doesn't land in the face of Reckless, this front line here provides so much appeal. Like, Gragas is one of these junglers who has so many different roles he can fulfill. He can be the guy to start the fight, he can be aggressive early game, and he can peel for an AD carry. So that's very effective for Fnatic in terms of the overall team fight. We have seen quite a lot of Evelynn, which also could be a jungle pick if you want to have the flank coming in. This one would purely be to buff up the AD carry, though.
Well, I definitely want to mention on the side of Fnatic, there's not a whole lot of damage in the early to mid game just yet. On the side of Unicorns of Love, they've got a few seconds before they decide, and they are going to be running that Cogmore middle. When Power of Evil's run it in the Spring Split, he was AP, and he tried to play as safe as he could until level 11.
Seems a little weird. Just poke mid laner with this like hybrid, all-in comp on the rest of the members. Not sure. I'm surprised we didn't see much Victor here. As far as I know, he is enabled, and he could have been like a meta pick because he was played a lot back in the day.
Yeah, so
didn't come out.
Victor is basically seen almost at the level of Azir and Cassiopeia, especially in terms of his late game damage. And also he has a very safe laning phase. It could have been a blind pick, but this is a comfort pick for Power of Evil. We have seen it time and time again. Clearly, he's not afraid of taking it without seeing what we can get in from Febiven. Zed has been nerfed here, so that's one of the counters that was good against this pick, which is now slightly worse, at least in that sense. But Fnatic, they're going to rely a lot on this engage from Reckless and then follow up, because they got like 3 champions that can follow up really, really well. Now even 4 with the LeBlanc on that arrow.
I like the LeBlanc pick. I think it punishes Unicorns of Level in many ways if picks can be made. You can shut the Kog'Maw down. You can even snipe the Annie if she gets behind. I think UL is a tiny bit all over the place with their comp. I'm not sure if I like the Kog'Maw with the rest of the style they were going for with their 4 other picks.
I really agree on that one. It's a mix of like, we need some sort of hard engage, but also we want peel. That's just not enough really to stop Fnatic, in my opinion. We're trying to pile on to the back line here. Yes, okay, there's Ghost Flash in your mid laner, but it was kind of like Unicorns of Love changed after they saw Alistar Gnar and just like swapped it around and said, okay, we go for Pope now.
We'll have to find out how that works out, gentlemen, because picks and bans are locked in. It is time to settle the score between the Unicorns of Love and Fnatic. And Fnatic have an uncontested Nexus, and they will finally win the Spring Split.
I want revenge.
After we play final with them, I really think that they're a really strong team.
The games against Unicorns are very chaotic, that they just fight for no reason.
I want to play against them now with Reckless as AD carry.
We had new pocket picks and new strategies and whole different stories, so they can't prepare for us.
Fnatic will try as hard as they can to win the game as well, so I can imagine just a bloodbath as always.
A bloodbath as always from Power of Evil. Unicorns of Love and Fnatic are on the rift for Game 1 of the 2015 Summer Split. Gentlemen, I did have to cut you off in picks and bans to hear from the teams, but let's pick it right back up.
Yeah.
With that last pick from Febiven, LeBlanc on his Assassins in some favorable matchups. He 1v1 FLICKR a few times and really stepped up in the playoffs. Let's see how he does today against Power of Evil and the Unicorns of Love.
And I think it's a really, really smart pickup, especially because you look at the picks from Unicorns of Love with the Nunu jungle as well. There's not going to be a whole lot of pressure on the lanes, and Nunu can't really contest these early wards here that Fnatic loves to use. We always see them very early on pink in the rivers, so they can start roaming between the lanes. When you have Gragas and LeBlanc, it's one of the strongest 2v2s you can ever have. That should be full control of Fnatic to then go down and gank this Kalista Annie lane. That's so annoying to deal with if it is a 2v2.
So in reply to that Nuno pick, a person I want to watch is Reignover. I want to see how he controls the early game of this game. I think it's going to be vital for Fnatic whether they start snowballing, making those picks. We said in the introduction, Fnatic, they make a lot of kills in the 0-15 mark, and it might happen again. I wonder if Reignover is actually going to go for an early side clear, 2 or 3 camps, and go for a cheeky level 2 gank on mid.
Definitely seen Reignover being very active in the early game beforehand. He had a great showing at MSI. Notice what Fnatic did just before. Febiven jumped over the wall of the dragon, placed the ward on red, so he's going to spot Kikis and see where he starts once he either goes for red. If he does that, that's what you often see if someone wants to go for very, very early play, where you can get red buff, take 1 camp and to get the blue buff, and you have double buff before the 320-minute mark.
Now this gives a lot of information, both buffs are warded as far as I know, and then this basically can let Fnatic deduce what UOL is doing behind the scenes, right, in the dark. They actually prediction swap from UOL, but not matched by Fnatic. Fnatic's just going to do the Grump here. Ashe, Alistar pretty slow on doing that. No W taken either to move the Grump closer to the lane. They expected a 2v2 and they were willing to take it, but Hylissang sees that it's a lane swap. He's going to take full XP here, hit level 2, and he might go straight mid.
Fnatic does have vision of it, so the whole surprise is kind of gone for Unicorns. We have seen this strategy quite a few times in the EULCS. They already pinged him. Reignover
He's going to find a jungler. Yeah.
2 guys, yeah, he's just going in to see what he can find. No gank should be able to happen because Fnatic has been able to follow him since the Grump.
Well, we'll find out what Hylissang and the rest of Unicorns can do as we do see that lane swap coming in. Let's touch on that Reckless Ashe, as it is the first time we're seeing that reworked Ashe in the LCS.
Yeah, rework Ashe. We're not going to see too much. Like, she's in the lane, so if there's nobody
She kills those creeps though, definitely.
She will destroy these creeps here. But notice how both junglers, they were starting on the weak side of where the dual lane was going. We had the Nuno take red buff on his own, and we had Gragas Gnar take their own red buff on top side. So now we just swap down. Both teams are basically sending 4 guys down towards the bottom lane. Let's see if there's an early dragon for Fnatic. That's very hard to do now with the new buff dragon.
The way this went down though makes the game pretty predictable because there are no freezes, right? Both lanes are slowly pushing into the towers. Basically, both teams are working with a lot of information, and I think this favors Fnatic in a sense so far because they get their rough bottom lane through the lane, even though I don't know if they counter mind gamed UOL or if they're just very, very confident in their laning ability.
Reminds me of the old 4VOs that we saw towards the end of last year. You do see UOL a little later to joining that top lane party, but do have a whole lot of minions to work with, and it looks like Fnatic will secure the first objective of the game in this bottom lane tower.
And let's see if Fnatic wants to bounce the wave here, or if they want to push it very hard in and try and go for a tier 2 tower in case Unicorn stays on the top side. You can see how they're now just waiting for the tower to clear out as many minions as possible.
They may have overpushed, so that tower might still
This tower is going to die, and there's going to be loads of minions left to push it down to the tier 2, so there will be some farm to be picked up. Oh, no, minion stop, there we go.
I think it'll push back, and Huni will stay here, so that's good. You could have extended this a little longer because Ashe is a BF sort AD carry. Kalista, depending on what build she goes, you could prolong the laning phase. But Fnatic is deciding the tempo, right? They take the tower and the dragon, and UOL can't trade with an extra objective. They just get that 1 tower, so Fnatic taking the lead here.
I definitely like this play, and I don't even think you care too much about the fact you only get a pickaxe because Kalista, in order for her to be really lane dominant, she also wants that BF sword. So if you just speed it up for both of you, so instead now, has to just go for some lifesteal and now pickaxe for Reckless. So he's going to have some good early trades. Like, the thing about the new Ashe here is she can basically do 2 things. You can do the very quick trade where it's auto attack volley and you just back away and you should have won that trade. Or if you stack up your focus, you can activate that Q and then you have a few seconds where you're going to be stronger.
Fnatic being really smart here. They know they've taken the tier 1 tower on bot lane. They've taken a dragon. There is no reason for Ashe and Alistar to be on the bottom side of the map. It is very likely that Vardax and Hylissang are going to swap back to bottom. Keep dodging them, you know. Let Huni ranged farm against them. They're not going to take the tower too quick. They're not going to kill Huni because Huni is pretty good at, you know, dodging these devs. And then they're just going to go for another tower. And Fnatic is just scaling that Ashe upwards and upwards until they get comfortable levels, until the Alistar hits level 6 and can start roaming and tower diving.
I want to see how Fnatic handle themselves once they do get Reckless to level 6. Because they do have a combination of champions that fits their playstyle, finding those kills. But this level of coordinated defensive play almost is quite uncharacteristic from Fnatic. We've seen it from UOL when they run their range poke mids.
Reaction from Fnatic here. Bot lane's frozen by Vardax, so they send more members up for a cross-map objective in the top lane.
We can see both teams are reading the exact same thing here. Unicorns knows by freezing the bottom lane, they have to send guys up and defending the top tower before Fnatic even moved in position. So we got 4 guys versus 3. Everyone is against each other. Let's see if Fnatic want to try and go for any of these aggressive plays, Trevor.
They want to go for the Annie here.
See if they can focus him down, gentlemen. 4v3, Fnatic are looking, they want it. That's a two-man stun from Hylissang. It's gonna dissuade the aggression as the minions have been killed out. You see the Yeti going onto the horns of Yellow Stars. Alistair, and he's been caught out. That's a two-man pulverize. The rest of you are well peeling away. Now it's Hylissang that's in trouble. The barrel and the volley slows him down. Huni connects with a boomerang, but nobody's caught just yet, and everybody gets out alive.
I really liked the Fnatic playing with their numbers advantage. Yellowstar held on to his flash actually because he knew backup was coming. Huni, however, a little overeager, had to blow his flash.
Oh, it is a level 3 knock and needs to back away. 15 CS versus the level 4 Chachi, and we did see Power of Evil's Roam forcing that summoner spell. If you look down the CS numbers, even as far as the opposite numbers are correct. So let's just see who can get the advantage from all these shenanigans.
Yeah, Unicorn staying and trying to defend. Here's the dive.
Oh, they've got on Hylissang. That's the bounce and the hop. First blood goes to Reckless. He's back for Fnatic and he's already on the board. Takes 2 turret shots before he's forced to peel away. Rain over Huni and Yellowstar. They want kickers. They get kickers. Vizichachi's the next target before Rainov is forced to flash to safety. The volley, and that's 2 kills for Reckless. Fnatic 3-0 at the 7 minutes.
And I just love how they stay up here because they know they have the 4 guys. They have good poke as well from Reckless, and they're just waiting for one mistake from Unicorns of Love. Notice if we get a replay how Hylissang was standing a bit further behind the tower, behind his teammates, so Fnatic could jump him, get the tower aggro, and quickly step back out of it, and therefore juggle it really well, get that early kill, 3 kills even now. It's a bit late.
Look at that, Power of Evil forced to flash. 110 HP, the Ignite's ticking, the Ignite's burning, the Ignite is not enough. And Power has the Evil to survive.
And I just want to highlight, you know, we said it before, Fnatic is just more efficient. They read that freeze beautifully, and you well, look at the bottom lane right now. Kalista's doing nothing, and they chain that CC so beautiful. Knock into knock, multiple knockups, Physio.
And look at this from Yellowstar. Because Annie is so far behind the tower, he can go in, he can tank up 2 or 3 hits and safely step out before he ends up dropping too low, and therefore now these big tanks and everyone Fnatic just dancing in and out means they can keep diving.
Notice how there was no tower for about 2 seconds right there, and they waited for one of the tanks to pick it up and then juggle it again. Beautiful execution from Fnatic. They're playing with a new member, Reckless. He was involved in that tower dive, and already they're perfectly in sync. Fnatic is showing up today.
And this right here as well is one of the reasons we don't very often see someone freezing lanes anymore, because it simply opens up for the other team to make an active play, an aggressive play on the map with a numbers advantage. Vardax was just sitting stuck under his tier 2 tower. There was no reason for Fnatic to ever back away and go back to defend, because he was just stuck there.
And the worst part is, once things start going wrong, Vardax wants to start pushing out his lane because he just built up a lot of gold. He wants to go shop. But at the same time, the mistake's already made, so Reckless is coming from base with a BF pickaxe, you know. Now Vardax is getting can be zone off the wave that he froze earlier.
Yeah, and just very quick to take note, Huni's picked himself up that Giant's belt on his gnaw. Keeping tabs of that. We've seen some Black Cleaver builds in some of the other regions, so we'll see if he sticks to this full tank. But Reckless left alone in the top lane with all of that attack damage, and a Vizichachi to run down if he wants to.
Just getting everything he wants at the moment, and so is Fnatic, because Huni could go down and catch the big wave here. Kalista obviously not really that great at instant pushing it out so early on.
But you pick Kalista, Annie, one of the strongest lanes in the game, and you don't adjust your game plan to at least get a 2v2, get an objective, get any type of skirmish. No, you sit there and freeze with the stronger early game carry, and you let your late game carry on the other side be protected by his team. Very, very poor strategy by UL so far.
Yeah, and you definitely cannot disrespect the damage late game from an Ashe after this rework here. The Q from her is insane in terms of what you can do as long as you time it correctly and you don't get forced out of the fight. I want to quickly talk about Power of Evil and his items here. He was one of the first players to start bringing Luden's Echo on nearly everything. He normally builds it on these long-range poke champions as well, but he's adjusting because he's laning against February on LeBlanc. He's going to go for the Athene's build. It is less poke damage, but you're going to have some more mana regen, and you're going to be a little bit more safe when you're sitting there and poking from range.
Fnatic's playing really well as a team. You know, they had a lane pushing out on top lane, but instead of forwardly pushing it out and not losing the farm, they recognize that Dragon's coming up. They're sending Reckless to the bottom. Huni is top lane with TP right now. UL started Dragon. Is Fnatic going to contest that?
The thing is, if they can manage to build up the rage bar for Huni once he gets to these minions here, he does have the TP ready. Fnatic is moving. The arrow is very strong here early on, but this is a Nunu Kalista. This dragon was like 2k HP. It's dying.
Wow, 10 minutes 40 on the clock. Take a look at the gold difference. Only 3,000 in favor of Fnatic. It is 1 dragon to 1, 2 towers to 1. So Fnatic hold on to the objective lead as we're 4 minutes away from those graphs we looked at earlier. A much more controlled, aggressive play from this summer split
They're
version
not
of
giving
Fnatic.
away any deaths right here.
Let's see what happens. So Hillsing is walking in. Yellow's gonna spot him.
Oh, the arrow, it flashed away! That was close. Felt like Reckless held onto that crystal arrow just half a second too long.
Yeah, but he wants to do it. He has to chain it perfectly because otherwise he has no time to follow up, and then Hillsang will flash after the damage anyways. And we just wanted to like make sure he either gets the kill or doesn't get it at all.
Getting the flash burn from the main engage on Unicorns Aloft is a big deal for Fnatic all game long.
Because eventually she will get Tibbers. Not yet.
She will get it soon, and then you know she's gonna flash Tibbers onto Reckless. If they keep doing this and try and force it away from Hillsang, it's a win for Fnatic despite not getting a kill, because it now means you can play more aggressive in your lanes as well. You don't have to be so afraid of this combo coming from Kalista Annie soon.
The one problem for Fnatic right now is if you're ahead, 2 towers, you definitely want to get that 3rd tower down in the mid lane, but you're playing against the Kog'Maw, which has so much wave clear, so there's a tiny risk that they can get caught out rotating in this jungle, so they have to do it safely. But knowing Fnatic, they have a lot of wards, and they have the new Ashe Hawkshot. Yeah. 2 charges charge up. If they get caught, it'll be a big mistake.
And here's what I would do if I'm Fnatic. I would wait for my Infinity Edge on my Ashe here, because it's such a big deal for her, seeing as she's always critting with her auto attacks with the new modified crits here. So just getting Infinity Edge completed is a 30% damage increase just straight away, boom, right there. Get that completed, then you can walk mid, you can try and shoot Power Wheel with the arrow here. If he gets hit or just get poked out, that tower is yours, and that's how you can slowly play it and just wait for at least 1 item spike before you become too aggressive, because right now they have fine control to just sit passively in the lane and just collect the farm.
Well, we do see the fans at home and in the audience are in favor of Fnatic. 75% of the vote for the Spring Split champions.
Yellowstar has to play back a little bit here, still level 5. He can get insta-pop. Once he hits level 6, he can actually put up more what they call forward zone. He can walk up and create zone for Reckless in a way that if he gets hit, he immediately pops his ulti and can counter-engage, and that way they can lane easier. But Febiven is going on PoE.
Oh, let's see if we can find the kill. Ignite's available, but Febiven decides not to follow up after using his full rotation.
Talking about the zone here, we can even say Febiven is somewhat doing the same in the mid lane. Fnatic always plays this way here, and it becomes even more impactful when you look at these pink wards we mentioned earlier in the game in this river here. So they take over the river vision, meaning whenever this Alistar or LeBlanc jumps forward, you think to yourself, there's a chance the jungler is here. So I cannot go and trade back, I cannot go all in, because I risk getting ganked then, and you just have to always back away. That makes you lose the trades, and you just slowly fall further and further behind then.
Yeah, good tempo from Fnatic so far, and also just like really good vision control. The one thing that speaks for Unicorns right now, they have that cheeky little pink ward down at the Wolves. Sometimes they will see Reignover rotating without him knowing that, but they haven't found an opening yet. 0 kills with the Kalista Annie lane, Maokai, aggressive jungle like Nunu, and only 1 dragon. UL is behind the curve at the moment.
And here's what UL is waiting for. They want level 11 on Power Weevil, and they want that Luden's Echo completed. That's where they always start grouping. They're doing a little bit early here compared to normal, but it's a good rotation because the lanes, we had the Gnar sitting top, and we had both Reckless and Yellowstar sitting bot lane. So it just got a bit of free tower, but you're waiting for level 11 on Power Weevil, then you start making plays.
Yeah, and Power of Evil did pick up some damage just a moment or two ago with that needlessly large rod. Still no, complete ticket items, whereas Febiven, Morel and Amikan as well as those Sork shoes, chilling Smite versus challenging Smite in the jungle. Sidestone picked up for Kick, it's no surprise there, but really Fnatic, they've got their lead, they've held on to it, and they've not made any risks that could be punished.
I think this game will stay in a passive state with gradually moving the ward line up from Fnatic until the next dragon, and then we might see some action, but it's second dragon for both teams. Not entirely sure. They're moving to the jungle though.
Oh, Yellowstar, he does have that Unbreakable. He decides to engage. That's a flash pulverize. He headbutts Power of Evil into Febiven's hands, and Reignover knocks him right back in. There's no way for Power of Evil to get away.
I was wrong, Trevor.
And that's another kill. We both were, Crepper, because I wasn't expecting that. The Yo-Yo gets pulled back, and Vardags throws him right back forward. Hillesang trying to find somebody from Fnatic to jump onto. And Huni does have Mega Gnar, level 9. Let's see if Fnatic can find anybody else. I'll be happy with the mid tower.
Yeah, they break open that tower. That's so important.
It is. So we didn't get the Infinity Edge on Reckless before they did it, but they did decide to swap him mid. Felt like now's the time to do it. They're pushing out for another one. Look on the flank here. We have Maokai coming in and Annie down on the bottom.
We'll have to see whether or not they can make an impact. Reckless has still got that Crystal Arrow available. holds on to it for the time being.
The Unicorns only have like 2 forms of engage, you know, either Annie being thrown in by Kalista or just flash tippings, and then Maokai, but they're so far behind and there's so much vision from Fnatic that they're such a good team, you know, they won't get flanked that easily, and it's looking really good for the Unicorns.
And look at that last play. We were seeing 2 guys sitting in mid lane, pushing it down. Suddenly Yellowstar walks in alone near the Raptor camp. It looks like he's getting caught out, but this is where Fnatic always does it so well, because Reno was running from the other side of the tower already. 2 guys were running down from mid lane, so instantly, as Unicorn showed themselves, Yellowstar popped his ulti, headbutted Power Vivo back. That was a kill, that was a mid tower, and that's there. It looks risky, it looks very crazy, but they always seem to have a plan with it.
But it's like Daylor said in one of his interviews, that's the coach for Fnatic, they make plays with high expected value, you know, they have the really good combo there, they kill somebody and they immediately take a tower. Earlier, Kalista was freezing the bot lane, Fnatic, they grouped up on top, they dove, CC chain, juggled the tower aggro beautifully and got the tower. Now they dove again, knock up into knock up, and they got the tower. Fnatic's playing calculated, they have a goal in mind every step they take.
And they have a 5,000 gold lead to play with. This is sort of the styles of the 2 compositions that we saw towards the end of the spring split, but Fnatic has just gone multiple levels better. The aggressive teams at MSI outperformed the passive teams at MSI, and it's Fnatic that are deciding the moves, deciding the engages, and they are making UOL dance to Fnatic's tempo.
But UOL wasn't aggressive. They have this passive farm poke mid lane, which is fine for them, but they didn't use the Kalista Annie at all. They didn't use the Maokai TP, no flanks. They're just, I think they're just not used to the LCS anymore. You know? Week 1, they're just starting to get into it. They had a little break. Hopefully, it'll get fixed.
But also, it just seemed like in Champ Select that they had this plan on the first 3 picks. You know, a lot of hard engage coming in. We want to try and dive onto the AD carry, and then you saw the big tank, and you just completely changed it. So with the Nunu pickup, in this case here to help the early game, he's not going to add any pressure. He's not going to help your 2v2 lane become even stronger or help your mid lane or sit and farm.
Yeah, well, the one thing we do have to highlight, the outer ring of turrets with the lead is always the easiest of objectives to take down. Let's see if Fnatic can push onto these inner rings, and if they can maintain that line of vision that has served them well till this point to avoid that hard engage from Hylissang with Flash, from Vizicachi with
However, PoE has shown he's a fantastic Kog'Maw player, and if he gets a couple more items and starts poking people down and the right people down at the right time, Fnatic may not have won the game just yet.
Sure, not yet. However, the comp they do run as well. I mean, I'm such a big fan of the new Ashe. I think she's absolutely amazing in professional play because of all the things she can. What you do now is when you 1-3-1 as Fnatic, because you don't want a group 5 where they're all this wave clear from Unicorns a lot with Power Evil sitting. So you 1-3-1, you keep your Ashe in the mid lane because she has this arrow she can fire to the side lanes. And that's a way to set up an easy kill for someone like Febiven, or maybe Reno was going down for a dive. And that's how you break open the defense of Unicorns a lot, and you then get a tower. Because if one guy dies, suddenly Unicorns have to move around all the pieces on the map to try and defend that tower, and that opens up somewhere else.
Fnatic last bit was notorious for sneaking these cheeky Barons, you know, 20 minutes, 21, 22 minutes. Even in solo queue, if you ever play against Yellowstar, you have to ward that, because at one point he'll rally his team behind him and just get that Baron, and then yeah, it gets messy. So I definitely hope the Unicorns are ready for that, because they need to keep stalling. You know, you want to get Maokai to become this really, really big tank light that can soak up damage. Meanwhile, while Kikis can buff Power of Evil, his W late game, AP Kog'Maw still does a lot of damage on his W late game.
Yeah, something you've also got to highlight. Luden's Echo has been completed by Power of Evil a little later than we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
That tier, 575 out of 750 stacks. Obviously, the theme's working wonders. So Power of Evil is starting to hit some big spikes. He's also level 11 to boot.
Yeah, some very important items for them. Righteous Glory for your Maokai in the top lane in case you want to make a catch. AD carry-wise, you got BT and the Kalista, so she's hitting the point in mid-game as well, where she's super, super strong. We talked about this earlier. Hylissang's going in.
That's a flash tip as Reckless forced to flash away. He's down to 30% HP. We did see Hylissang being pulled backwards, but he's flung exactly perpendicular. The Unicorns of Love have got the damage onto Fnatic. This should open up the tower.
And we talked about this here from Unicorns of Love. What they always do with these poke mid laners, they wait for the correct power spike, and then they instantly group in the mid lane and they start pushing it down. This tower didn't get a kill sadly for them, but at least they got some gold. And that's important.
And the Unicorns are matching the right lanes as well. You know, Maokai will not die to LeBlanc, you know, he's pretty tanky, pretty beefy, he can survive that. So this bought Unicorns enough time for Power of Evil to hit that spike, and then a beautiful flash engage from Hylissang. He does not have Distortion Boots yet, so that means the next flash is going to be like 5 minutes out.
Wow, it looks like Febiven actually got that blue buff from the little altercation in the jungle, but I also think it's important to keep our eye on Reckless. No flash from that engage previously. Yeah. He cannot afford to be, honestly, anywhere near a Maokai or any of those threats from UOL.
That means there's going to be a slight window where Hillsang will have flash and Reckless will have not because he has a support mastery for it. No distortion boots on either side. Let's see if they capitalize that in 4 minutes from now.
And Fnatic stopped looking at the map at the moment at least. They were not respecting the move Unicorns could make. This bot lane has been built up
really smart move.
Over 1 or 2 minutes ago from Vardax at first, and then he went mid lane to take mid side, instantly rotate down. They're again so strong with the poke. Let's see what happens here. All 5 members on the way, and that's a hawk shot. Boom!
Well, we do see Huni. Mega Gnar is very close to popping. He hops over the wall. Righteous Glory is going to give some speed here, but it's Fnatic that are a little split up. Huni's about to go Mega Gnar's Power of Evil has shredded down the cow. Now that's one victim from Fnatic. That's a 2-3-man Gnar against the wall. Huni's trying to do what he can as Febiven has found Power of Evil. The stun lands onto Hylissang, but it's not enough. Febiven has dropped Kikis' Nunu as Chachi will be the next victim. Fnatic turn it around. They've got 2 kills. The re-engage. Vardax has still a lot of HP and Power of Evil mana to play with. They end up trading a 2-for-2 as Unicorns of Love were in full retreats.
Meanwhile, PO is poking here. I really like it. It was like a multi-layered play, you know. UL goes down on the bot lane. Fnatic reacts by trying to flank, but they split up. And in reaction to that, you saw them. You saw UL turn around and take the fight, and you were wondering why, because Power of Evil was coming from the mid lane, blood boiled by Nunu, and they immediately took care of Yellowstar. Good reaction from Fnatic though. The double knock-up into knockback into Gragas barrel was almost lethal. Just watch the arrow in this fight later.
Yeah, and also Fnatic, we have to highlight they're missing so many key ultis and even flashes here for someone like Reckless. Look at Yellowstar, he's the first target because he had to use ulti beforehand. So Unicorns does get the first.
Keep your eyes on Hylissang right now. He's going to block the arrow for his mid laner in about 5 seconds, and this basically wins them the fight.
Also Huni on the Gnar, getting 3 guys blocked in. Febiven then with the damage, and Reckless joining now very late, but he has to be very careful in how close he gets to this Maokai, so keep backing in and out. And in the end, the teams will trade 2 kills for 2. Vardax, oh sorry, Hylissang got the very last one.
And such a confident play from Hylissang. Any other support, they would have opted to basically get thrown out, but he goes back in knowing he has another stun ready, he has tippers ready, and that makes the trade 2 for 2 instead of a 2 for 1 for Fnatic, and it just shows UOL is comfortable again on stage.
The scary thing is UOL are still about 4,000 gold down. They need to not give up more objectives. We do see Power of Evil securing his blue and the rest of Fnatic around the river.
And that's really where we have to give so much credit to Unicorns of Love, how they're not afraid to pull the trigger once they felt they were strong enough to make that play in mid lane. Had Fnatic been able to, you know, expect it or predict it, they would have been 5 guys there already with a 5k goal lead, forced a fight with the arrow and just won it straight away. So I really like how Unicorns are just looking at where Fnatic is on the map and instantly reacting to try and get down some of these towers they need.
We saw last splits, teams would go passive once they were behind, but Unicorns, they went passive, but they charged up, you know, they waited for the right time to strike, and then they got objectives and they stayed into the game, and that's really impressive because other teams would have just got snowballed on by Fnatic.
Yeah, and something we also have to highlight, 23 minutes in, there's 4 dragons been in this game, 3 of them by Fnatic, and actually very early on we had that graphic pop up. Unicorns of Love had 2 victories that led from 5 dragon games during the spring split. Fnatic at 0. Fnatic's a team that's not traditionally put a huge emphasis on dragon. So number 1, it's growth, and number 2, it's against a Nunu. So great planning and strategic play out of this Fnatic squad.
It's a bit of an EDG style from Fnatic as we saw at MSI as well from them. It's more about getting this Baron here to close out the game, because Baron is really the big deal in this current meta. Also when you're getting so much, you know, poke and AP damage from Unicorns of Love to clear the waves, once you have that Baron buff to buff up these minions here, Power of Evil won't have that easy of a time, and you will get to at least set up either a dive or get some damage on tower in every wave.
We're building up to the next siege or the next fight. Hylissang has flash, no flash on Power of Evil though, and no flash on Vardax. So UL will have to be careful of flanks. You know, Alistar wants to come from one side, Gragas might be coming from the other side, but if they're careful and they get the right flash Tibbles, they can win these fights.
Yeah, so big item thresholds have been completed as it's 25 minutes on the clock. Febiven's been on that death cap and Morello for a while. Righteous in Reign of his hands, as well as the Randuin's Omen for Huni. A lot of tank stats and armor primarily being built up on the side of Unicorns of Love. And as Vardax, he's got his Hurricane, he's got his Bloodthirster, so there's a lot of sustain if he doesn't get burst down.
I remember Hurricane as well got a small buff here on this patch. It is, as like a second item, damage-wise, the strongest, but he's still gonna have that problem later on in game where he doesn't have any crit to take down some of these tanks from Fnatic. We're gonna have to see if it's gonna be a problem for him. Also adds in Opti, so makes it way clear. But if you look also at the big tanks, you highlighted the armor from Unicorns of Love. We can see how both teams tank-wise, are building to engage on each other. Right is Lori, first item for Rainova, not going frozen hard or anything to stop some of the damage from Vardax or the auto-attacking coming in from Power of Evil. That's going to be a key item for him later if he wants to stack some armor that way. But for now, it's about engaging from Fnatic, it's about engaging from Unicorns a lot and smack into each other.
There's a lot of pressure on Power of Evil right now because Fnatic is building to catch him out. Body slam flash, double distortion from LeBlanc. They really want to get him because if he falls, the entire, he's the crux of Unicorn's lineup right now. If he falls, it's over for them. But he's been playing really well so far. Only 1 death. He's scaling a lot of farm. 224 CS right now at the 26-minute mark. That is a good number.
It's a different build from what we've seen the previous times he's run Kog'Maw. And early haunting guys get some of that magic pen.
So we have seen, I mean, you're right. We've seen many different builds from Power of Evil. I like this one. You need to get that Leandris for the extra poke damage because, again, for him, it's not even about killing people. It's about poking them low enough so they have to back away from a tower on objective, and that secures it for Unicorns a lot without maybe even fighting at all, which is definitely in their favor because we have this Nunu Kalista that can so easily take down Baron or Dragon if Fnatic is too far away or forced back in base.
Basically, the game is in a pretty stagnant state right now, and what's going to happen is what's really important right now, and what you often don't see is the side lane control. Both these teams want to maneuver the side lanes to a point where they start pushing in their favor, and the other team has to send somebody to react. Yeah, meanwhile, they might run around in the jungle, snowball each other a couple of times, but not much is going to happen. They want to force people down to the side lanes and then group and get a numbers advantage and force to engage that way. But it's a slow and steady process.
We talked about this 10 minutes ago about how good Fnatic were looking, and all of a sudden the game is stalled out to the point that Unicorns of Love are now the ones making some aggressive plays. Rainova has gone for the flash body slam, but he's getting caught out. He's stunned. Kikis is trying to do that absolute zero for zone control, but it's Feathervin that's on the back line. Falls to distortion away. Now Rainova is down. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow catches Chachi, but Power of Evil and Vardax, the carries are locked up against the wall. Feathervin's got one more in the background as Kikis is down. Chachi's trying to zone away what he can, but that tree's not going to last long enough. Vardax trying to lifesteal off the Scuttle Crab as he tries to dance and hop himself away. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Fnatic, but can they get more? Feathervin's looking for the chase. Dragon's a minute and a half away. They're going to risk running further.
Unicorns a little bit greedy here for the first kill on Rainova. Again, it's not about getting the kill, it's about forcing them out of the fights and back into their own base so you take down their towers instead. Here they were chasing for that 1 kill, meant suddenly they were in pretty risky positions and then got jumped on. We're just going to see the start. Rainova flashing and missing it, but then look how Unicorns are going to try and finish up the kill on him. Look at the arrow,
though. The arrow could have ideally went more to the right instead of on the main tank. We should have tried to hit one of the 2 carries. Really good gnarl from Huni, though.
Yeah, second time. Last fight down near the Dragon, it was the same deal for Huni with the gnarl. This really good setup. This was one of his problems in the spring split. We never really saw him do well on Gnar and Maokai. He's showing up today.
I want to highlight though that Rainov didn't miss his flash. Vardax flashed out of the body slam flash. He predicted that the flash was going to happen. He respected Rainover enough. If I see a body slam, that's going to be coupled by a flash to carry over that knockup, with the flash all the way. Vardax predicted it, got out, but he got sniped by Feathervin in the back. 2-for-1 though, UL, they're getting out of these fights, and Fnatic is getting a little impatient there. They have to do these body slam flash engages or get a nice flank off, but it's not working. UL's respecting them a lot.
I think a big problem for Fnatic was just they had this whole plan of we do the 1-3-1 now and we try and play around where Power of Evil is so we don't have to push the lane he's sitting into wave clear, and we impact the side lanes with Gnar and LeBlanc. That completely stopped when Unicorns made that move and got the mid tower grouped up as 5, because whenever we have these big 5-on-5s, we see how close it is, and if Unicorns get enough time, they will land the poke they need to be in a very, very good position, and that's a problem for Fnatic.
This is interesting. They sent Kog'Maw all the way to the bot lane, and once he got there, he realized that he actually had it in mid. I think this is a mistake by UOL.
See what happens mid though, they're going on Kikis.
We will find out. Rainova does find Kikis, and Kikis is obliterated by Feathervin. We do see Tibbus is knocked all the way back as Vardax has pulled Hylissang in. Hylissang unable to knock up more.
Power of Evil is stuck on the side, he can't join his fight.
He's trying to get further in. Power of Evil, as you said, on the Tribush right-hand side. We do see him throwing out their Void Ooze, but it's simply not enough. And Fnatic find another engage as we're about to hit 30 minutes. They're back in control.
And I want to see the gold because I think Power of Evil was close to an item spike and he wanted to pick up that fat bot wave all the way for the juicy farm. But once he got there, he realized his team was exposed in the mid lane. Baron was a threat. And yeah, he was probably close to finish his Archangel staff there. And I think that cost UL a lot. They lost the tempo. He tried to join the fight, but he couldn't in time. And Fnatic, nice control.
He's still poking away, and they're stuck near the Baron here from Fnatic's side. A lot of damage from Unicorns.
Well, let's see what they can do. Unicorns unable to interrupt the Baron. Really sort of not even fully committed to interrupting it. So let's quickly take stock, guys. 3 towers to 3, 10 kills to 3. And it's nearly 7,000 gold. Fnatic have got the key ingredient that Officio, you said, was going to crack open Unicorn's base.
Baron, and then also the wave already pushing. Unicorns didn't go down to try and play it. They went mid lane and try and maybe take a dragon instead.
They want the Constellation Dragon to at least avoid that 5th dragon coming out from Fnatic.
But if that opens up the base...
The base is going to open anyways with Baron.
Well, Chachi's down. Power of Evil is caught out. The barrel's going to knock them away. Rest of Fnatic get a couple auto attacks onto the tower, but it's not enough. Reckless is going to sidestep at least one of those living artilleries, but they do get themselves another kill at the cost of losing Fibble.
And the dragon, of course. So they did end up making a good decision in taking Power of Evil down to defend, while the Kalista could take the dragon.
I think it was the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, so they lost one tower here. Fnatic decided though to chase for the kill instead of the tower. So we don't know what could have happened had they just played it more relaxed and took the big wave to get some damage, because Ashe as well, with a Q, once you have the 5 stack, can really do a lot of tower damage. But for now, Dragon for Unicorns, Baron for Fnatic though.
We're about 10 to 11 minutes away from a potential 5th dragon from Fnatic, so UOL just bought them some more time in the game. Obviously they're behind, but they're a smart team, you know, they've learned from their mistake now. They need to keep Kog'Maw central, because he's vital to their wave clear. Kog'Maw can clear waves in uneven numbers, 1 against 2, 2 against 3. He can get those waves cleared without being in danger.
Yeah, and the thing is for Unicorns, they've been able to stall because of the fact Fnatic has needed to play for the Baron. So that extra couple of minutes may be enough for Unicorns.
And the second Power of Evil stepped away and wasn't there to try and land some of this poke and clear the waves. That's where Fnatic, and that's why they built something like Righteous Glory as the first item on Reignover to punish him Arrow and the Gragas going in. That's how you force the fight instantly. Bot lane tells well, the 2 side lanes here, Unicorns have not been able to control the waves, and therefore allowed Fnatic now 2 towers with the Baron.
And this is why I like going for the dragon right after a Baron is down, because you're gonna lose your outer towers anyways. It's a matter of time, you know, either you lose them immediately or you lose them a little later. Those Baron creeps, they're too strong to defend, and it's such a vulnerable position. In your base you're safe because you have safety behind walls, but defending those tier 2 towers, that's too much flank opportunity for Fnatic. UL has to back off anyways, but they bought them some time, you know, 2 dragons against 3. Fnatic siege up for the last tier 2 tower in mid here.
I will see that Baron is slowly wearing off. Fnatic are split, 4 members in the mid lane. We do see Febiven hanging out towards the bottom lane. All of the outer turrets are down. Fnatic in absolute control of the map. Now they can see what further pressure they can apply on UOL's base.
And we just need a one big fight that led to the Baron for Fnatic. Obviously had a few times where they tried the engages. Now 10k goal lead once again. Let's look at some of the items completed for them.
Really big pickup here on Reckless, the QSS Quicksilver Sash picked up. He can basically cleanse out of the Annie stun, and the only thing that can take him down now is the snare to knock up from Maokai, but he can flash that or poke from Power of Evil, and this means a lot. This means Fnatic puts less resources on peeling, because Reckless can take care of himself, and move more resources forward to diving, and that's going to be really important because they want to shut PoE down.
And something we have to highlight, if you look at Reckless's CS at this stage in the game, in contrast to Huni, this is a slight shift in Fnatic playstyle. You touched on the CS difference and the CS priority from Fnatic in the spring split.
That's a good point.
Game 1, it's instantly reversed.
But it's also Huni not playing a carry top laner. He's on the tank this time around here, so they are basically saying, we rely on Reckless and Febiven to be the main damage dealers in this game, so obviously they need that extra farm, and as long as they can stay safe, or at least Reckless can stay safe, Fnatic have great damage from here on out.
Yeah, versatility and playstyle is what you need once you move towards the world stage. You know, Fnatic, they could play linear playstyle in the season in Europe, that was fine, but if they want to do well at Worlds, it's going to be nice to see if they can play around Huni one game, around Reckless. We'll have to see whether Reckless can do well with less farm and Huni with more in this team environment, but it's nice to see that they can shake things up so far at least.
It's so exciting that we have these questions now moving forward and seeing how Fnatic can develop and grow, because Yellowstar said it in the opening weeks of Spring Split, just give us time. We only have one playstyle, but we can learn, we can adapt. And they're one of the teams that's showing it. UOL also, in some ways, they went from just sort of like team fight, team comps to poking mids, which is also great, but it's not quite being executed as well today in Summer.
It is fun though, it's 2 teams who, despite ending number 1 and number 2 in the EULCS, are very down to earth. They're always talking about how we know we have a lot of things to work on, we know we need to fix a lot of problems, and it's really cool to see how they can adapt now during the split. Fnatic already coming off the great start, but Unicorns are definitely not giving up.
I actually like putting Ashe in the top lane here because they have the 3 tanks in the mid lane. In a 1-3-1, your mid lane is prone to getting grouped on, but 3 tanks there makes them really tanky. But they're engaging.
Well, sidestep from the Ashe. Yellowstar gets in. He manages to get a big knock-up. We'll see whether or not that Maokai is enough frontline. Now Feathervin's joined the fight. Hylissang, I think, flashed forward for that one. Instant QSF from Reckless. But the massive Gnar against the wall. Fnatic have just won the team fight thanks to Huni. 4 members of Unicorns of Love are down, and Fnatic are pushing through. Huni, once again, delivers for Fnatic.
And this is actually all the QSS. I want to listen to the comms out here because I think UOL said, Hylissang said, guys, I got Reckless, flash tippers, I got him. He immediately cleansed out, and this dragged the entire Unicorns lineup forward, and they basically walked into Huni, smacked him into a wall.
20-second death time as Fnatic are going to set their sights on the Nexus. The only team that's been able to defend it a few times was Unicorns of Love, but it's not going to be enough this time round. Unicorns are down, Power of Evil's poking from the side, the Nexus is hammered away, and the Spring Split champions open up Summer with a massive victory over the Unicorns of Love. A great performance from Fnatic, from the control and the timing on their engages. It's hard to fault Fnatic's decision making.
They're playing as the Maokai and an Annie, so flash root, flash tibbers, and they only gave away 4 kills, and that is really important. 15-4 for Fnatic here, and really good, you know, pacing, really good tempo, really good objective timing. Good League of Legends.
And a whole new champion pool, I'm almost gonna say, for Huni showing up on this Gnar so well, because if you look at these fights, the coordination from Fnatic by sending in Rainover and Yellowstar first to buy time, they were always playing super patient with this Gnar here. We saw in the last fight, you talked about how they suddenly piled forward for Reckless, and that's where the flash ulti comes in for Huni that turns the entire fight around. I love the way to play with this frontline tank here. And also, we got some of the questions answered in regards to Reckless and how much farm, how much attention he's going to get. They put him on a champion he could carry on. They gave him everything he needed, and it worked out for them.
Well, we saw some heavy looks there from Kikis on screen a moment ago. One of the guys who really shook things up in the Spring Split. Put himself on the Nunu this game. We talked about how he was going to have little to no impact in the laning phase, and for a guy like Kikis who has the ability to put the game on his back, you have to go back to the drawing board. You have to talk about the team comp, the early game decision making. Crepper, you wanted the 2v2 from that Kalista Annie, and it just...
Even if you don't get the 2v2, put the pressure so people have to react and match that strong Kalista at level 6, you know, or earlier levels even, you know, match somebody with it so you have even numbers and you can exploit that some champions are weaker in your early game. Fnatic really masked that weakness very well by putting more people around the top, and that top lane dive, it didn't come out of nowhere, right? It was calculated, really slow, nice and easy, and then a beautiful juggling there. Just one guy goes in, he goes down, Reckless starts tanking, he flashes out, and then the most important part on that dive, there was a 2-second window where there was no tower aggro, and they waited. They waited for their tank to pick it up, and then in and out again.
That's one of, I think, the most impressive control tower dives we've seen out of the European LCS. So often they're chaotic and messy and sloppy, and nobody knows where the tower's got the aggro. But it was very clear Fnatic were very good in their communication, and they knew exactly what was happening.
And it just seemed like for Unicorns of Love, with the comp they had as well, they knew when they should start grouping, but not how to get there. So it seemed like the plan for them early game was very passive focused. They didn't really have any answers to what Fnatic were doing.
I think they got surprised by the lane swap.
Probably they did. But then once they hit the spike on Power of Evil, that's where we started seeing the Unicorns of Love we know. But it was just a little bit too late. It became too hard because they were still behind in gold.
Yeah, it wasn't enough for the Unicorns of Love. And I think for Fnatic, 75% of the people at home voted for them to win. I did not expect that level of performance. I did not expect, because it was very tempered aggression. This is the one thing I was critical of Fnatic at the beginning of the split last split, saying it's only one style, it's just in your face all the time. Somebody's going to figure out how to play against it. And that happened in the group stages at MSI. People figured it out, played against them. But then all of a sudden, the semifinals rock up and Fnatic shows up against SKT. This is like Fnatic in their playstyle, just one step slower, choosing when to go aggressive.
Same time, like the Unicorns, they stayed in that game pretty well. They were down 4,000 gold pretty early, but that gold difference stayed the same for a solid 5 to 7 minutes, and they grouped well until that one unfortunate moment. I have to look at the replay later, see if it was an item spike that Power Evil was trying to hit, because Kargma should not go down to the bottom with not enough vision around Baron, with that threat of the hard engaged. And even though he can join a fight, he joined it at the right side. You know, he tried to get into that fight. You know, then was around the corner. He's like, okay, I'll walk around. By the time he's around the wall, you know, fight's already
And you need to land the poke before the fight even starts. I mean, that's why you have this pick here, to land so much poke that you're strong enough to win the fights.
I just felt like Power of Evil's build this route never got into the gear it needed to at the time it needed to.
Super late game.
The early tier, the early chalice, it just put such a stall on his ability to poke, on his ability to do
But that was the matchup, though. Yeah. In the mid lane, I mean, we have to keep in mind, this was a blind pick from Power of Evil. LeBlanc was the last pick for Fnatic coming in, so he felt like he had to itemize it this way to even get the farm needed to get the Luna's Echo. So,
well, unfortunate for Power of Evil and the Unicorns of Love. It was a bloodbath, but it was against his team. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk where they are joined by the reigning kings of Europe.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. We're here with Fnatic's Febiven and their returning AD carry, Reckless. Yeah, getting that first win on the board with November. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Must feel good. Febiven, I want to ask you first, no regular season wins versus Unicorns of Love. Last split around, and it must feel good also with the finals in the backpack, knowing that you can beat that number too.
Yeah, after we played at MSI, we were so confident that we could play good in the split. And we always thought that we were a stronger team than Unicorns of Love, but we never figured out how to correctly play against them. But we finally figured it out, and I knew we were going to win this game.
Can you maybe elaborate a little more? It seemed to us, especially in the early game, that you guys took a different pace to the game and you didn't fall in Unicorns of Love traps when they bait you into fights and you kind of keep fighting. What was the general idea going into the early game?
We knew we had the better picks for the late game, so I got the counter pick on mid lane, and I almost killed him. He had like 5 HP or something, and we were scaling better in late, and then we just took every objective, and we didn't fall in the trap to fight them, and then we just slowly got CS advantages, and then we got good team fights off.
Clean.
Yeah, I want to drag it back to picks and bans, actually. Reckless obviously just rejoined the team. Very confident pick and ban phase. You picked Ashe in the first rotation of picks and bans. Maybe you could help explain why the reworked Ashe is so strong right now.
I think Ashe is just this sort of champion right now that like excels on pretty much all stages of the game. If it's laning phase, 2v2, if it's laning phase, 3v3, or 5v5 team fights, sieging, focusing on Dragon or Baron, it's just... She's really strong all around right now, so it feels like a champion to look out for pretty much. And when they first picked Kalista, I consider Ashe being like a champion to be able to play against it, because Kalista is such a lane bully, so you have a lot of range to potentially cover that weakness, but they ended up lane swapping, so I don't think it was a bad thing either for me, because I scale so well, so I just had to like play it safe, because they had a lot of CC, so I played it really safe, I think, until I got QSS, and then I played it slightly more aggressive, but it wasn't really needed for me to play aggressive either. I think as long as I didn't die, I would never give them the option of winning the game.
Yeah, and the start of the game was really interesting overall, the way we had the 4v0 basically, and then you guys managed to dive under the tower. What was kind of your thought process there? Did you see how Hylissang was a little bit out of position to go in there, or was that always going to be the call to dive?
Basically before the game we talked about if their top laner goes under the tower, we're going to try to bait, like if we're going on that guy, and then just turn on the other two that's helping him to survive. And I think Hylissang just made that mistake that he thought we would dive the others, and he was just out of position. And then we had like Alistar, who's a great diver, and then he just swaps the aggro, and then I got it, and I used my summoners. So I think even if you used a lot of summoners, it was like super worth to get 3 kills there, because that like hires the tempo of the game, and they need a lot of time to scale up. So it just felt like we could get all these early dragons because of that dive top as well. So we got like a very stable lead in the game, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. But to execute a dive like that successfully, as you say, you got to keep an eye on the summoners and all the spells that are up or not. Febiven, I want to direct this to you. It means you got to have a good level of communication already within the team. So how has it been adjusting to having Reckless as an extra voice in the team chat?
Actually, it's going really good with the communication, because I feel like Reckless talks more than Steelback. So it's just an improvement.
Mm-hmm. All right. Maybe one of the final questions for you, Reckless. You've been around the scene for a while, and even though you're still a very young player, you must have learned a lot. And there's always been so much expectations when you came in, you know, in the Fnatic team originally, then in the Elements lineup, which didn't maybe work out exactly as you planned. Have you learned to maybe deal with those high expectations in a different way now that, in a sense, you're coming home to Fnatic?
I guess I've learned a lot of things. But probably the most important lesson I've learned is to not be so like drastic with my decisions in life, like to think about something more than once, pretty much. So coming home, like I thought about it a lot, but it also felt super natural to come home because it was like I've been here for such a long time, and even if it's not the same players, it just felt like very natural choice for me to make. And unfortunately, things just didn't work out in Elements, and I don't have any grudges against anyone. I don't think they have against me either. It just didn't work out, and that's simply it, pretty much.
That is simply it, and it does look like you're coming home. The jersey looks great as as always. Well, congratulations, you guys. First win for Fnatic here in the summer split. We need to take a short break, but when we return, the newest members of the LCS Origen will take to the stage versus Pepinero and Giants Gaming. Stay tuned.
Everyone, so shut up.
Nice, coach.
Oh, they've got on Hillesang. That's the bounce on the hop. First blood goes to Reckless. He's back for Fnatic and he's already on the board. That's a 2-3-man Gnar against the wall. Huni's trying to do what he can as Feberbin has found Power of Evil. The stun lands onto Hillesang, but it's not enough.
Any no flash, any no flash. Kalista. Slowly. Just front line.
Slowly.
Front line. Maokai.
I can have Annie.
Nice.
Oh.
Hillesang, I think, flash forward. That was instant QHF from Reckless. But the massive Gnar against the wall. Fnatic have just won the team fight thanks to Huni. And the Spring Split champions open up Summer with a massive victory over the Unicorns of Love.
I think everyone knows in our team, basically against Giants, it's all about not letting Pepe 1v9. Mostly the meta on mid lane is like safe farm, you trade only when you're sure that you're gonna win the trade and things like this. But Pepe plays super aggressive and yeah, if you're not used to that, you might get killed. So.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where Challenger Series champions Origen are about to take the stage against Giant Gaming. And well, it's quite unusual that the team that has been in the LCS is not the favorite versus the newcoming team incoming from Challenger. Two very different expectations coming in for this squad. Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for Giants. They avoided relegation. They beat Reason Gaming 3-1 in the promotion tournament. It is, of course, Werlib, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, and their new support, Godfred, and their coach, Lozark. So we heard Soaz in the lineup already, in the video rather, already talking about, not underestimate them. Don't let Pepe 1v9. Yeah. That has been the story. But it's got to come down to this as well. Their new support, they have made a change.
Have made a change. Rydell last split didn't have the best showing, honestly. There were clearly some problems on the team in terms of also like the coordination. When do we engage, when don't we engage here? Godfred, I read an interview with him. He was talking about how he is a playmaker. He's an aggressive support. He wants to be the guy starting the fights.
With Morgana and Thresh.
With Morgana and Thresh, okay, that's a little bit different, but that's good skill shots then.
Absolutely.
It's the same as Rydell though, so I don't expect to see a different play style from Giants. But I do have to say, yes, it's about, can Pepinero 1v9? For me, it's about what can the other 4 members do now. This bit, they're the ones who has to step up and get on the level of Pepinero, so it's not just about shutting down this mid laner against Giants.
Yeah, and it's kind of just an adaptation of what we were saying all the way through last split was, can Giants adapt? We found out yes they can. In the very end of the season, in the Challenger Series, we saw Werlib start picking up the Hecarim, start picking up a couple more champions, so we know the potential is there. And the one thing that is certain is Giants, after their showing on Reason Gaming, certainly deserve their spot in the LCS. The problem for them is, if they don't really improve very quickly, they're going to be fighting for relegation again.
Yeah, but they've had a better setup for this split. When they joined last split, it was like, we have to find a gaming house, we have to start getting used to the LCS level, the scrimming and everything. Now they've had 3-4 months of practice. They have everything sorted. This is the split for them to show how good they can be. Problem is the competition has gone up and up as well from every other single team.
Yeah, one last factor which is also is going to influence their performance on the Rift directly is communication, obviously. Playing with that same squad in the Spanish language for another dire split, and now the English, how will that come in? Well, or Swedish, who knows?
So I've heard Swedish. It is not a very pretty language.
Oh.
Danish, however, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. But when it comes to same interview, funny enough, he was saying it's not really going to be a problem because everyone on Giants can speak English, at least when it comes to communicating in-game. I mean, you don't really need a massive vocabulary when it comes to explaining, let's go Dragon, let's not go Dragon.
Yeah, all right, let's just listen to the Fnatic comms at times where Huni knows exactly what to do at every time. Well, Giants here, their competitor fresh out of the Challenger Series on the red side is, of course, Origen, with Soaz, Amazing, Expeke, Niels, Mithy, and their coach, Leduc. And we were talking to Soaz and Expeke before here, and they set expectations. Getting to Worlds, yeah, no, maybe. Getting to playoffs is definitely a goal, but we can't be or think that we're going to go too high immediately, knowing the amount of talent that's on the Rift, and it is their first split together as well.
It is, but it's weird. They're one of the rosters that's been together for the longest amount of time at the same time. We looked at every roster coming in here. So many of the lineups made changes, single changes, mostly from the AD carries where we had that shuffle. Argent have been playing together since just about the beginning of 2015. So they've had a lot of time to be practicing. I know even though they were in Challenger, they were scrimming LCS teams. Yeah. So expect them to be very well practiced coming into this.
There really is the difference between Origin and standard Challenger teams qualifying is the normal Challenger team is playing just to get into the LCS, and that's like the first goal. We saw Giants say, we just want to stay in the LCS, it's all we want to do. Origin were playing as they were almost already in the LCS, and they were practicing to become a top team. So we're going to have to see now on stage. I talked to Pekka just before when Crepo was helping me tie my tie here, so he was basically saying it's super weird being back in the studio, and even though they're only gone for one split, it almost feels like he's a rookie again. It's new for him, so maybe there's some nerves on stage. We're gonna have to see for the first game.
I feel like that could be something that could really help them out as well, but of course it's something we talked about a lot when we had the old Fnatic roster. How motivated are these players still? I'm quite sure they will be newly motivated coming in here. As well with Niels, who is the only rookie, and you've watched him a lot in the Challenger Series. He really is the guy to watch.
He is. He's been a massive part of the Origin lineup as a whole, which is very weird considering it's a team with former world champions. You look at the amount of just damage and control over the game he has for Origin. He actually deals 31.5% of his team's damage in total, which for an AD carry, especially in Challenger, is borderline unheard of. And it's impressive that he gets so much freedom during team fights in Challenger. That's his main strength, team fight positioning. Will he be able to transition that to LCS?
A lot of people have called him Reckless version 2, basically. A newer and younger, and I guess taller version of Reckless. So it's somewhat the same style. Again, it's very focused on positioning in these team fights here. You don't have to be the guy jumping in first. You don't have to kill the other people in lane. Mithy, as well as the support, has adapted a little bit, and he's no longer just purely about dominating laning phase. It's about playing the rest of the map. So I'm not expecting them to dominate 2v2, but team fighting wise, both Mithy and Niels should be very, very strong.
Yeah, and the factor then here is, of course, the offline experience. I don't feel that it will be a problem for most of the members, but maybe for Niels it could be something that makes or break their very first game. And then, of course, the transition from going in Challenger and having people on the desk here even amazing who I'm watching games with, and he's saying, okay, this is what this team should do right now. This is how this team should move right now. But the transition to doing it here will be a wake-up call.
That's for sure. I mean, it's a lot easier sitting up here and looking at the game when you can see both sides and making the calls. So it's definitely different for them. Again, they've been playing from the gaming house when they played the Challenger Series most of the time, had the final here in the studios. Yeah, there's a few things they have to get used to, but I mean, come on, they've been playing for so long, these players. There's nothing new in game. It's not like suddenly the Dragon is in a different position than normally. So I'm sure they're going to be fine.
Yeah, it didn't move. There is a matchup that we particularly want to keep an eye on in our featured matchup here for this game. We will be focusing in on the mid lane, the clash between Pepinero and XPK, and it also represents a stylistic shift in the European LCS. They're both known historically as hard carry mid laners. XPK in the summer split of 2014 did 35% of his team's damage, and in the spring split of 2015, Pepinero 31% of the team's damage. But it seems that the game has shifted away from just having those mid laners carry the whole thing. Your team has to have multiple threats.
Yeah, multiple threats is the name of the game right now, and Origin is certainly a team that could look to set that up, but it was very interesting. We worked with our stats guy, Spelzy, and just our team as a whole, looking at how the Europe meta is right now, and we looked at last split. The teams that had the highest damage dealing mid laners, Elements, Copenhagen Wolves, Giants, and MYM. Those are all bottom half of the table teams, and they rank just poorly overall. You change that, or you contrast that with the top side, and it's very similar to what XPK is doing. XPK changed his style up for Challenger Series as well. He was only dealing about 28% of Origin's damage in the Challenger Series. He probably could have carried that, but it certainly is a lot more in line with what we're seeing out of the likes of Fnatic, out of the likes of SK.
It's just the way the current meta is, and because the game keeps evolving here, if you have a mid laner who needs to be the carry, it also locks you on very specific champions you can play, and that becomes very predictable in the way you play. So definitely for Giants, we keep saying it, it's about what can the other four guys do around Pepinero. Can they step up, become LCS level every single game they play, and then suddenly the lineup can look very solid. But as long as there's only Pepinero running the show, it's tough for Giants to win games.
Yeah, absolutely. But knowing the fact that we saw them doing different things at the end and re-qualifying should be good for them as well. Someone we haven't touched on particularly is Amazing. I just mentioned him once, and when we talk about multiple threat team, Amazing is definitely someone who's stepped up in the Challenger Series to kind of carry games on its own.
Certainly. He was seemed to always be in the right place at the right time, bar one or two games perhaps where Origin did struggle. That's one thing to note. Everybody with big expectations, Origin still struggled in a game here or there, so they're certainly nowhere near a guaranteed top half of the tables finish.
But they're also just a team which is honestly impossible to predict. Like, how do we rank a team that's been winning almost every single game in the Challenger Series? We don't know what the scrim results have been, and they tend to not even matter when it comes to playing on stage. And we haven't seen them in some time, and that's like against LCS competition, obviously. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can bring. I see them maybe before the split even starts as maybe like middle team, a middle tier team. but they can definitely surprise and go further up.
Yeah, that's what they've said here themselves as well. Soaz was also quite careful with where they could go. Soaz, actually, the return of Soaz, who was for the longest time one of the best top laners we've had here in EU, and now he has some time to regroup up against Werlip in this one. Someone who has been affected by nerfs before has been Soaz, so he might really have something to prove in this one.
Yeah, and also because we have so many new top laners since he was in the LCS. Back in the day, it was Freddy and Wicked, and then Soaz, you know, fighting Darien, of course, who can forget him. Now we got all these new faces in Huni, Kabushat, Chachi, so on, which honestly look better than what we used to have in this top lane. So it's going to be cool to see if Soaz has been able to follow the talent we've gotten here, and if he can match them. I mean, he's been here so many times. Versus Werlip, as long as you don't give him Jax or Hecarim. Oh wait, you can give him Jax. Don't give him Hecarim. I'm gonna say like that.
You give him Jax?
Give him Jax. Give him Jax. Yeah, I'm gonna say you can give him Jax. You can play around it.
All right, Stress, what do you think? Because obviously Werlip was someone who we were looking at very heavily in the previous split, and then we discovered, well, maybe a one-trick pony. Now the Hecarim is in there. In promotion, he played Shyvana and Sion, not knowing if he will go to that immediately in this one. What do you think?
I guess the question for me is not only has Werlip changed, but has Soaz changed? Because he's a player that is very AP champion focused, a lot of utility. Every now and again he'll mix something in, was a big proponent of Lissandra last year. Has he added anything else to that playbook since the Challenger Finals? Because we're seeing more and more, as Deficio talked about, the level of EU top laners has gone up. Soaz still has the potential. Has he actually put it in his playbook to see whether he can bring it out?
Yeah, and if we bring it down to the way teams play on a more macro level, you kind of have the instinct to say, well, Giants should have learned a thing or two after playing for a split. Origin has played in the Challenger Series, and they've had that knowledge prior to the Challenger Series and LCS, but I feel like that is something they might need to find their footing on again.
Yeah, I definitely think we can see if Origin falls behind, that's where it becomes a problem for them, because they're not used to doing that in the Challenger scene. They're not used to get 5-6k gold behind coming into the mid game and have to like claw their way back. So we're gonna have to see if that's gonna be a problem for them. When it comes to closing out games, that's where Origin has a lot of practice, where Giants struggle. Like that was a problem last split. They had a fairly good or fairly aggressive early game. They got a lot of kills, and whenever they got a goal lead, they just didn't know what to use, how to use the goal. Basically, they were stuck either just kept running into team fights or kept waiting for Pepinero to kill someone. And that was a problem because it was too easy for other teams to like stall out the game and then come back.
We did, however, see Giants starting to adapt again, regardless of the top lane picks. If you remember last week of the regular season, we saw the game against Elements where Pepinero was on his Twisted Fate that he's just played, and halfway through the game went, great, I'm going to split push. Started taking towers, put Elements on the back foot. So we certainly know that Giants, given the inch, can look to compete in the game. But one thing that is going to really help the style of Origin, the games they won in Challenger and other tournaments outside of the EUCS, they were playing very aggressive style, putting a lot of pressure on the map early, getting amazing into lanes, getting early kills. The style that didn't favor them was the scaling composition, which has started to fall out of the meta when you look at the likes of a Juggernaut composition. We just don't see it anymore. Those were the comps they started to lose on.
Yeah, well, a lot to theorize when it comes to these two teams. I think we got to see them on the Rift, and things are ready to go on stage, so let's check in at the caster desk for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, guys. We are about to jump into game number 2 here on the Summer Split. Sorry about the small delay. We got some new players
First time on
stage, getting set up, old dog, new tricks and all that as Origin are returning. But I want to go back to something that Soaz and FLICKR had said at the beginning of the day, and Shox had alluded to it in the pregame. They didn't sound confident. They didn't sound scared, but there was a little bit of hesitation in saying, look, we need to get on stage under the lights and see if we can show up.
See, the thing is, if you walk in here and you're like, we're going to win it all, and you don't, then people will come back to, it'll come back to bite you. But tempered expectations is fine, but I think we're about to head on to Champ Select, and we'll actually see how Origin will do, or Origin.
Origin.
I'm going to say Origin.
I'm going to try the Origin. I'm going to try the Origin.
We'll split it up then half an hour.
FLICKR has sort of set down the expectations at the beginning of the day. But I do want to touch on these picks and bans. It is a change-up to the previous game already. Crepo, 5.9, all champions enabled, Lulu, Maokai, and Urgot. So different priorities for these two squads.
So yeah, we were talking about it earlier in the previous game about like what this meta is all about, right? So we see a lot of Urgot, Kalista, and Sivir. That's pretty much the 3 AD carries, you know, but Kalista does well into Sivir. Sivir is a really big utility AD carry. Urgot is just really strong on lane, and against a team like Giants, I think you want to avoid those strong snowball lane champions because Origin will play better as a team, I imagine, and they just want to get through the mid game and start crushing Giants there.
Well, a little bit unexpected on the Jax ban personally. A lot of respect to Werlib, obviously here from OG. And also just to note, Ledak on the right-hand side of your screen, former coach for Roccat, now coach for Origen.
A little weird. Rek'Sai banned third from Giants Gaming here, so that leaves up both Gragas and Sejuani. Origin says, okay, like we like Sejuani, you know, she's strong, but we just really don't want to give you Gragas, you know, we don't want this early aggression coming out from your jungler Frederick. We want to make it, if you want to pick a strong jungler, yeah, go ahead, take Sejuani, but you'll sacrifice other picks and you'll actually play for mid game then, and that's fine for us.
Well, interesting stat there from Giants. Frederick played Rek'Sai 8 games in Spring Split, went 1-7. Obviously, when you finish 9th, there will be a large number of losses, and carried by Pepinero. It's all about Pepinero, first pick LeBlanc.
What a statement.
Line pick.
In a Zir Cassiopeia meta, Pepe says, nah, I'm not playing that. I'm just going to go for my LeBlanc. Blind on blue side. It is likely he would have ended up picking his champion blind anyways. But this gives 5 counter picks for Origin. You know, you just want beefy targets that don't get sniped by that LeBlanc because Giants center around Pepinero.
And everybody knows how Soaz loves playing tanks, right?
Oh yeah,
if you've been following competitive league for a while. But one thing we do have to highlight about Pepe's LeBlanc, he's got a 72% kill participation. Despite their losses, he is, again, as you said, you know, most percentage.
I know firsthand that, you know, how annoying he is to play against. He hides in these bushes, just one-shots you, and you think, at one point, I still remember one game, you're in this position in the map, he's like, there's no way he's going to be here. I still remember, I called a push on bottom. I was like, guys, get that. Wait, there's 4 of us. Where did the 5th guy? Oh, he just sniped somebody. And Pepinero is really good, but LeBlanc falls off in the late game, you know, if people actually group up, you know, and she can't really snipe that one target. Immediate reply here from Origin. Black Shield coming out to defend against these possible snipes. And then the Kalista Morgana, high range, you know, high damage, binding into the passive from the Kalista. And you can get the Morgana out if she goes in too far. I like the lane. And I think Miffy is really good on Morgana too.
Well, we'll find out how the rest of this pick and ban phase plays out. Let's remember EDG ran Morgana mid into that LeBlanc at MSI in the finals to actually beat SKT. Not expecting it, but it is a possibility. Giants, they do have that Hecarim available. It's a champion that Werlem used exceptionally well to help win those games in week 9, win the tiebreaker with MYM, and make sure they get themselves into the promotion tournament. I want to see which direction he decides to go. It's not going to be the Hecarim this time around. Gnar and Thresh. So they are leaving their jungler and AD carries as their last 2 picks.
So we've seen a lot of Jinx from Audrey. Possible it comes out. Gottfried going for the comfort Thresh pick. A lot of these solo queue supports are really good on Thresh because it's a fun champion to excel at. Gottfried is a Thresh Nautilus player. If you don't know much about him, he's a pretty strong laning support. I'd rate him above Rydal in terms of laning power. And to be fair, Giants didn't have too much coming out post-laning phase, so I think it's a good upgrade. But it's his first game on stage, first game as a professional player. Let's see if the pressure gets to him, if he's not too afraid to make plays, because Giants will have to make plays.
And it's interesting to see what level of impact he'll have on the rest of the team, because one of the things that we did find from Giants is they took a very long time to develop and grow during the spring split. And they're going to be facing more, what we assume is a more tougher field this time around. 5 seconds left, and that might be that mid lane Morgana, Crepo.
Now I know, like, now you can see why they picked Morgana. Playing Captain Hindsight, obviously, I should have probably recognized this earlier. Morgana's a flex pick. Back in a couple metas ago, you could play her top lane and on support, but right now she's been played in the mid lane, and it's nice to see Pekka take this safe Morgana approach, you know, to just not give any kills away against Pepinero, have a decent, like, sniper, throw out binds, you know, to catch people, and this gives the opportunity for Origin to play the Kalista Alistar lane. Incredibly strong lane. Alistar can basically tank for ages and then get pulled out, knocked back in again, you know, has this other knock-up to combo with. It's really hard to play against this, and players of Niels and Miffy's caliber can do a lot of things with this bot lane. If it starts snowballing, Thresh will die a lot. If this 2v2 happens and he gets 1 kill on him, it's so easy to keep snowballing, killing Thresh over and over again. And Audrey, he's looking at Ashe, and this is a scary team.
I was going to say, I don't like Ashe into Morgana, Rumble, Alistar, Kalista, but Giants, they're the ones playing, and Audrey has got a number of matches under his belt. So a couple seconds left on the clock here. Gottfried will be locking in the jungle pick for Frederick. It is the Sejuani you expected much later into the draft.
Yeah.
And the immobile Ashe for Audrey. A lot of pressure on this guy's positioning.
Yeah, and just a lot of pressure on Pekka too. If he ends up playing at Morgana, which is almost guaranteed at this point, he will have to land clutch black shields because he can block the arrow, he can block the Sejuani engage, he can block hooks, he can block damage from Pepinero. He can land some really clutch black shields here, and it's gonna pretty much negate everything Giants is doing. And if you look back at the draft, the first ban Lulu indicated kind of for Origin, I think, that the Giants was going for LeBlanc. And I really want to stress how nice this flex pick Morgana is, because, you know, Lulu's out, that's the counter to LeBlanc. Usually pick Morgana, and Origin completes their draft with Evelyn.
They're going EDG style. So again, mid lane Morgana, you've got the jungle Evelyn. We actually just casted an Evelyn jungle game from the LPL this week, and you know, let's see what Origin can do with it.
You know, back in the day when Amazing had 3 junglers out, he went for the Volibear. This time he opts for the Evelyn, hopefully with a slightly greater success. But I like it. He has to tap into what the Fisher called, you know, the tier 2 or the tier 1.5 of junglers. And I think Evelyn is good because it's good against unorganized teams, because one, they're not used to playing against it, and it's really hard to play against it because a good Evelyn, guys, she wants to flank. She wants to basically use her invisibility to get into positions where you don't expect the jungler to be, and then start the fight with an AoE ultimate and start flanking. If she catches the Ashe out and Origin can like pile on that with a Rumble ulti or an Alistar flank in addition to it, that's gonna get messy then. So Giants will have to really ward their flanks, find pink wards on their flanks, and then deep ward with wards in enemy jungle to somehow spot that Evelyn. Because if you don't see her, she can start a snowball on the bot lane, for example. She can start a snowball on the top lane. Rumble can get out of control. A lot of options here for Origin to snowball. But if it comes to team fighting, Sejuani can be very destructive.
She can be destructive and she can be useless depending on how well you land those ultimates. There are your teams. Godfred's first time on the big stage. Neil's first time since qualifying for the LCS on the big stage. Let us know, guys. Hashtag GIA win, hashtag OG win. Battle in the middle lane. It's 2 Spaniards, Pepinero and FLICKR, and it's LeBlanc into Morgana. It's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on.
Relatively squishy targets though on the side of Origin. The only tank that you could say like this is actually tanky is Miffy on Alistar, and like that ulti will eventually wear off. So we'll see if Pepinero finds some of these juicy targets that he really likes. But I think Peke he's smart of a mid laner. He's seen so many metagames come and go. He should be able to hold his own in mid lane.
Well, if nothing else, OG have come out the gates with, I don't want to say a surprise because it's not really a surprise, but a little unexpected in terms of their team composition.
One would almost say a hidden pick.
And the invisible strat is the most successful, potentially.
And they spot Giants moving in and immediately they collapse, they react to the invade. This is why 5-man's invades are very dangerous, because it allows the other team to either react and put all their 5 people, you know, around you, or deep ward. Right now, Giants, they don't know if Origin is deep warding the enemy jungler or if they're just setting up a bait.
The tension is palpable, but nobody from Giants has moved yet. There is the ward just in front of Baron Buff.
I think they got spotted though when we saw the pinks come out, so no action happening really. Amazing scouting. Let's see if we get a normal lane. Giants wants to dodge this matchup, by the way. Ashe Thresh is not fun to play into. I think Kalista Alistar if played well.
Well, Pepinero just in the right place at the right time. Reveals OG, and that means no action ensues despite the tension. So let's see how the lane's set up. The deep wards all the way to the top half of the map there in favor of Giants.
This gives you mind games on so many levels, you know, people basing left and right. So I'm not gonna join the mind games. I'm just gonna see what happens and commentate on it that way.
Copping out already. Copping out already. Well, we'll see how this works out. So is obviously revealed by that ward. Giants with a little bit more information to work with. It looks like they're not actually going to be opting themselves into the lane swap. No, Soaz was headed up top.
Now, playing this lane out from level 1, Kalista Alistar is a lot weaker than Ashe Thresh, so Ashe is pretty much a poke champion, so she can definitely, like, they want to try and poke out, use a double range to get them out of the lane, but we'll watch that later. At the moment, we're watching Pepinero put some pressure on Peke, but a good binding.
Yeah, well, a good prediction. Expecting that distortion. Ends up being a relatively even trade, but no flask here for Pepe in the middle lane. Maybe expecting a little bit of a safer lane.
The last time I saw this matchup played, actually, Morgana started pool, I think it was in China, and immediately pushed into LeBlanc, and second level skill Black Shield, and just kept pushing him over and over and over, not giving him the freedom to actually poke back. Then you don't require to land those counter bindings, right? You just play push. But Peke feels safer getting pushed in, and he relies on his skill shot accuracy to play the matchup that way. Let's see if he has that for him.
Well, 1 for 1 so far. Off to a good start, as we do see Amazing go a little low in his jungle. Got a full clear, and we'll just see where he puts his priority on ganks. Death Sentence just wide of Mithy, and it is currently Niels and Mithy that are being pushed in by Hadji and Godfrey.
So if you see the bot lane in that state, you don't even have to watch the game to know what happened. Giants push, but they overpush. They can't really deny too much CS. You know, Niels is about 2 or 3 CS down, but he's comfortable in that. Against double range with a melee support that has sustain, he's fine farming under his tower. Ash Thresh will try to poke, but they won't do much. You know, they will never get a kill. Even on the hook, they can't kill because, you know, there's not enough distance in lane to chase. So they're comfortably pushed in bottom. Beck is now starting to counter push. Like, all the lanes are relatively safe, and Sejuani's not an early game jungler, so this gives Origin the freedom to play around with this Evelyn and see if they can land the ganks.
Well, we did see Amazing slowly move his way towards that bottom lane. Decides to hop into the jungle and grab the Grump, and we also caught a quick glimpse of Werlib and Soaz up top, just trading and CSing as effectively as they can. Werlib starting with that longsword and potion, so a little different to what we saw out of Huni in the previous game, who went full tank. Let's see if Werlib decides to go for that Black Cleaver build, which I mentioned we have seen a few different times.
Yeah, you just want to use his range advantage to poke out Soaz out of lane. Soaz opting for a Thorn Shield here, basically reducing those repetitive auto attacks. Meanwhile, Fredric's farming up a Storm, and I think that's what you should do on Sejuani, unless you can find a nice opening, a nice gank path. But it's really hard to do that against pushed in bot lane, pushed in top lane. In the mid lane, Morgana is super safe, so that's not really going to be an option. So Frederic opts to go for the quick level 6 and start snowballing there. I think that's the right choice. Amazing hover around bottom for a while, you know, potential counter gank. He realized nothing was going on. Frederic is trying to like go into the lane right now. Because the wave went into the tower, it's what they call bouncing back. Right now the wave's coming back, and now Frederic he snuck into that bottom brush, and we'll see Miffy potentially warded, but they should be careful.
Oh, the Death Sentence as a bait. Frederic may find himself a battle cow. He's caught Miffy out, the slow is out, the flail is swinging, he gets the knockup, but there's no support from Godred or Adri.
I think he was too nervous there. He should have waited, held on to that, but they're going on a top lane counter gang. And nothing's happening. Alright.
I think Amazing forgot about the hop. Actually put himself in a perfect position to let Werlib get out clean.
Nah,
it happens.
It's some pressure at least. But yeah, I really like the gank timing from Frederic there, but I think Godfrey was just a little nervous. He could have hit him for that rush, and Miffy would have had to face like else Niels would have been zoned out of CS, you know. So if they held on a little more, they could have definitely blown a summoner there on Miffy and came back for the return gank pre-6. But nothing happened. No point dwelling in the past. Let's see what's going on in the mid lane.
Well, 5 minutes on the clock. Even on gold, even on CS. Small advantage in favor of Soaz, but that's evened out by a minute advantage to Adri. And I think a lot of psychological threat from the fact that you don't know where Amazing is. Yep. Giants do not seem to be over pushing. They seem to be respecting the potential of a counter gank.
I'd wager this gank's not going to work, but you know, Miffy wants to ward it. He'll probably put the ward on the edge of the brush, if any. Like, the waves is just too bad of a spot to get the gank ward. There's not enough distance to make it.
Well, the gank isn't going to be needed when a Death Sentence connects, and this time round, Godfrey connects. Miffy interrupts the knockback with a Pulverize, and is forced to flash to safety.
And this is why I like Miffy as a player a lot. He's not afraid to take skill shots for his AD carry. You saw that hook hit because Miffy wanted it to hit. Immediate flame follow-up, that leaves there's one more CC left, and it's a knockup from Sejuani. He tanks that, flashes out. You know, he knows he's going to have to blow a summoner anyways to get out of the game, and that's fine as long as the flash and the heal stay up on Kalista. Once they hit level 6, Kalista gets another flash for Miffy. You know, that ultimate is so vital. Miffy can start playing aggressive again later and just get pulled out every time he goes low, and if he goes low anyways, can pop his ulti. So really good flash usage from him. You want to choose AD carry or support? Definitely on the support there. He tanked that hook. They survived, and yeah, we're waiting for level 6 now. I
remember from our times on the analyst desk together, the amount of times I heard Crappo saying a respect flash. A respect flash. Do not put yourself in a position where you disrespect your opponents. That longsword from Werler was completed into the Hex Drink against all of the AP threats. And both of the AD carries after an extended standard laning phase are getting closer to that BF sword threshold.
Yeah, exactly. If you're new to watching bot lane, 55 CS on a good CS level just means a BF sword and maybe 1 or 2 potions. So both of them are looking to back. You'll see who gets the most ideal push. Very often, if you get an ideal base timing, that will get snowballed into a dragon maybe. Maybe we see Origin here picking up a dragon later, but for now, like, not much is going to happen. They might go for the full BF pickaxe on the Ashe. That's actually more advantageous because Kalista wants to play it slightly differently. So the BF pickaxe timing might even be better.
Both of these teams showing their opponents a lot of respect. We've not seen any real attempts there.
I didn't see it, but the crowd just went,
Yeah,
Usually means that
Frederick grabbed the blue
took
buff.
the blue buff, and that's really vital. If your main carry is Pepinero on LeBlanc, no blue buff is going to make it rough. Amazing is looking for a flank.
I think he's going to find it. There's no Crystal Arrow yet from Ardri, but before that's happening, Soaz is up top. He's overheated, throws down the equalizer. Willem forced to hop away. If we look back at the bottom lane, Amazing, he's still looking for the engage.
We saw LeBlanc go to the blue buff. Amazing should not be scared. He knows that blue buff just got handed off, but Pepinero came back without the blue buff. That might be confusing Amazing right here, because usually if you see middle laner with blue buff, indicates that jungler just handed it off. He's not bottom for the counter gang. I think Amazing should have went there.
Well, he held on. Playing it safe, playing it steady. We're still even.
It was a mind game from Giants all along, you know. They didn't want to show that blue buff because they knew they would die on bottom. Giants have evolved as a team.
Oh, I don't know. That's a bold, bold claim, Cotton. We'll see how it works out. And again, it's just...
He's wasting so much
all
time
of
in
his
the bot lane.
confidence.
Just
But I guess
4 camps up.
at the end of the day, when lanes are not too heavily pushed, Amazing's not going to have a great time engaging. Until Frederick gets access to that Glacial Prison, he's not going to have a great time engaging. So both of these comps were looking for some time. We're looking to farm up. Let's keep an eye on these AD carries, because it's still 77 CS to 73. They're both sitting on quite a lot of gold. 2,500 for Ardri, 2,300 for Niels.
Yeah, they're playing Farm Simulator right now, not League of Legends.
It's hard to argue with you, Crepo.
Well, it's easy if nothing's happening. And you're always right.
Well, we'll see how this works out. Once the items start getting picked up, how do these dual lanes get impacting once we see BF swords and pickaxes if Frederick opts to hold on to that Glacial Prison?
So what Frederick's doing now is he expecting Amazing to do what he did earlier. He wants Amazing to randomly show up for a flank and then counter gank, and this is the exact reason that Amazing didn't go earlier. Even though he could deduce the information, you know, that Frederick wasn't there, this is why you're scared. If you engage first with Eve, they counter Glacial Prison, you know, it's over for you. So both teams playing with a lot of respect, and it's expectable. First game of the season. First game for Origin here, first game for Gottfried, you know, a lot of first games across the board. 0-0 at 10 minutes, and kind of renders those graphs we shown earlier, kind of useless about aggression in the EU LCS.
It's so sad when it works out that way. We look at all the kills, we talk 15 minutes, aggressive teams win, and then we've got these controlled, decisive,
but you know, I like
thought-provoking games. The thing that's... Oh, don't start. The thing that's great about it, though, is it does show you a lot of insight into teams' mindsets. They don't want to give out, they don't want to do risky things. They don't want to go over-aggressive. They don't want to put themselves in bad situations. But we do see OG taking advantage of the back timing from Ardri to go for.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said earlier. Once somebody cops out of that lane, you know, once that item spike first, you can just run to Dragon and take it down, because your base damage is so high, you don't even need items to take it. 4-man Dragon. The wave went into the bottom, so there's no freeze. Nothing lost for Giants. That wave will bounce back beautifully. They can pick that up. BF Sword, Boots 2, and Kalista. Really, really good pickup for Origin here.
So a few items across the board. We don't have a whole lot else to look at for the moment. Sork Shoes as well as Abyssal for P.E.K.K.A. We do see Peppy trying to roam, looking for a target. If he finds Amazing, he might kill Amazing. Morello Nomicon is already completed, but look at the bottom. You can see Frederick's in lane. This is going to be a 2v2, and we can see the roam from Godfred. Amazing is being caught up, but the chains do not connect. Frederick has held on to his prison. Any target is available, he might opt.
And these are such interesting situations to read. So Pepinero moves for his signature mid to top roam, hides in the bush, he sees Soaz back off. That indicates that Origin is aware, or that Giants is aware that Origin is aware of the gang, you know, but he doesn't go all the way to the top lane. He just stays there, see how Soaz reacts, then he can actually figure out where the ward is, you know, because if Soaz immediately goes back, he knows he's on a ward, but he wasn't on a ward, so he waited for Amazing to foul and try and get him out there. Really, really good play by Pepinero though. He knew if he went for the top gank, it wouldn't work, so he hovered and tried to make a pick.
Well, you see Pepinero with a good trade onto the 0-mana P.E.K.K.A. 10 CS advantage in this matchup, somewhat expected. Obviously, P.E.K.K.A. just going to keep doing what he can under the tower before he decides to back as well. Frederick now feeling confident as he's starting to move into Origin's jungle. 12.5 minutes, Mitch. Only a dragon.
I want to see a first blood
for Origin. The longest first blood of Spring Split was around 23-24 minutes, if memory serves correctly. Let's see how long Giants can push it. They're halfway there.
Now, I didn't quite see it, but I think Amazing took a second blue buff to get back the XP lost by camping bottom. But they're going on the bot lane here. Audrey gets caught. No, respect flash.
That's a flash away, but an instant flash into Pulverize and headbutt. The Lantern pulls Audrey backwards. The Enchanted Arrow stops Niels for a second, but that's first blood to the newcomer on the stage. Here comes Whirlip. He slams them against the wall. They get frozen by the prison, and that's 2 kills to Giants. But there was a reply teleport from Soaz. He's put down the equalizer, 2v3, and the Giants are low. Soaz is looking for more, but he's overheated, and he's not able to turn that one around. So first blood to Niels, reply kill to Whirlip, and all of a sudden we talk about seeing first blood, and it happens.
Whirlip's TP was done by the time Soaz started channeling his. Both TPs were actually really, even Whirlip was played. If you watch, you know, slightly more organized teams plays, the second that skirmish starts, immediate TP, and that could have meant the fact that like Audrey could have survived that, you know, but we see here, he basically gets caught in the position where even if he flashes, Miffy will flash after him, and then the Lantern is not enough because Kalista can E or just slow him down and just the Ignite takes down. But he knocks it onto the Lantern. It's like, here you go, sir. Take your risk. Cheerio, mate.
And there's those teleports.
Yeah, but watch the teleport. That teleport's out, and now Soaz is only channeling all the way in the back. There's no wards. Really good ulti by Frederick. I gotta commend him for that. And yeah, they take down Miffy almost, but this is where Soaz, he's not in the fight, you know, he doesn't want to join, but he does the safety equalizer just to get Miffy out of there. And Gottfried even has to blow his flash.
So 1 for 1, teleport's blown as well, so no advantage in that direction. With the forced back timings, we do see some more items. We'll touch on that. Pepinero looking for Niels. He didn't find a target. Amazing, however, has found Godfrey. Gonna keep running him down with those hate spikes. Soaz does not have equalizer for a few more seconds. The Lantern pulls Audrey backwards, but the Pulverize knocks them both up. That's another kill to Origin. Amazing's on the board. The Flame Spitter puts Soaz on the board. 3 kills for the newcomers to the LCS, and they've got an uncontested tower to put damage down. They do usher Frederick away.
Shows a lot of faith from Origin to leave your Kalista alone in the top lane against the LeBlanc. Peck is moving up there right now because Peppy wants to make a play. He wants to react to what happened on the bot lane. Let's see if they can bait Peppy in area into being over-aggressive there. But really well-executed fight by Origin, you know, 1 by 1. Giants felt safe, you know, they're like, we got the Lantern, we're out, we're safe. And then basically the flank coming out from Miffy there, really, really solid play. And no cross-map objective from Giants. And they're 1,000 gold behind there.
Well, very well played from Miffy indeed, as we do see Whirlip as well as Frederick in this middle lane, but Miffy is a little bit out of position. He's actually knocked Whirlip back. We do see Niels has joined the party. Whirlip with a defensive gnaw, a knockup from the Fate's Call, and now Whirlip is chunked down from the Ren. The Ash Arrow comes out, it does land onto Miffy. He's going to be falling to very prey in a second. No, he's still alive. He manages to headbutt the minion to survive.
The minion to actually get out.
He managed to get that one out. That was fantastic play from Miffy, 0-0-4, and he is showing up on the big stage once more.
And the synergy with Niels. Niels pulled Miffy out mid-animation of the Gnar ulti, and he waited with his ulti so long, he made Giants believe that he didn't have it, popped it, and then used the base heal from Alistar to just survive. Meanwhile, Peke, he's dealing with Pepinero because he has that Black Shield, and now Giants lose their tower in the mid lane, and things are falling apart for Giants. Origin is playing, and this is, I just want to highlight, this is Miffy, you know. He likes doing these things, you know, where any other support would pop his ultimate and just be like, alright, I'm safe. No, he's waiting a little more, then pops his ulti. He wants to bait people into situations where they overextend, and he's just a smart player.
Using Alistar to the best of his abilities. We did see him pick...
close.
A little close, but it works. And all of a sudden, in just 2 to 3 minutes of gameplay, Origin 2 towers. They secured that dragon from earlier, which was going to respawn in a moment. 2,500 gold lead, and it's Origin almost punishing Giants' play in that mid lane and catching them out of position.
They were comfortable waiting for mistakes, and the beauty of this is, like, yes, they have 2 towers, but they gave none away. They have 4 kills, they only gave 1 away. And they have 1 dragon, and they gave none away. They're playing really, really securely, Legends. They lose their top tower now, it's bound to happen eventually. But
trade for dragon.
Yeah, again, you know, they're playing an objective-based gameplay against a team that is notorious for going for a lot of picks and a lot of kills, you know.
And this does actually relate back to the story we told at the beginning of the day, where Giants, they make plays, but they don't necessarily measure the cost. So Pepinero is looking for Miffy, going to decide to peel away. Soaz has got the equalizer available, may use it to cut off Giants on the side lane. He does in fact do that, maybe a little too far away for the rest of Origin to respond. Niels is looking forward. That's a flash into Dark Binding. Audrey catches Soaz up, but the Splitter is still burning him away. Agony's Embrace is melting Giants on the side lane. It's a 2-for-1 as the Glacial Prison locks up Origin. A flash away from Godfrey. He's trying to survive, and it looks like he will. Frederick is going to face plant into Pekka, and that is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in exchange for a tower, as Origen are putting some pressure in the middle.
Let's take a trip down memory lane, and remember when both TPs came down in bottom lane? Both of them were still on cooldown. Soas's was on cooldown. That means Whirlip's TP was also on cooldown, and that prompted the hyper aggression from Origen here, and the little bit of what they call the wonky equalizer, you know, yeah, it didn't quite hit. The purpose of that equalizer was to slow Giants down, because there was a number advantage for Origen, 5 against 4. They knew they could win the fight if they just found a way to make a fight, you know, and they got the fight. Beautiful flash binding aggressively from Peke on Audrey as well, who I think lost his flash in that earlier fight. So cooldown tracking at the highest level is really important. They had about 10 seconds left on the teleport. They went for the play. Whirlip, yeah, he got a tier 2 tower, but Origen, they picked up 3 kills, and I believe another tower too. So they're trading objectives and kills in their favor.
Trading towers indeed. The top inner for the middle inner, respectively, for the two. Giants do look like they secure one more, as Origen unable to get themselves back into lane. And we're about to hit 20 minutes, and as Origen are again in the lead, they've got the tempo. Whirlip's picked himself up a frozen mallet on that Gnar. We did see the Morellonomicon completed by Peke. Bloodthirster here for Neil. So a few big item spikes as we start to move into this roaming mid-game portion of the match.
Yeah, and the items tell a story for Origen. If he picks up the Distortion Boots, he wants more flashes, he picks up a Kindle Gem, CDR, because that is why Alistar is such a good support, because he has the liberty to build whatever he wants, because his ulti basically means I will survive this fight for 7 seconds, and I want to do as much as I can in that fight. If you want the Righteous Glory, you can build that for the hyper engaged. If you want more cooldown for more knockups, you can build that. Distortion Boots for more flashes. You have the liberty to be creative in your build, because your ulti will always work in your favor, and that's why he's really good, especially paired with Kalista. Once your ultimate wears off, your Q's on cooldown, you have no more use in the fight, you get pulled out, go back in, knock up chain, and then you've done your job as a support.
Well, Crepo, both teams have opted to give their opponents one side of the map. We did see Giants pushing bottom, but they've relegated Pepinero to the solo pushing. Looks like he will get the tower, but at the cost of 2 in the top lane. And Origen were able to get both the top, or rather the inner turret here as well. Almost managed to defend from.
Yeah, but they're setting up a diver now. You know, they're fine with LeBlanc solo split push in bottom. They don't care because they can win the fight 45. They're luring out Giants, and it might even turn on them later.
Well, the Ash Arrow flies through. It lands onto Niels. That's the target they want. Miffy is thrown to the side. Niels is gnawed up against the wall. Summoner Heal forced to blow, but we did see that Whirlip was taking that lantern out to safety. The box has been used to peel away, and Giants threw everything in the kitchen sink at Niels, and they are unable to secure that kill.
Impressive that Giants walked away there unscathed, because I think Origen could have punished that with a flank, but maybe they just held back a little bit just to make sure they didn't die. But yeah, that's the risk, right? When LeBlanc's solo pushing bottom and she's your main damage in these fights and you overextend, you're very prone to flanks, especially when your AD carry is 0-3, you know, only Infinity Edge and its heal. You can lose these fights very quickly, especially when Soas puts on an RBQ.
Well, those two inner turrets have dropped very, very low. Pepinero has now been matched by Soaz's Rumble. And Frederick's got a couple of those Kalista Spears available for rend. Eventually, Origen secure their 5th tower of the game, extend that gold lead ever so slightly further, and Giants are looking for a way. The thing is, they've got so much engage. Ashe, Sejuani, Thresh, there's ways to get targets. Giants are just not in the right place at the right time.
The problem at this point in the game, if you have to use your engage from far to start a fight, you don't have it anymore for the fight itself, right? And these fights will last long enough for Origen to come up on top anyways. If you long-range engage with Arrow and with Sejuani ulti, by the time you've closed the gap, the CC is gone and you can't use it in the fight to lock the enemies down. By that time, Origen has more damage, more HP, more black shields, more Kalista ultimates, and they will just kill you. So you kind of have to catch them off guard. And this is why Origen is winning this game, because they're pacing really well, really slowly. They don't care. This can go on for 5 more minutes, because you don't always have to watch the gold, you have to watch the pressure. And Origen has all the pressure in this game. Eventually they can step back into the darkness and bait a Baron. And if they don't bait it, they can just do it. And then they can close out the game that way.
And something I do want to highlight that Stress had actually said on the analyst desk when he was talking about Origen rather, in the Challenger series.
That's your job.
Is the fact, I haven't done it 20 minutes, it just clicked. Is the fact that Pekka had actually changed his style. He was sort of one of the primary carries of Fnatic last year. You can see it on this Morgana, it's not really the I win you the fight by going in and blowing people up. It's reactive, it's defensive, and he's relying on Soaz and Niels to help carry, to get the damage down, protecting them and peeling if and where necessary.
Yeah, and if there's any game to do this, it's this one, right? Stylistically speaking, Giants gets carried by Pepinero, you know, and then they just build to shut him down. If he's not doing anything, he is 1-1-0 right now, and FLICKR, he's having the time of his life.
Well, let's take a look. I'm expecting an arrow here from Audrey. This one flies out. It does connect onto Mythy as he re-emerges from Fate's Call. So as his knockback was stunned up by Whirlip. Now we see Mythy finally forced to flash away. They've dropped Whirlip's Nom. FLICKR is flashing forward with the Soul Shackles. The Rend plus one more spear is enough to get a kill. And Niels almost dropped by Pepinero, but almost is simply not enough. Amazing runs him down. And that's 3 kills for 0. And the potential of another Dragon. Scratch that. They want Baron.
And this is the difference between solo queue and LCS. You're in a choke point, you're running away, you see that Sejuani storming at you, Ashe launches her arrow, it's about to hit you in the face. Miffy jumps into it, he takes it like a hero. Kalista ultis forward to take that arrow, ulti out and tanks 4 people. He won that fight, in my opinion, just keeping people busy with the Alistar pick, making sure the arrow doesn't hit his teammates, and this fight went long enough for Origin to just deal so much damage. They're getting contested on the back.
Audrey's, that's very brave. He's got caught, he's got knocked up. Whirlip arrived, but Audrey was on the wrong side of the river, gives up his life at the cost. Well, actually, that was the cost for stopping Baron, so at least stall out that pushing power that Origin could have secured.
They might get a counter Dragon here, making it definitely worth, but there's a lot of wards in the area from Origin. They might have some home guard boots coming out as well. They might be able to stop this, but, you know, I'm not exactly sure how quick this Dragon will go down. But yeah, let's watch this here. So Miffy, he gets Black Shielded, defended from damage. He sees the LeBlanc damage come out, so he gets ulti by Kalista. And then he goes back in, he almost got the arrow. I think it actually went on Amazing. Or on Miffy, I'm actually not sure, but he had the intention of tanking it, let's just say that. But watch him right now, he's in front of 4 people right here. Meanwhile, Whirlip is trying to kill the background. He says, guys, I got him stunned into the wall. Where's my follow-up, you know?
Yeah.
They're like, nah, we're busy killing the support, and yeah, it's not really gonna work out.
Well, we did see so much damage from Pepinero onto Niels. Like we said, just unable to find the target. We did see in the picture-in-picture, while that was going on, Dragon was in fact secured by Giants, so at least they've got themselves those bonus statistics as the game scales and becomes a lot more relevant, and reducing or delaying the threat of that 5-3.
I really like the way Niels uses Kalista ulti as well. He basically waits until an animation is done, you know? He waits until damage from LeBlanc is on the way, he waits until the ulti from Gnar is cast, and then pulls Miffy out, you know? He makes them use abilities on his support, but then pulls them out before the damage gets applied, keeping him nice and healthy, and allowing him to get a really beneficial ulti timing. And it's these little subtle things that make the difference between a great player and an LCS level player.
Oh, Miffy definitely LCS level. 0-0-10. His team has 11 kills. It's very hard to fault his play. All the way from laning phase to that roam in the mid lane. On the side of Giants, it did change to Godfred on this Thresh, but I've not really seen those Lanterns or Death Sentences be massively effective yet.
It's really hard against this lineup to do though, especially once you have more attention focused around your bot lane with the scaling AD carry. It's rough, but OG is looking for a fight.
We'll see if they can find it. The initiation, I think, somewhat favors Giants. However, Origin can definitely surprise with the Evelynn, with the equalizer.
But again, you know, LeBlanc is split pushing, and to be scared of LeBlanc, she has to be around you somewhere in the flanks, you know, so you have to move and adapt. But Pepinero is just taking up farm, he's putting up pressure, but 4-1 is nice. If your 4v4 can win a fight or engage a fight, that becomes beneficial. But at this point, they're fine leaving him in the top lane. He's never going to take down that base tower, you know, and then we'll just clear the wave immediately and set back up. And we have the Scuttle Crab for Baron, we being Origin in this point of view, obviously. So they're fine sticking in the mid lane. They're not really threatened by the LeBlanc split push, because they'll just dive mid and look for a fight and then translate it into a Baron.
We'll see if Origin can secure it, whether or not Giants will be able to interrupt it a second time round. A little while ago, you'd mentioned Audrey was sitting on that Infinity Agent Zeal. Still really only sitting on that with the Agility Cloak to back it up. Still working his way towards that Phantom Dancer, whereas Niels, with Bloodthirster, Hurricane, and the QSS, super important against that hard CC from Giants.
This is the scary point. The wave went in, Soas wants to push it, but they have no idea where LeBlanc is. She could flank, and this could be good.
Well, let's see if they can. Niels has already used the QSS. Heal now popped. Flash is still available. Pepinero has found him. Giants have got one of the main damage dealers away from the fight, but they do lose their support. Now Amazing is the next to fall, and Frederick, he manages to survive from the equalizer. Miffy knocks him back, delays, tries to keep himself alive a little while longer, but it's Giants that find 3 kills, and all of a sudden close that gold gap. They were 5k gold down, they now 3k gold, and they get a massive, massive swing in control and tempo.
Fantastic game read by Giants here. You know, they pushed in the top wave, waited for somebody to defend it, and Pepinero finally was in the dark. He finally was in the flank, and they immediately, no hesitation, start a fight. Origin should not be at Baron when you're when in between you and your top laner is a LeBlanc, this is way too greedy, way too dangerous. Just War of the Wild and get out. But look at this, Frederick comes over the wall, double man ulti, you know, Whirlwind is stacking up his rage bar. TP from Soaz comes, but it's too little too late because LeBlanc is flanking, and once the AD carry is down, she has so much damage. Adri is, for once in these fights, not caught. He's dishing out damage. Godfried sacrifices his life to trade for the jungler, and really good fight from Giants.
Impressive indeed for Giants. It's giving them a little breath of hope. It felt like Origin was strangling them out of the map inch by inch, with only Pepinero trying to hold on for dear life. But now all of a sudden, we do see Phantom Dancer, Vamp Scepter picked up, Randuin's Omen for Whirlip. It's a lot of armor and HP against actually, I consider quite a lot of ability power damage. We'll see how we can make that work. Over on the other side, Hourglass with Soaz for a little while.
No
big item points are picked up.
No reaction push from Origin in the mid lane, so Giants is switching things up right now. Instead of sending Pepinero solo right now, they're basically butting up with him, going for the 5-man. They haven't done that in a while, so this might catch Origin off guard. And they're kind of afraid to 5-man push in middle here because they're doing a 1-3-1, and with people in your back, it's really dangerous to push in forward with the 3-man squad. Whirlip still has TP, so he's keeping them busy. So I like the map movement from Giant because they're securing the Baron area, and there's not enough pressure on the bot lane for Giants to be pushed back to bot. So if they can force a bait right now, it could be good. Otherwise, they'll have to pick up that bot lane, wave again, push that out, wait for the pressure. So that's again 2 minutes from now. They can start doing the same thing. Now they'll have to fix their bot lane.
We're in for another very, very important game of guess the right direction.
Yeah, it's a chain of events, right? You move somebody to the bot, that opens like a gap for the other team to walk in the top side. It's cross-map objectives. This is all what League of Legends is about, and wave control right now. So you see Pepinero ping. He's doing the mirror of what he did earlier on top lane. He's going to do it on bot lane right now. The problem is he can't flank in the back to get to the team around Baron right now. He's all the way at the other side of the map. This makes it a lot trickier, and it could prompt a Baron rush from Origin in full vision to basically bait Giants into a fight they can't win, but they have to take it anyways because they don't want to lose the Baron. They could also start playing around Dragon, but I think 1 Dragon, 2 Dragons, it's easier for Origin to now. They see LeBlanc on the bottom, or they will see her, immediately move into the Dragon area, the Baron area rather, and then just take that and control that.
So let's see if Origin agree with that strategy, Trepo.
Hey, I'm on this desk for a reason.
30 minutes.
Might be wrong.
10 seconds until this Dragon spawns. They've actually pushed their way down. They did briefly catch a glimpse of Pepinero. They will be spotted out by that reworked Hawk shot. And we see ourselves in a position where
Pepe's flanking again. He's doing the same thing on the other side of the map because of the Dragon timing, and Origin's buying into it.
All right, let's see what they can do. Pepe's got caught out. He lands the dog binding, and instantly Pepinero is down. 5v4 now as we see Frederick on the retreat. Glacial Prison has been used, and Whirlip has got not a lot of options to throw down that Gnar. He does hold on to it for a while, knocks him into free space. There's no stun. The Ash Arrow finally, but again, it's too little and too late. And Origin, they just instantly win the fight by taking out Pepinero with a great Dark Binding.
Yeah, you don't full pick it twice, you know, season mid lane. He saw it once, he's like, all right, I think Pepe's gonna try this again. Very, very telegraphed play from Giants, and, you know, at that point it becomes a skill matchup, you know. Pepinero has to dodge that binding and still find a way to get his damage across. Didn't happen, and that means immediate fight over. If your flank fails, if one of your sides gets taken out, you're playing 5v4 immediately, or worse, you know, 5v3, and you lose the fight immediately.
And we did see Audrey and Godfrey trying to take the Dragon, but they were pushed away by the threat of Mithy and Soaz. 3-man Origin squad secure the first Baron of the game. Dragon is still left standing.
I really like the way Origin is moving their resources around. They could have went for the safe 5-man Baron, but they know the game well enough that 3 people is enough. They know that there's 2 people left on Giants that might actually want to take that Dragon. They don't want to give Giants a free Dragon, so they keep a couple people around to stop them. They take the free Baron, move to the Dragon, and start snowballing the objective game again. They've only given away 5 kills to Giants, and only 2 to Pepinero, so fantastic play from Origin.
On the side of Niels, he did not have enough lifesteal. Got himself a Blade of the Rune. King now, even more attack speed, even more tank sustain, if you like, to keep himself up to these fights. So Dragon is up. Look at the positioning from Giants. They do not have Pepe. He's up in the top lane. Audrey was bottom, but he's on his way up to the jungle, and Giants, I think, wisely back away. Do not overcommit without the primary damage dealer being so far away.
It's one big deja vu, right? Just Pepinero split pushing over and over, and his team basically just watching him almost, you know, sitting in the mid lane, sitting on the bot lane, hovering around a tier 2. You know, they pull the trigger when they have a flank, but Origin now knows about that game plan. No versatility, they're down 5,000 gold, Baron buff. It's looking pretty grim because Origin is playing pretty collected. That means they should use this Baron buff to take at least down 2 towers. There's only 1 tier 2 left, which means likely a base tower will fall, and then it can start snowballing, unless Pepinero makes a pick.
Well, let's see whether or not he can find a target. Distortion's up, and then pop the Black Shield from Peke with all that MR as well. We did see Peke surviving the trade. So, Baron empowered minions on the bottom lane. Mythy gonna get caught by those ethereal chains. As Amazing is looking to set up a flank. Soaz has put on a very early equalizer. This could be just distraction while they secure the tower. 3 members of Origin flowing forward. The Glacial Prison does absolutely nothing. Niels is able to scare away Frederick as he flashes over the wall. So tower secured, and a lot of initiation tools all used. No box, no arrow, no prison, no Gnar ultimate, and Origin can set up on the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, in addition, the Giants members are low, so even if a fight breaks out, they're likely to just die in this fight. But they don't want to give up this inhibitor because it snowballed the game. But they have no choice. Adri gets bound.
Oh, he hasn't managed to get taken out just yet. Mythy gets pulled backwards once again by Niels, pulling the Fate's Call button. They're onto the inhibitor. Whirlip gets knocked up. Mega Gnar is getting close to popping, but he's already used the active portion of it. And Origin just executes the tower push fantastically. The only cost was Soaz's life, but they got super minions in the bottom lane and pushed Giants all the way away.
And this is the exact reason that the casters always harp on the fact that tier 2 towers are likely to be lost in a Baron scenario. You just don't have the time or the space to defend them because those Baron creeps are so tough to deal with. At the same time, you're so vulnerable to flanks. On your left side on that bottom tier 2, you don't have a wall protecting you like you do in your base, right? And basically it just invites Eve to flank, the equalizer comes down, and at that point, Giants using their engage tools as disengage. And once you're forced to do that, you're very likely to start losing that fight.
And they did.
And they did indeed.
Well, let's take a quick look again at those items. I like to keep an eye on Adri because on that sort of scaling ADC, we're 35 minutes in, still looking to complete his 3rd item.
He's too far behind the curve, you know. Like, what do you do in this situation? You can't fault him for it at this point. You know, he wants more damage, doesn't have he wants more life still to stay alive, but then he doesn't have a Lost Whisper. He wants more gold, but he's not gonna get it at this point. He's basically choked out of gold. Pepinero's taken up all the farm, but Pekka's Black Shield, you saw it. 200 HP maybe he lost with a Black Shield on a combo from LeBlanc. It's looking pretty grim.
Well, we'll see whether or not Giants can dig deep enough. Super minions down at the bottom. No Baron, but I don't know if Origin even need it. They connect with the Dark Binding onto Frederick. Glacial Prison is available, but they're not stacking up just yet. There goes Pepinero from the side lane, unable to get his burst down onto a target. Right, Godfred connects with the Death Sentence and nobody follows it up. Mega Gnar is available. Flash is not. Whirlip's got a lot of distance to cover. He's unable to do it. Keep an eye on your mini-map. Super minions now just breaching the walls of Giants' base, and Origin may want to play around that. If there's no one to deal with them, Origin may be able to get on the next inhib turret.
Yeah, you might be sitting at home saying, like, Origin, why don't you fight? You're ahead, you could win that fight. They don't want to because they can just wait for someone to defend that bottom tower, break open the fight, poke Ashe out here, and now Giants is in trouble because there's 400, 500 HP maybe left on that tower. They can burn that tower down and then start a fight without having to worry about the tower damage. At the same time, minions are piling in on bottom every wave, super creeps. Amazing's looking out for the LeBlanc flank.
Well, we do see Pepinero lands right in his head. Mythy flashes forward, gets the knock-up, headbutts him backwards. Amazing may go down. The Ignite is burning. We did see the inhibitor turret falling. Amazing was killed by Ignite, but Godfred is traded in return. Ash Arrow connects there onto Niels, but it simply does not matter. Frederick is killed on the front line as another inhibitor now falls. Origin have taken out super minions, inhibitors in the top and the bottom lane. 3 members of Giants are down for another 30 seconds, and they're committing to the Nexus turrets. This is going to be the final push.
Yeah, good resource management while there from Origin. They basically know that they can put 2 people on Peppy and still win the remaining fight 3v4 because they're so far ahead. Nice fight, clean execution, only 7 kills, 8 now away, but they're getting the Nexus and they're taking a first game in the European LCS.
Origin are on the board, taking down Giants in 37 minutes. Within 5.5 minutes of that Baron, they were able to close the game out, really showing how important it is to secure that objective. Slow and steady wins the race.
Well, not according to the graph. Slow and steady wins the race. I think when you play against Giants with this type of composition, you know, all centered on the LeBlanc pick, you saw it. They ban out Lu, telegraphing the LeBlanc pick. I actually picked up on it a little late, but Origin were prepared. You know, Flex pick Morgana, I think really the cornerstone of this pick and bans. Beautiful execution. I think Amazing could have spent this time a little better, you know, focusing on the tiny negatives. Wasted a lot of time, but at the same time, they were sure they weren't going to get ganked. You know, they played secure, and I think that's a nice approach against a team like Giants. They made one mistake where they got flanked, and they learned from it. And that's what I like seeing. Teams that are adaptive, they know what an enemy team is planning, and then they react to it the second time. Strong showing from Origin.
Well, we'll have to see if they can keep that one up. Giants, of course, were the 9th place team from the spring split, and while you have to give credit, Origin were in control the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
We'll need to see if they can up the level and if they can keep surprising, because this was a team composition I was not expecting from this particular squad, but it does still play to the style that they had, with Soaz and Niels being some of the primary carries from the Challenger Series.
0-2-16 on Miffy. I like that a lot. You know, 16 assists out of a total of 18 kills in his first game on the LCS. And Miffy, if you don't know his history, he used to be a very lane-dominant player. You know, he was one of the few people, the few supports in Europe that actually traded aggressively really well in the times that Zyra was viable, because he's such a nimble player. He would just trade aggressively and rely on his skill to sidestep your skill shots, and then win the trade that way. You know, forgive Esk almost, if you can compare it to an AD carry. I'm not sure if he's still on the same level. He played really secure. When talking to him, he basically tells me, I don't care about laning anymore. It's all about roaming, you know, team play. But he played a really mean Alistar, really good synergy with Niels, and I want to see how this bot lane pairs up.
I completely agree. I completely agree. Watching the Kalista Alistar and seeing the timings on those Fates calls and seeing the interaction between the two of them as well as their respective opponents, it felt just so well practiced. It felt like there was no pressure on their shoulders. They were making calculated decisions, and I want to see if they can keep that up against some of the, dare I say, stronger players that we've seen from the rest of the LCS, stronger bot lanes or stronger mid lanes, or guys who can challenge them on their positioning a little bit more, because Giants only really found one weakness in Origin's map positioning. And I wonder if they'll have that same freedom against teams like H2K, who are so mobile across the map, Fnatic, who are generally so in your face.
Yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see how Origin goes on. You have to commend them. You know, they had a really nice first showing, but against tougher teams, when the tempo is higher in the game, when there's more reaction from the enemy on what you're doing, you know, you're going bottom, fine, we'll go set up a top lane, ward up your jungle, take a tower, and then make a pick, for example, stuff like that. You know, really high tempo plays, a gameplay with a lot of kills. See if Origin don't drown into the action.
Yeah, definitely the case. And I think if we step back and look at Giants, I think more of the same. It's a very similar play style. The number of times we saw Pepe alone trying to pull attention, pull threat, so the other teams could try do something, but not really making it happen. I feel for Giants, they've played better than I would have expected, dare I say it. However, it doesn't feel like there's enough growth.
Yeah, it's pretty one-dimensional, and we'll see if they can have variations on Pepe carrying, but as this season goes on and the meta stays somewhere in the same champion picks, these drafts are really going to be really important for the other teams playing Giants, because they can learn from it, right? Now we see what Giants wanted to do with this draft. First pick LeBlanc on their main carry player. You know, it's pretty telegraphed. The entire game, you know, yeah, they went split pushing, they went for the trap collapse, you know, with the flank. People can learn from this, and I wonder if there's versatility coming out from Giants. However, season just started, new support, you know, he might bring in fresh IDs, honeymoon phase and all, so we'll see.
And at 2 for 2 on Ashe. Europe with AD carries has actually usually been a little different this year, at least, to some of the other regions.
Genji's
you know,
gone now, so.
A little late to pick up Sivir in some cases and favoring some of the others. What's your take on Ashe thus far, 5.9?
Initially, my reaction playing against her in solo queue was she's very immobile and you can exploit that, but the LCS level is obviously higher and people work around their weaknesses. You saw Fnatic put resources around Reckless when he was on Ashe to get him through the tough early game. I think you can really exploit her immobility and just keep on killing her. And once she falls behind the curve, like you saw with Audrey, it gets really difficult, but time will tell.
Well, we'll find out if Ashe continues to get played today. We have 3 more games. Before we get to them, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk, where Shox is joined by a few members of Origin.
Thank you so much, guys. Joining me is Niels, and amazing indeed. Very first win for Origin on the LCS stage. Was against Giants, but you guys were really careful going into this match, not wanting to put too much pressure maybe on your old shoulders, and it translated into quite a quiet early game, so to say. Amazing. Was that getting the jitters out?
Yeah, kind of. Like, we can call it quiet, but honestly, I felt like we didn't play to our usual standard, which is like our scrim standard. So I'm slightly unhappy with the game, but we took the win, and that's at least what counts towards the playoffs.
Right, directly being quite, what's the word? A lot of critique for your own play in the very first game. That's good to going into it.
Yeah, basically, like since I'm one of the main shot callers together with Mithy, like I can only critique myself for the play, so I have to work up to that.
That's nice.
It was interesting. Before we, came over to us from the caster desk, amazing. You were talking about how people were playing a little bit differently from usual on stage. Niels, it seemed like business as usual from Challenger Series straight into LCS on Kalista. How was that, your first game as an LCS player?
I mean, to be honest, I think I missed at least 25 CS just in laning phase, and I felt like my mouse was not moving, and I had to cut my own mouse pad from Miffy's because I had no my own with me. So, but after the first 25 minutes, it started to become fine again, and it was like I felt like at home, you know. But in the other game, I couldn't hit the CS, and I missed every spear, but. Then after that it became fine again. So
a little bit of jitters and then it became fine again. Yet the game, whilst it looked like it was very much going in your favor, in the mid game there were a couple of trades and team fights that Giants actually did pretty well, and it reminded me of the couple of times where you guys in I believe it was the semifinals of the Challenger Series, where sometimes you guys had some trouble when it came to the late game and decision making. How did you experience that?
Yeah, you can see the parallels a bit. Like we had a bit of land jitters coming in, and we kind of let them come back into the game where we shouldn't have, and it was due to us not like doing our usual routines, which is basically rotate for every turret, get every Drake, like set up for everything properly. We were scared to kind of face into pink boards because we gave LeBlanc maybe too much respect, or Pepinero too much respect, which we shouldn't. And I guess that was it, but I hope we can adapt tomorrow, at least.
Yeah, I think you mean that he did deserve the respect, but you still got to play your own game, of course. Yeah.
He didn't deserve so much respect, let's put it this way.
All right.
Like, we shouldn't be scared of him, we should respect him as a player, but we shouldn't be afraid of him.
Mm-hmm. I think it was very interesting because Pepinero did in that game basically what he did against Elements at the end of last split, which was they weren't getting the fights they wanted. So he just goes, okay, I'm going to go to the other lanes. I'm going to go top. I'm going to go bot. I'm just going to split push. Yeah. Yes, he got one flank on you, Niels, but I actually want to bring things to a replay that we have here. It was slightly earlier in the game. This was one of the team fights just around the lower river where Giants, maybe this was one of the better setups they could have hoped for. You guys actually engaged onto them, and then from here, one thing that we were tracking throughout this entire game was past 20 minutes, where did the Ashe arrows land? Only 4 were fired after 20 minutes. At this point, you guys have split and kited back really nicely, and every single time an Ashe arrow actually came into fights, of the 4, 2 hit Eve, 2 hit Alistair. That was pretty much perfect from what you guys wanted. I don't believe it actually even locked Mithy down here. From here, it's a really easy re-engage for you guys. After you've seen fights like this happen time and time again, Niels, for you as the AD carry, how do you basically make sure you don't get caught out in these fights? Because look how low you get bursted down.
I mean, the arrow hits Alistar, who's in the ult, and then the Sylvania ult hits only one guy. So there's no more spells, and the guy will miss too. So there's not so much stuff except for the blank burst that can kill me. So after the initial ult, then there's something else that can kill me. So I can just go in, have Black Shield too in case. And Alistar is very balanced too. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on that point, I actually saw, I think it might have been Skara that was tweeting how strong Alistair is right now. So certainly seems the mutual comment from a lot of the players as
Definitely is. How did you experience also in this game? Alistair, but still got to be played correctly. And Mithy just seems to be growing, and you guys together as well.
Yeah, I mean, Mithy teach me a lot about how to play the game on a competitive stage and instead of solo queue. And that helped me a lot during our time together. So I appreciate that, of course. And I think we're going to a strong duo, not only lane phase, but other side of the game, how we communicate, how we use Kalista ult, for example. After his ult is over, he's kind of one-shotted, so he tells me to ult him in or ult him out. Yeah.
Yeah. One final thing about the game, maybe amazing on Evelyn, something that we've seen risen to popularity again in recent games. Why is it your champion right now?
Is it my champion?
I mean, for this game at least.
Okay,
you can tell us that. Hashtag AskAmazing.
Okay, that. Glad you bring that up. Anyway, the thing is that I think that Evelyn has this one factor to her. It's basically to make the enemy play safe. It doesn't even matter which matchup it is. As soon as Evelyn has red buff and get behind someone or get on the same level as someone, which is quite easily as Evelyn, you can just walk up to them, not even using W necessarily, just flanking them. As soon as you're on level with them and you're able to chase with W and red buff, it's a 100% kill. And that alone just makes the laning phase so much easier, especially 1v1, 2v2 laning. And her mid to late game scaling is actually pretty good too. So like most of the critique that is coming towards Evelyn is basically that she's able to be bursted maybe if she's caught out. But if you're a smart player, which I hope to be, you shouldn't be caught out and use your strengths correctly.
All right, well, you absolutely did. And you guys got that first win on the board. Good job on that. Stepping back from the game, of course, I got to ask you, I had your two colleagues here, so as an FLICKR, asking them about expectations going into the season. You know, one of making playoffs is on there, not aiming too high. You got to see how things go. Maybe you guys are a bit more vocal or have a different opinion. I think so.
Do you want to go?
Niels?
I mean, I know you think we're the best team in the world, you know, but I just really just want to see how it goes, you know. Sure, win the first match, but I think there are some really good teams this season, better than last season at least. I mean, last split. So I just want to see how it goes and hope for the best.
Yeah, but with the way you guys know you can play, I mean, playoffs should be something that you should be able to get.
Yeah, definitely. For us, like as FLICKR already communicated, like playoff is everything basically, and afterwards it's just like a matter of being in the form. Like we saw Unicorns of Love, they had a pretty bad seed to be honest. They had their 5th seed and they came in and basically got 2nd place in the end because just other teams were not in form. They were so like just play playoffs, be prepared for that, and that's basically the goal there is.
Yeah, well, you got to start somewhere, and with one win is a very good start. Congratulations. Great game by you guys. An important note from us, though, for you guys at home. Due to a logistical issue, we will be making a change to the schedule today. Up next, we'll be bringing you the clash between Gambit Gaming and the new roster of Elements. That will be followed by H2K versus Roccat, and then the Copenhagen Wolves versus SK Gaming. A little bit of a shuffle, but the European LCS continues in just a few minutes.
You want troll or what?
Yeah, I want troll, exactly.
Okay.
So
that's good.
And no one else, troll, and we win. Okay? Yeah.
But the Pulverize knocks them both up. That's another kill to Origin. Amazing's on the board. The Flame Spitter puts Soaz on the board. It's still burning him away. Agony's Embrace is melting Giants on the sideline. It's a 2-for-1 as the Glacial Prison locks up Origin.
Coming. Kalista. Evelyn.
Rumble.
Kill Evelyn.
Evelyn. Nice.
Was killed by Ignite, but Godfrey is traded in return. Ash Arrow connects there onto Niels, but it simply does not matter. Origin are on the board, taking down Giants.
Elements didn't feel so much like my team, honestly. It was more like we had like a lot of problems. We didn't work out that well together in the end.
We came to a point where it just couldn't go farther anymore. So we had to do a drastic move.
I think we mainly just looked for players that could actually get along and still like playing the game and actually want to win.
So for the new players, we were looking for fresh players or like for veterans. In the end, we decided to take like another veteran like Dexter.
In Lemondogs, he was probably my best friend on the team, and I really enjoy playing with him, both in and outside of the game. He's a good friend of mine.
I already played with Tubbs. I know how he is. I know how to approach him, like from his personality. I have been playing against Froggen for like 2 or 3 years almost, so I kind of know his personality too.
For Cheba right now, it's his time to shine. Like he has a good team around him.
I always wanted to be in this team for since long, but it never happened. But now it did, so it was good.
Like we looked at players and stuff, and Taps has obviously always been close to us.
I don't really have any hard feelings, you know. I think what they did to the team, they thought would work out for the best for them, so I can't hold it against them. I've changed my mindset to the game and how I view it within my life, and I'm going hard or go home, basically.
And then for the support role, we decided to take a new talent.
I basically started playing League in Season 3. I didn't play any competitive at all so far. I went to my first tournament ever like 4 weeks ago or something.
Even though he's new to the scene and like everything, I'm confident enough to teach him how to play like in a team.
I'm pretty excited to play with like new people. We have a complete new roster basically around Froggen again. It's like Super Team version 3 basically.
I mean, I learned a lot over the last 2-3 months. Maybe not so much in game, but a lot outside of the game, so I'm very happy about that. I mean, I play a video game, right? So it's like, kind of need to have some fun doing that.
Yeah, it's actually one of the happiest teams I've ever played in.
I mean, as long as you have fun, it's pretty easy to stay motivated.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the European LCS. Before we get into our next matchup, let's hear from you guys over in the Twitterverse, because earlier we asked who is your player to watch and why. And you had a lot to say as usual. Our first tweet is from @WizKid. I'm looking forward to seeing Dexter. I really want to know where he is right now in Europe, and that's a question on a lot of people's minds.
I mean, he's in Berlin right now.
He is.
But, I mean, sorry, that was terrible. I channeled like Freak for a second there. But let's bring it back to that. Dexter's a player we haven't actually seen in Europe in a while. Obviously, he spent time over with CLG. Mixed results over there. It's been a split now, at least, without really seeing Dexter as a player here. We know he's a veteran player with a lot of experience. He's been on so many teams that have been competing at the highest level. So can he bring that experience to a team like Elements? Time will tell. I think he is one of the players to watch, certainly.
All right, and definitely exciting to see him back here again. Our second tweet is from @10ketsu. Gambit forgiven. I want to see that salt and pepper bot lane. No comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to channel Freak again because, you know, now we've got Edward or Gosu Pepper. Now with Forgiven, it's a well-seasoned bot lane. But honestly, those two players, again, they've been around for a very long time. I feel like one of the big storylines we have here in Europe is the return of a lot of veteran players, just all across the board. We've seen all of the new talent, the 23 new rookies we saw in Spring Split. Now we're seeing the old guard trying to take back their crown, and let's see if they will have more luck than they did in North America, because not a lot of the old guard are still around over there.
That's true, and a sign of that as well is Edward back to Gosu Pepper,
Yeah.
Diamond back to Diamond, Prox trying to channel that old M5 spirit maybe. Our last tweet is from @CurseSkyblade. The player I'm looking forward to watching is Scumbag Crepo. I've always enjoyed his casting and I look forward to more. Well, he's been casting for a while now. I'd say it was pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say pretty good. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that.
What is that? What is that?
I was gonna maybe like make a joke about like, you know, still room to improve, but no, honestly, I can't.
No, definitely.
It's been a pleasure working with Mitch this week.
Absolutely has. Looking forward to doing a lot more of that. And thank you guys for sending in those tweets. Be sure to stay in a conversation as the day continues. Use that hashtag LCS. You know the drill, of course. But now let's dial in on our next game where Gambit are about to take to the Rift with a Spring Split MVP against an overhauled Elements roster. We are going to start by taking a look at the lineup for Gambit. What in the top lane? Cabochard, then Diamond Prox, Betsy, Forgiven, Gosu Pepper, and their coach Moo. Very interesting to see there the change back to Gosu Pepper, and now Forgiven in that bottom lane. There's a lot of talked about when it comes to that, and there's a lot of good things to say about Forgiven, obviously, but when it comes to Gambit and mid-game presence, Pinoy actually had a high level of mid-game involvement in that team, the 4th highest kill participation of ADCs, between 15 and 30 minutes, and in that same time window, Forgiven actually has the 2nd lowest kill participation in that window. Will that have any implications for the way Gambit plays in the mid-game and maybe having to bank more on closing it out later?
That's one of the biggest points here about this, revamped Gambit lineup with Forgiven now. That's not the only real change that the Forgiven addition to the team is going to have. You look at the stats when it comes to the CS share between the team. Previously, Spring Split Gambit, because of Pinoy's involvement, meant that so much of the farm went over to Cabochard. He was the #1 top laner for CS share for the team. Compare that with Forgiven on SK, it was Forgiven that was absorbing most of the CS. This is something that Crepo, I'm expecting a lot to hear from him in the coming game, but that's a dynamic that we really have to watch out for and see how it changes the Gambit lineup.
Yeah, absolutely, and just see how that bottom lane plays together as well. Betsy in the tease at the beginning of the show said, well, we have a good bot lane now. That is something we have always wanted. Very, very strong words there. How do you think it's going to work out, that cooperation between Edward, who is now yet again on another AD carry after, Genja, his old mate, has not been around for a while. How do you think that, in terms of personality and playstyle, would mesh out?
I find that a really interesting statement from Betsy, because Betsy hasn't been around the Gambit lineup particularly long himself. And Pinoy, when he joined, they went to IEM in Cologne and won that. So, I mean, Betsy is right to assess that maybe the Gambit bot lane as a duo hasn't been the strongest for quite some time. This may very well be that reinvigoration that the Gambit lineup needs in the bot lane.
And we'll see how that turns out. They're up against Elements in this one on the red side. The brand new roster except for Froggen. So let's take a look at it. JWoww, Dexter, Froggen, Tabs, Promiscu, and their coach now, Nif. So it is Froggen there, and we heard it in the video. Was it Dexter who said it? The Super Team version 3 already. But it's cool that they say it, because that is kind of, okay, is this then the Super Team again? Is that still the same story you want to go with? And to us, it's a big story of veterans or people who are looking for another maybe a last chance to make things happen.
Yeah, it certainly is, again, that story of a team full of veterans. I would even class JWoww as somebody who is a veteran of the scene. I remember casting him on TCM all the way back in Season 3. He is a player that has been around a long time, but never really had the platform with a team around him to play. But saying that, they're a team of players with experience. We know they have had what it takes to get to the top when it comes to a lot of the players. Do they have what it takes to get to the top now? Because you can see just exactly how many games they have between them. 12 combined splits and a crazy, crazy number of games.
Yeah, and the World's appearances, Dexter wasn't one of those, of course, Tabs and Lemon Dog, so that is at least some communication that will still be there. Talking about JWoww as well, so kind of do or die for him. He has the right team around them, I said. Tabs also said the same thing. It is go hard or go home. Very interesting from him to hear that he has a totally different vision on the way, I'm going to quote him, the way the game fits in the rest of his life now, because that's one of the main things we heard echoed when he left the Alliance roster, of course, as well. How do we think he's going to do?
That's, and it's so weird, because this lineup is one that is so untested. It's so difficult. Like Origin Fnatic, we've had some consistency between that. The only thing really consistent about this lineup is Froggen. And again, Tabs spent a split not playing. How does that affect a player? Every single player is different when it comes to taking time off. Some will just naturally pick it back up. Tabs, again, we saw his performances on Alliance. People were back and forth, spring split, summer split. There was a difference in people's impression of how Tabs played. If Tabs comes back as good as he was on Alliance when they were winning, then Elements is still a very dangerous team.
Definitely, with that Promiscu, the brand new support by his side, so we will see how that turns out. It's time to see these refreshed squads on the Rift, so let's head to the caster desk for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Stress. And I just want to reiterate something that Shocks said. An Elements team member saying it's do or die. Why does that feel so familiar to me?
Yeah, well, the last guy that said that is sitting right here, so hopefully it bodes better for them than for me. But yeah, I think we're about to head in Champ Select soon. And people that personally I want to watch, I want to watch Dexter. But I also want to watch Promiscuous, or Promiscu as he calls himself, because back in the day, he was called Hamp the Tank. I just wanted to throw it out there. I love that name.
That is an awesome nickname. I'm sad he changed it. I personally want to see how Forgiven performs. You know, on a team like Gambit, Pinoy was a little bit of a wild card in terms of his decision-making and his positioning and things he could do. Forgiven is a little bit more... No, he's a lot more predictable. That's a lot more fair to say. And let's see how they decide to go out. So, Crepper, we are in picks and bans. Kalista taken away from Tabs. Elements, let's see what he responds with.
So Forgiven in his nature, he's not a Kalista player. He's actually not much of a Sivir player either. Like he used to tend a lot to, you know, the Grage and Lucian. You know, Lucian's definitely top pick of those two in the meta right now, so we might see him pick that up. We mentioned it earlier, you know, Azir and Cassiopeia both, like, you know, combined really strong in the mid lane, so you might see Elements leading with Cassiopeia means maybe another Azir ban too, maybe leaving a lot of the jungles open, but Gambit replies here with Rek'Sai. Let's see how this goes on.
So, game 3 of the day, a lot more similar champion priority to what we saw at the opening match of the day between Fnatic and UOL. The Gragas taken away there from Diamond, again, one of the top tier junglers. Gambit, of course, they have got a different coach this split. Going to move Dimitri, a member who's been with the team a very long time, but these teams are taking their times with these bans, Crepo.
Yeah, there's a lot of mind games in the current pick and ban like scene right now, because they banned out Gragas in response to the Rek'Sai that leaves Sejuani open, but is Gambit really gonna first pick Sejuani? You know, we know Diamond likes to play it, and if he does, you know, Dexter probably has an answer ready, so they're probably not gonna see a ban or a first pick on that. LeBlanc taken away from Froggen, so LeBlanc's out, Cassiopeia's out, Azir is open. We might see an Azir ban here. Final Victor ban. This means that Elements knows that if Gambit picks Azir right here, Elements has a plan. I hope so, at least.
Well, we're about to find out. If anybody was going to make that prediction, I'd like to think you would be in one of the better spots to do so.
Yeah, we had many plans back in the day.
But the other thing then is, where does Dexter go in the jungle? With Gragas and Rek'Sai off the table, Sejuani is up. The Azir is first pick.
Well,
so
Sejuani maybe.
All of the ingredients are there. What do Elements want in reply? You know, both of these teams are going to have drastically different play styles to what we saw in the spring split. For Elements, because they have 4 new players. For Gambit, it's because Forgiven brings so much weight in his play style alone. We need to see how this works out.
If I was there, I'd lock in Bard already. No joke, actually, I think he's really good against the likes of Azir. You can 1-1 hit it and basically CC him you know, from far with the ulti, even though he has a dash, but then you can lock him down. Other than that, I don't know. I think they should steal away Sejuani maybe, but then they have the risk that the Diamond might play an aggressive jungler here. Nidalee is still open, might still be played. Had some success there. Let's just see what Elements replies with and see what happens.
I mean, Nidalee was one of Diamond's most played champions. 3 games in the regular split. He played it in the playoffs as well, but unfortunately they didn't make it past the quarterfinals. And Gambit, of course, ran that heavy tank style of gameplay when we last saw them. Element's going a slightly different direction. They've got that Alistair for support. They've got that Maokai for the top lane. So a lot of safety in those 2 picks.
They put JOL on like a tank that can hold his own, you know, can do well with some early ganks, but generally is played passively in the top lane to soak up damage, and this opens up for Froggen and Tabs to carry. I like that for the Elements kind of style. I think Alistair, we highlighted it earlier, fantastic support right now. However, these are 2 champions in 5-on-5 team fights that can get punished by an Azir ultimate really hard. You know, they go in, they get pushed back out. They have no way of getting back into this fight. Let's see what Edward reacts with. Thresh into Alistar, not too big of a fan. I think it's laneable in any sense, but I don't think there's a hard counter for Alistar. You just have to play around his kit. And let's see what Gambit goes for the team comp here. Lucian, staple pickup for Gambit Gaming here for Forgiven. So taking a step back at the draft pack, we could have predicted the Azir pick, and I think Elements was aware, so they knew that was coming. They knew Lucian was coming, so they must have a plan, and it seems like Urgot was left open. Kind of forgot about that, and I think that's really big. Sivir's still a possibility, but running high speed into an Azir wall, you know, may come to bite you. You may rather want to shut down Forgiven in lane if you can with the Urgot.
Well, we'll see what Elements do decide to lock in. As far as Gambit's game plan, readable.
What's
everything's gone in. If they want to opt into, I mean, you know, that Urgot you could throw mid as well. It's not too impossible, not really into the Azir.
No, that's actually a really good point. I totally forgot about that. That's actually a really good point. That might actually happen here. So we have magic damage on the jungle, magic damage on the support, magic damage on the top lane, and it opens up the opportunity to play Urgot mid. which is one of the few good mid picks left because Victor is out of the equation, LeBlanc's out of the equation. You might actually be right on the money here.
And talking about that, when you run through the magic damage, something that really sticks out in my mind from talking to Froggen in the spring split was whenever team comps were decided, at least according to Froggen and how he explained it, was there are certain checklists he likes to talk about, certain things he likes to look for. Elements are currently lacking some wave clear, which is one of the concerns you have to talk about. Sivir is still open if they wanted to try supplement that and use the mobility of Sivir to get around maybe the wall or the soldiers from Azir. There are possibilities here.
We got punished really hard by Gambit in the spring split by opting for a combination with very low wave clear and not enough pressure in the mid lane. They basically played this siege comp with Nidalee, taking out tower by tower by tower. You know, Lucian's okay at taking towers. Azir is really good at taking towers. Evelyn pick up here in the jungle for Diamond. Pretty good like fourth choice. It's happened in the other game as well. 3 jungles out, Sejuani, Rek'Sai, Gragas, and then the next pick is could have introduced it again at MSI, the Evelyn.
And it is something that Diamond has quite a history on as well. Definitely played that multiple times in the past. So Gambit, multiple options with their team comp. They can do a large number of things thanks to the versatility of Azir and Lucian. And the question on our minds, does Froggen lock in Orianna or does Tabs maybe lock in Sivir, maybe lock in something else? There's not a lot of magic damage, so the Orianna would supplement that as well as giving you all that teamfight power.
Yeah, the Orianna, it feels so short range to me. It feels very, very short range and very tricky to play. And with good positioning from Gambit in like choke points, etc., in the nice Azir ulti coming out from Betsy, might get tricky. Looks like he's opting for maybe Vladimir. Scales better, I think.
Okay, so what does this mean now for the team comps? Froggen on Vlad, Tabs on Urgot, different champions from what we've seen all day, but definitely looking for very long, drawn-out team fights. Those are a lot of targets to get through.
No split push. So this is, if you've ever played Yu-Gi-Oh, this is what they call an Exodia comp. You know, you have the left leg of the forbidden one, the right leg of the forbidden one, and if you get them all together, you get that wombo combo, Stompy AoE fight. But by God, if you don't get all your cards on the table right in the middle in a fight, you're probably gonna lose because there's no split push from Maokai. There's no split push. Like, Vladimir can split push, yeah, but they basically want to set up these wombo combo ultimates. Right, Trev?
I'm done. You're in your 3rd game in the summer split, and you're quoting Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I'm running out of comparisons.
I don't know how many people are going to keep up with that one. I appreciate and respect that, but I think you're a brave, brave man. The one thing I do see from Elements is so little wave clear. I am terrified for them if they ever fall behind, and all of a sudden they've got to deal with those Azir soldiers and Lucian and Thresh in their face.
Kind of tricky. Without wave clear, it's easy to flank if you have a lot of wave clear, like you said, they have no wave clear, right? And it's easy to flank if you have a lot of wave clear setting up for those flanks, buying yourself time when Gambit is knocking on your door. But at the same time, you know, you don't have the time because they'll just push through mid. And that means they'll face the Azir wall up front. And my eyes are on Betsy, and the one thing that speaks against him, farm priority #1, Cabashard. Farm priority #1, Forgiven. Betsy ranked 8th in mid laners to get the farm out of all teams, farm share in the game. That means he has almost nothing to work with, while he is the staple. He's the crux of the Gambit composition.
Well, we will find out if he's going to make that one work. We're loading up onto the road for the 3rd time in the summer split. Gambit in the blue trunks, Elements in the red trunks. 2 teams that, truthfully, I have no idea how to evaluate their effective strengths coming into the split.
If
different play styles as well.
If Elements gets pushed on all 3 lanes, this can get ugly really quickly, because out of all junglers that like invading, Diamond Prox is definitely one of them, you know. And with a slippery Eve, not knowing where she is and having the possibility of her being in your jungle, in addition to playing a weak early clearing jungler like Sejuani that goes pretty low on the clears, could prove very, very dangerous.
And we'll see if it does. Of course, for everybody that is watching, Forgiven has replaced Pinoy as the AD carry, and Gosu Pepper is, in fact, Edward. He's gone back to his original nickname from several years ago. We've already changed it to Ed Ward with a capitalization on that W. So there's only 1 new player for anybody who's returning from the spring split.
Good deep ward on the camp from Elements here. Want to somehow figure out where Evelyn starts, because you don't have to see her. If you see her at 1 camp, you can pretty much predict what she's going to do next in at least the next minute and a half. Give you enough information to play around and play relatively safe. But I just want to reiterate that point. I think Azir can push in Vladimir. I think Gnar can push in Maokai. And I can think Lucian Thresh can push in Urgot, Alistair, especially early levels. So this might be triple pressure for Elements to deal with. And that might be very rough combined with an early game jungler. Early struggling jungler like Sejuani.
Now we'll see what Dexter rather Diamond decides to do if his lanes go aggressive. Where does Diamond Prox place his priority on that particular map? We do see JWoww going top and Froggen dancing just between the two Sand Soldiers.
They know where Dexter starts.
Really a big train.
And that's really huge. Deep ward coming out, they know exactly where he is, so they can predict his movement, especially on a predictable jungle like Sejuani. Double camp here from the bot lanes. Let's see how that evolves. Helps Urgot Alistar more than it helps Trash Lucian.
Well, I definitely want to take a look at this bottom lane because it's two duo lanes that we've not seen yet in Summer, and Lucian we don't see a whole lot of around the world. So what do you expect at these level 2s? It looks like Forgiven and Pepper are going to be in a good position to get that early one.
Yeah, basically Elements is yielding the pressure here. They already overpushed. Yes, they're level 2, Pepper and Forgiven, but they push so hard that they're actually not going to deny too many minions. But this is Forgiven style. He'll stack that big wave, and where other carries usually, you know, give away a lot of CS, Forgiven is so potent at poking on the tower that Taz might actually have to drop some CS. And we see Betsy is already knocking on the door. They know where Sejuani is because they know where she started. So Gambit, in theory, has all the information here.
Well, seems to be playing around that information. A lot of pressure from Betsy. He was pushing Froggen's Vladimir in, as you talked about. And for Diamond, I want to see how this Evelyn works because, you know, we looked at Amazing's Evelyn in the previous game, and I think it did exactly what Origin needed it to do, but you never felt like the early game presence or that invisibility was super impactful.
And if you know the game really well, you know there's almost no threat from running a good hook by Edward.
And a double flay from Gosu Pepper. Forgiven and Gosu really applying the damage to Tabs and Promiscu. We need to see what sort of CS advantage it eventually yields to, though.
Yeah, and they're basically Alistar at this level 2 has to stake heal, so Edwards, or Gosu Pepper rather, is not scared of getting flash queued and then knocked into the tower because he sees the heal come out. Good poking reaction, and they weren't scared of the gank. Another hook on Tabs.
Again, Tabs flying to the Woolite school of AD carry, eating every death sentence in lane.
And this is how Forgiven likes to play, right? He pushes you into the tower, and this makes your behavior predictable. You are going to go for that CS, and I will hook you in reaction. You know, yes, I might not be able to kill you because I don't have the distance, but we'll whittle you down and we'll out-sustain you eventually and then punish you really hard. Forgiven builds up a small lead up until the point where you're broken and he's not, and then he starts really hammering down.
And we'll see whether or not they can keep that one up. Luckily on the side of Elements, Promise you can heal up Tabs, but as long as his mana is relevant, Gosu does not connect with that flay. Let's take a look at the rest of the map. We've not actually poked our eyes up top. Small CS advantage for Cabashot, however, JWoww should be able to even that up shortly. Gnaw into Maokai. I'm not expecting a huge amount of action without jungler interaction up top. It's going to be interesting to see who can impact with their teleports. So much simpler on a Maokai than a Gnaw.
Yeah, no counter jungling just from Diamond. He has a liberty to basically go anywhere on the map that he wants because all his lanes have the control. I'd like to see Gambit use that to their advantage.
Well, they do have time. One thing we've looked at, both of the previous games, Kripo, have come in around 36-37 minutes average game time. And they've all actually had relatively slow-ish early games. With Fnatic and UNL, it was that sort of 4 versus 0 map swapping until the eventual tower dive. In this particular matchup, as the previous, it's just standard farming. But look at this, Forgiven, 20 CS up, thanks to all of that pressure from the early game.
Yeah, and Dexter can't really do anything because all his lanes are pushed in. His ganks will, if he gets a gank off, it will be incredibly telegraphed. Diamond's finally moving into the jungle, getting some more information on Elements. And while the goal is even, if you're watching online right here, the biggest problem and what you don't see is the pressure meter and how that's affecting the game. All these towers are getting chipped away at, you know, and that will result in a swing maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes from now, and all the towers from Gambit are 100% HP because nobody's been even close. I think half the Elements members haven't even seen the towers.
Well, I like the idea of the pressure meter. I think I'm going to be revisiting this one with you in games to come, and we'll see if the pressure is going to cause Elements to break. Because again, remember, it's only Froggen that's come back from the spring split. Promiscu, this is his first game on stage. And for the, Dexter and Tabs, these are returning guys to the setup. Tabs already under a lot of pressure.
Now, a little niche thing you can do here is push in his wave, 55 CS, base for BF sword, and force Urgot to stick on like a longsword tier and maybe another longsword. Really big disparity, but to do that, you relinquish your pressure. So Forgiven might want to do the same thing. Urgot scales pretty awkwardly like early. You want to kind of deny his tier at the same time. So I think Forgiven will go for the BF pickaxe timing, force a really late tier on Urgot, and then Urgot won't be able to trade either, you know. But Elements is all about this level 6 fight. You know, they want to get level 6 and group up for an objective, but if Gambit prevents them from grouping, they're going to have a rough time.
I want to keep my eye on Diamond Prox as well, how he decides to itemize this Evelyn. He was such a big fan of the Warrior Enchant in the Spring Split when many people were not using it, moving away. And, you know, traditionally we've seen Warrior Enchant and Evelyn, but M-Tome, maybe we'll see something different.
Only 300 gold ahead here though. Like, look at the lanes. Froggen's farming really well in that mid lane, well pushed. JWoww's
do you expect anything different from Froggen?
No.
Even in the Vlad into a Zia, etc.
No, he's farming, sustaining really well. So Gambit's like, they're puncturing the wall, but they're not breaking it, you know. They just don't have a sledgehammer ready yet. So if Elements can hang on and get a good fight, they can definitely like take control of this game. But it's pretty even right now. I'm just worried about their towers.
Well, we'll see if that worry causes Elements any problems, Crepo. We did see Dex actually hanging out in the Tri-Bush. He's got access to Glacial Prison. Tabs relatively close to level 6, I believe. Catch an eye on that experience meter in a moment. And once the position reverser and Glacial Prison are available, that's a lot of CC. I mean, Dex is still hanging around. He's been here for a very long time.
Yeah, I think he might even be scared to go into his red jungle. I don't want to say disappointed in Diamond Prox, but I would have liked to see some more counter jungle, and given that he had 3 pressuring lanes, I would have liked him to find Dexter, chunk him out, and take control of the game that way, and maybe snowball a dragon, get something, because right now they're going toe-to-toe. Yes, they're pushing, but CS is pretty even across the board. Minus Forgiven, but that's, you know, expected.
Yeah, and it's the same, 20 CS advantage that we've seen all game long. We do finally see the back timing, so it is going to be that BF plus pickaxe.
I think so.
That's the most likely.
He's going BF double longsword. May not have enough gold, but he might also go for a brutalizer, I think, into Ghostblade. Yeah, the build that hasn't changed. That might be to give a I'm guessing you guys should know that, but yeah, let's just assume it hasn't changed.
You haven't needed to build one in a very long time, Crepo.
That is true, but I should know it regardless.
I'll let you off. We did see some backs all across the board. Cabochard grabbed himself that Giant's Belt as well as the Hex Drinker. JWoww grabbed himself a couple of odds and ends. Catalyst, the Ruby Crystal. We do see with Dexter's relatively late second back, he's actually picked up that Cinder Hulk now as well. Maybe third back, I missed it. And again, we're just going to go back to this farming. So 10 minutes of fast approaching, even on gold. That CS advantage that Tabs had built up has been closed. And Manamune picked up as well. That's important for Tabs to at least try to trade with Forgiven. If he gets a few Acid Hunters from range, maybe that can relinquish some of that pressure and lower the meters.
I think Elements is definitely happy with the way this game's going so far. They could have gotten punished, and they survived arguably the roughest part of the game. It looks like some action on bot lane.
Wow, this is a 2v2. It's going to turn into a 2v3. We do see the hyperkinetic position reverser. A good teleport from JWoww is potentially going to set up a kill here. That is a beautiful flash lantern from Gosu Pepper. He keeps Forgiven alive, but in the backline, Cabochard is teleported in. Now JWoww is a man out of position. He's forced to flash defensively. Gosu Pepper lands the death sentence. That's a flash pulverized from Promiscu as Cabochard is knocked backwards, and Froggen joins in for the fray. This is a 5-on-5 party, and Betsy is the target. One more lantern from Gosu x Edward, and it's Elements that get the kill when everyone comes to play.
By our powers combined, we are Exodia. But that's what I mean, right? If your fight goes long enough and some beautiful re-engages left and right, I think Elements played it pretty clean. I think Gambit got greedy once that extra hook. If Gosu Pepper wasn't so good at landing hooks, I think they would have gotten out there 0 for 0. Elements did get the pressure, but good positioning by Dexter. You know, they forced the play on bottom, and they had the TPs ready, but they had the jungle ready in addition there too. Even though Froggen was pressured and Betsy arrived first, they still survived. Really good fight. A lot of niche, like tiny things that both teams did really well in my opinion. But Elements comes out 1-0, and yeah, they're staying into this game. 500 gold lead right now.
Interesting developments. A little bit down on CS in the AD carry, but obviously the kill over to Elements, and interesting team play. I'm looking forward to seeing these team fights play out. You saw how long that previous one took, because you've got a lot of tankiness to burn through on actually both sides.
One thing that was actually borderline hilarious was that Froggen pulled basically under the 0 LT. He slid underneath, you know, basically untouchable. And maybe that's something why he picked that matchup, because Azir basically, when it's pretty predictable when he's going to ult into a fight, and Froggen managed to get out of there. Diamond's ganking mid lane, no.
He's going to need to get out again. That's a very early Sanguine pull. The Conquering Sands.
Good flash.
Throws Froggen backwards. Yeah, flash burned. We did see him use that ghost to get to the bottom lane earlier. That means if Betsy and Diamond can find an opportunity for Agonies, maybe they can get Froggen. And there's the tower pressure that you had touched on many minutes ago, Crepo. A lot more damage, a lot more chipping away as this minion wave gets cleared.
And this is how Gambit basically can claw back into this game. If the tower is half HP and you basically chunk somebody out of lane, you can almost, at this point in the game, take it down, whereas Elements, imagine they push somebody out of the lane, they can maybe take half HP of that tower, but then that tower is still fully alive and functioning, and that's the difference. Cabochard throwing Maokai into the wall here.
Well, let's see. This is going to be one of the longest fights we'll ever have, if JWoww sticks to it. Ends up just walking away, and Cabochard committed everything there. I do want to touch one thing. You know, we've looked at these towers. Elements are going to take forever to take towers down. Vladimir is one of, if not the worst champion to take towers down. Just build some AP, but may go tanky. We'll see where he goes with Root. Urgot, and then so many melee champions.
In a
it's
1v1
really difficult.
In a 1v1 split push, Vladimir can actually chunk out the enemy and take the tower that way. But yeah, straight on 5-man siege, they're just going to ignore the towers, you know? Just going to dive him, just AoE him. But that's going to be hard, you know? So what Elements wants to do is draw Gambit out, bait him into an objective, and then flank him.
Well, Froggen and Dexter, they've killed Diamond.
So this is a really, really beautiful snowball play. They saw the Diamond base, Betsy wanted the base. Dexter slowed down Betsy's base, enough for Froggen to come in. They pushed in the wave, now they had the pressure. Disappeared into the dark, moved into the jungle, and found Evelynn there. This is like chain reaction in League of Legends. And I really like seeing this. Going aggressive with your jungle when you know the enemy's in base. They knew if somebody phase checks, Betsy's likely not to be there in time. And really solid move. And this is what Amazing said on the desk earlier. Yeah, Eve is prone to being blown up, and we just saw it there.
Well played by Elements, planning a few steps ahead. As we do see the first tower falls, and surprise, surprise, it is Forgiven securing yet another first tower of the game. Promiscu has roamed up to aid the low hit points Froggen. But we do see that Diamond is coming up to reply. So, Crepo, teleports are not available yet for either of these top laners, and we're starting to see some shuffling around the map.
Yeah, very crucial point. They push in bot wave. Tabs is busy dealing with that. Alistair has shown all the information in the map for Gambit. Where are they going to go? Are they going to take another tower? Because that will snowball a third tower pretty immediately right after. So this is a very crucial moment of the game right now.
And the decision seems to be middle. Gosu Pepper's moving that way. Pickaxe and Brutalizer completed for Forgiven. Brutalizer picked up for Tabs as well. And you can see Tabs making his way towards the mid lane. He wants to farm, wants to go mid. The decision, I mean, there's wards in Gambit's jungle, but they've only just seen Gosu Pepper.
Yeah, they know what's coming, but sometimes you just can't stop it. You know, Tabs is like, do I drop this wave? Do you need me mid? And they're like, yeah, well, I don't think we can hold it anyways. We don't want to lose that farm on bottom. This is Gambit snowballing that third pressure I said earlier. Yeah, maybe not 5 minutes from now, but 10 minutes from now at the 14-minute mark. They take down a second tower. Azir just replaces that with one of his own. Now they can rotate into the topside red jungle and start working on the top tower, or send somebody bot to pick up that farm that Tabs actually pushed in too slow. You know, you said it earlier. Got no wave clear, very predictable wave management, and basically Gambit playing, you know, a farm style now.
Wow, 15 minutes. We've got 2 kills on the board. Gonna keep going back to those graphs we showed at the,
we like our
the top of the day.
Spellsy did a lot of work, guys.
The one thing I do want to highlight, though, the gold is very, very even for both Gambit and Elements. And we'll carry on with the story in a moment, because Cabochard, no Mega Knot, and there is a little bit of toys to play with. Promiscu in a tri-bush. You see Dexter hiding in the top lane. And they may want themselves a Mega Knot for dinner.
It's Marcel Feld camp, but right now it's Marcel top camp. Trevor.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Trevor, hello?
I was deciding whether or not you deserved to carry on with that one. All right, Gosu's moved up. It's now a 3v2, but Mega Knot is charging. Knot's no longer tied. And we'll go back to a little bit of story time as the engage is going to get thwarted by the hop. Despite Forgiven not being an SK, early tower pressure, rotating 1, 2, and 3, and then potentially setting up for a 1-3-1. That was the eloquence of SK Gaming in Spring Split. Forgiven has changed teams, and he's imposed that similar play style.
Oh yeah, Forgiven will not play your style. You will play Forgiven style. Well, but he's so good at it.
It got them to the playoffs, and then unfortunately some misplays against Unicorns of Love cost them a position in the finals. But the question is then, Elements, let's assume they predicted the draft. They knew the Azir is coming. They got their hands on Sejuani. They got Vladimir, which has done well against the Emperor's Divide. Do Elements also have a gameplay plan against the Forgiven component.
I don't like Betsy dropping this mid tower here. Gambit almost had a 3-for-0 tower change. Elements is grouping on a mid lane. This could be a dive.
Well, we're about to find out. 2v4 in favor of Elements. And we do see the 3 members of Gambit. They continue to push top with all of the attack damage and speed that Forgiven has to play with. He unfortunately doesn't have the minions to back him up though.
Yeah, 3-man in top lane. Dragon comes up though, so if this works for a trade, it's okay for Gambit. If Gambit does not get a tier 2, they're actually in trouble because then they made a positional misplay.
There's no one here to contest. Let's take a look at that top lane tower. They've run out of minions. Gosu, Pepper, and Diamond not going to tank that one out. Not a lot of combined armor between them. However, let's see Cabo shot now. So let's see whether or not this flank works out in favor of Elements. Crepo, TLDR, the positional dancing and costs. Elements obviously coming out a little bit ahead in some places, but they may lose top now.
Yeah, really good rotational play from Gambit here, you know, from mid to top, and now they're going on JWoww.
Well, JWoww's caught out. The Nars available. Nars him into the turret. We saw a flash on the bottom. That tower is secured. JWoww gets taken away. Diamond is going to flash away. Continues to survive. Summon a heal. From Forgiven keeps him out, but it's JWoww that gets the kill. We do see Dexter securing one as now Froggen continues to chase with Hemoplague. The pop plus the pop manages to secure it, and it's just kill after kill after kill. Gambit overstay their welcome. Dexter gets 2, Froggen gets another. Cabo shot!
So Gambit with
he tried his best.
The objective slow methodical play, and Elements with the C hero, kill hero, kind of role reversal from Season 2 back in the day. But it seems to be working, and you see, you know, once Elements has their grasp on a team fight, 5v5, they absolutely destroy it. You know, Vladimir jumping on Forgiven, there is nothing a short range AD carry can do. You know, Edward immediately, or Ghost Pepper, immediately exhausted Froggen. That exhaust ran off by the time Hemoplague popped almost, you know. Forgiven had to flash out of the fight. Basically, they just got aced 5-for-0, 5-for-1, and Elements in a 5v5 is looking strong. Gambit has to avoid this.
This is such an interesting dynamic. 7 kills, 2 dragons, and only 1,000 gold up because Elements have given up 4 of their towers. They're also down 40 CS in the AD carry, 20 top, and Diamond eats a whole lot of damage from those Acid Hunters. But you kind of think the lead should be bigger for Elements, but they've given up a lot of their map.
No, I think it actually tells the story of the game perfectly here, and I think Gambit greeded a little bit for that tier 2. They could have played the positions a little better. I think Betsy backed out of mid lane a little earlier, so they could have slowed down the bleeding and done more damage themselves. And as a result of that, they ended up in a situation where they were flankable, and Elements was able to group, and they just destroyed them. You saw, you know, Froggen comes from one side, Sejuani from the other side. Promiscuous, so tanky. These long drawn-out fights in the jungle, unless they get a good Azir ultimate, is not what Gambit wants at the moment.
20 minutes on the clock, 600 gold, that's it. That's all that is between these teams. You can see the items on the bottom of your screen. iEdge picked up now Forgiven as we set ourselves up for another team fight. Gambit, if they want to pick this one, they're going up against the 5. That's the Emperor's Divide. We do see the Hemoplague down, and Betsy is gone. The Azir turret is trying to slow down the pace, but Gambit have lost another member. As Elements are just barreling forward. Gambit keep putting themselves in a 5v5 position against this Yu-Gi-Oh! Team comp that Crepo is coined.
And that's all right, but Betsy, he went around a corner and then went back. You know, you have to be really respectful of Elements engaged, because these guys will not hesitate a second to pull the trigger, because that's what their comp is built on. And looking back, I think Elements has crossed this river maybe once. Like in the last 10 minutes, they crossed it once for that tier 1 tower in bottom. But they seem to be donated kills by Gambit on their half of the map, and they're not giving anything away. And eventually, they'll take down these towers from Gambit, and then they'll start growing their gold lead. So Gambit really needs to figure it out, because they're on a timer.
It's quite interesting, actually. If we go back again to Picks and Bans, we step back, and a few minutes ago I said, do you feel Elements have got a gameplay plan for the Forgiven element? And this defensive play, waiting for Gambit to push, waiting for Forgiven to go for towers, and then picking fights, may have been the game plan from the beginning. Elements have responded a few times to the team fights, because they're not going to take towers. I mean, let's be frank. Against wave clear from Lucian and Azir, it's taken 21 minutes to take this top tower down, and it was uncontested.
Yeah,
maybe.
It feels like some composition that the community flawed Element or told the Elements a lot in the past. You know, you're playing super passive, you're waiting until you charge up, and it's nice and all in the late game, but can this composition get punished? You know, could Gambit have closed this out better? Could Diamond Prox have invaded a little more, you know, kept Dexter down? Because let's not forget, Dexter got his 1-6 for free. AFK jungle, and that's exactly what Sejuani wants. Props to Elements to basically almost even CS under so much pressure. Really well played by them. They lost their towers, but then they traded it for kills, so they were fine to do that. But some of these kills, Gambit should have not given away. So in theory, Gambit's composition could have trumped that. But then again, Elements is playing beautifully, and they were confident going into this week. They had decent scrim results, allegedly, so let's see how this pans out.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, I guess. Hindsight being what it is.
Story of my life.
Diamond Prox
could have made it to Worlds.
Did actually complete that Magus enchantment on his jungle Evelyn. Quite a detour from what we've been seeing, and this time around, Gosu Pepper unable to connect onto Tabs. Tabs 55 CS behind. But look at that ring of vision that Elements has set up towards that top inner turret. If they find the opportunity to push it down, they can. Alternatively, Dragon's up in 40. So where do Elements set their sights, Crepo?
I really like the Vladimir pick in the late game because it's such a phenomenal split pusher. He has a Will of the Ancients rather, and he has Spellman, but here's Dexter.
Well, Diamond Prox has already thrown down Agony's Embrace. The Death Sentence connects onto a giant tree, and Elements peel away. This has cost them absolutely nothing. The Culling's down, Agony's down, the box is down. If a team fight were to break out, Elements already had a fantastic comp and a lead, and now they have 3 less ultimates to worry about.
Yeah, Elements basically open up the map by sending Frog on top, getting deports. Gambit tried to respawn, but they almost fell into that same trap of the 5v5 again. Now JWoww is going bottom to fix that wave. This is a moment where Gambit can breathe. Top lane is pushing out, bot lane is being dealt with by Elements, so this is where they have to strike. Either push him and get tier 2 or force a fight, but there's always the risk of a TP flank.
Well, TP is available for JWoww, and it does look like the fight is going to be happening. Gambit, 5 members set up. Dexter's been caught out. Diamond Prox sinks the fangs, and Froggen actually flashes forward for this one. 2 exhausts back and forth as Froggen is gone. Froggen gets him with the Hemoplague. The Gnar knocks Elements against the wall. It's a trade 1-for-1. Hyperkinetic position reverser holds Betsy in place, and Betsy is down as Dexter goes unstoppable at 5-0-3. They've traded 1 for 2, but it's not over yet. Elements have got wards towards the top lane. They've got Dragon to peel back to. What can Elements take with the numbers advantage?
Really good read by both teams. You know, Elements, if they were going to defend that tier 2 from the same choke point, then you lose against an Azir. If you come from 2 sides, they can only stop the bleeding on 1. They engaged on Dexter. He went over the wall, but then threw his ulti backwards, aided Froggen, Promiscu with a flash combo on Forgiven. Forgiven auto-attack maybe twice at 5, immediately dropped. And then, again, 5v5 situation. Elements comes out on top.
And they do manage to secure their well, not yet. Let's see. Kabasha going to try steal. Basically is going to be safe. We're a little ahead of myself there. 3rd Dragon of the game at 24 minutes.
Okay,
here's the
this.
fight.
They engage on one of the flanks. This is what you always have to do if you get flanked. Go on one side, ulti another, but Promiscu flashes over the Azir, double combo on Edward, on Forgiven. Nobody can say Forgiven. JWoww flanks with his TP. Really beautiful play by Elements. Now Dexter, he went over the wall. He's chasing. He's like, guys, I'm still here. I'm coming. Fight's already over. They take down Betsy. He's not strong enough, and Elements in just a good position in this game. They've made it to the late game. They could bait Baron, unless Gambit sneaks it right now.
Well, Gambit have started this one. Elements are a little late to respond. 5,000 HP is below half.
50,
Dexter's
50.
nearby. Flash and Smite are available. Down to 1,700. Baron's on the back line. It's stolen by Elements. Dexter manages to do it in his opening LCS game. Tabs manages to shut down Diamond and position reverses Betsy back into the middle of the squad as Promiscu boots Gosu Pepper away. The prison locks up Forgiven and sends him back to the fountain. A triple kill for Tabs, a Baron steal for Dexter, and Elements have completely taken control of the game.
This may look bad from Gambit. Honestly, I think it was one of the better plays they could do if they did not go for that Baron right now, and Elements was a little slower to react. They could have gotten the Baron, stayed in the game. Otherwise, Elements would have pushed them out. 5-man grouped, baited the Baron, and the game would likely be over. So good read from Gambit to do that. However, 50-50 smite. Dexter, beautiful smite. I think he smited after Diamond Prox sent out his, but regardless, I think they would have lost the fight anyways. You know, they used the Azir ulti to disengage. Dexter was in the pit. The wombo combo comes out again, and then, you know, Gambit just can't handle with that, and they're not strong enough to 1-3-1 anymore. And the follow 1-3-1 was something we saw in SK2.
Oh, the invisible Elements kill the invisible Diamond. He almost made it to that lantern.
See, hero kill hero.
Well, Elements 14-1. The outer turret in the bottom lane is still standing. There is, what, 8,000 gold lead, but there's only 2 turrets secured for Elements. That's from top and middle. Because their champions are so bad at taking towers down.
And Tabs loves it when a plan comes together. He takes his revenge at the 27-minute mark. They take down the bottom tier 1 tower. Eventually, they get it, you know. Patience, nice and steady.
Hashtag worth is definitely the case. Elements have, you know, they ran a little bit of a gamble in this comp. No wave clear, requiring scaling, needing time, but they got it. They got everything they needed, and they picked such great team fights.
And this is what I like about the Baron change. Like, you can play these comps that don't usually give you an opening to break open a siege, but you can get Baron, you can control an objective, get that objective, and that leads to more sieging potential. Sieging into an Azir is incredibly hard, even with Baron creeps out there. So they'll have to introduce a split push component, so they knock on 2 doors at once, and then basically barge in once the Azir is not there. And they're doing this, you know, some pressure bot. I imagine they'll send Frog and split pushing top, buffing creeps, or somebody to that bot lane right now, open up the defense. But at this point, they might as well straight up dive through, but it's dangerous against an Azir.
Yeah, with that Baron buff on, even though Cabashard's got that teleport advantage, not really going to see any massive opportunities for him. And we break the 10,000 gold lead. It's been slow going, but Elements have inched away, chipped away a lead, built up this mountain that Gambit now needs to overcome. They have 1 kill on the board. 1 kill on the board.
The worst part is they're not going to get any more kills. JWoww, super tanky. Frog is super tanky. And has a pull, you know, twice. Alistar, super tanky, you know. Tabs, he has a Frozen Heart. He's an 80 carry with a Frozen Heart, and they're going in.
Well, let's see who they decide to focus. Betsy gets caught up by the Hemoplague. They jump onto Gosu Pepper. Diamonds on the side lane gets a huge Agony's Embrace. That's a 3-man Gnar up against the wall. Promiscue's in a little bit of trouble, but Froggen is sustaining his way through Betsy's damage. Another kill for Elements, another tower for Elements. Baron buff has worn out, but when you got a 5v4, there's no one that can stop you. Gambit on the inhibitor turret. Elements on Gambit's inhibitor turret in the top lane. And they should be able to secure the inhibitor as well. Another great team fight. That's not the man you want, Gosu. Elements, the base is cracked open. Elements, fantastic showing from the 15 to 30 minute mark.
Yeah, and so tanky, you know, they just dove 2 towers and they barely got below, one of the members got below half HP, and then Froggen maybe a little lower too. And just shows, you know, the strength of the composition from Elements here in the lake.
We'll ignore that one. Lantern's there, Lantern's not relevant, and Tabs gets another one.
Didn't fail the combo, he ran out of mana for Q. It's the worst feeling in the world. You tap W, you tap Q, and nothing happens. You're like, oh, I'm that guy. But luckily for him, it happened when he's 12,000 gold ahead.
It did indeed. I thought that was Tabs that just got out of the way of Gosu Pepper's spells. JWoww uses the Scuttle Crab
to get out.
To Scuttle Taxi. And then a defensive flash. Elements get their 16th kill, and ironic, the invisible death, or the invisible kills onto Diamond. You feel so safe when you're able, no one can see you, but if there's 5 people in a bush, it will eventually. And again, just that ring of vision. Crapper, every single time I look at this mini-map, Elements are pushing their wards deeper and deeper towards the objectives that they set their sights on.
Yeah, exactly, and now they're getting ready for the 4th dragon, and the thing is, at this point, Gambit has to stop the bleeding. They have to get a dragon, or eventually Elements will get 5, but grouping around an objective means 5v5, and unless you get a really solid Azir ulti and a choke point, you're not going to win a fight, and even then, Elements at this point is so tanky. It's so hard. Promiscue going in.
He does manage to get the combo. Betsy instantly throws down the Hourglass. The Lantern should time out before he can get to it. Not even going to be needed. Now Diamond Prox is in trouble. Elements are just running him down. Gets thrown back into the river by Tabs, who's now 5-0 and 7. Promiscue, another new support on the stage. 0-0-15. More than 2 times the impressive score that James Bond would have put on the map. And Dragon, not even a priority here for Elements.
Really solid itemization as well. We said earlier, Alistar's so tanky, you know. All Elements need to do is find an engagement window. They put the Aegis of the Legion on Dexter, and that means both top lane and support can build Righteous Glory and get that engage, because Sejuani is really good at following engage too. So they have so many engage tools on these different roles. Alistar is usually really hard to get into people, but with nice solid flashes, really good use of Righteous Glory, and then blocking the Lantern. Promiscu is playing a fearless game, and it's really nice to see that for his first time in the LCS ever.
And it's fantastic to see the follow-up performance from Mithy in the previous game. You know, Mithy, of course, returning to the stage. He's played on a world stage as well. Promiscu, this is his first match against Gambit, against Gosu, Pepper, and Forgiven, 2 of the most seasoned players in the LCS. In lane, held his own, and just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
A worthy success.
Exactly. The thing that we do have to say, though, if you look at Elements, you look at this game and this play style, they were given a lot of time. They were given the freedom to get to this position. And I do feel they had a great read on Gambit. Picks and bans seemed to go somewhat predictable. They got some comfortable picks. I mean, the Vladimir's done great into the Azir.
I don't know, you should, I think give it, oh hang on, Froggen's getting caught.
Well, let's see, Exhaust is out, Sanguine is available, as is the Hourglass. Froggen holding on to him, throws down the Chemo Plate, then he pulls away. Chemo Plate's gonna pop, the Hourglass is in a moment, and it's an instant kill there. Now forced to flash away, it's not over yet. Kerbershot gets reversed in, but he's about to become a Mega Gnar. He crunches over the wall. We see Acid Hunter after Acid Hunter connecting. Tabs gets himself to what looked like a jump on Froggen turned out to be a jump on Gambit. It's not done yet as Dexter has the Glacial Prison. Is he going to throw it out? We do see Promiscute maybe going to find him. Conqueror, the King of the Sands. Now still wants to look. There's a teleport from JWoww as well. That is a massive, massive cow. And the wall is going to keep Dexter out for a moment or two, but it's simply not enough. 22-1. In the opening game of the Summer Split. Elements putting on a statement of a performance.
I think Power of Evil was a little early with his quote about it's going to be a bloodbath. Same day, wrong match. This is really, really brutal. But we have to remember how this came to be, right? This game was by no means a complete stomp. There was a really, really crucial point in the game where Elements managed to hang on just enough to equalize that tower goal loss router with kills, and then they got into the late game. Of course they're going to win the late game, but we saw that last season as well. Elements kept going for that late game comps, but they got punished sometimes. But looks like they've learned to adapt, and a really, really solid performance. Really impressed by Promiscute as well, and Froggen, the only member returning from Elements with 100% death participation. Wow. Froggen feeder.
One more team fight, and we see Gambit throwing everything at Elements. It's just not enough. Froggen's in trouble. He will go down for the second time. Definitely the feeder on the Elements squad as Elements bite off a little more than they can chew this time around. We've seen two games ending around the 36-37 minute mark. Elements really just trying to keep up tradition here, I think, as they are going to delay this. Promiscute comes in to save Tabs. Tabs low on mana. Forgiven looking for more. He's got red buff. That's another kill on the board. Promiscute, the hype is no longer there. You've given up the third kill of the game to Gambit. 0, 1, and 17. Super minions in middle. Super minions bottom. Just a matter of time before they close us up. Minions are... Wow, Emperor's Divide just to protect this inhibitor. And I think that should be enough.
Yes, it is.
We held our breath. We held our breath there.
I don't want to be the guy that predicts that wrong, you know. PvE, you know, predictable minion. But let's take a step back here. This game is obviously turning into a very one-sided show from Elements right now. I just want to take a look back at the champion select. You know, they gave Azir away. They seem to have a plan for it, basically either swapping it into the team or having Froggen be able to flank from different sides or pull under it. We know that Betsy doesn't get the most resources or side lane farm on Gambit, while he still is the crux of their composition. Kind of makes sense, but again, we had questions, right? What is Forgiven gonna do? Well, the answer is exactly the same like he did in SK. What's Kerbershot gonna do? Farm a lot, but JWoww in a lane matchup that is usually dominated by Gnar, he kept on really well. Even CS didn't need any attention from his jungle and allowed Dexter to play around the bot lane. They shut Forgiven down by having counter gank potential and TPs ready. Froggen roamed a little later than Betsy, but he joined the party as well and
managed to make it work.
Yeah, worked well.
And the interesting thing about that, Forgiven imposes the Forgiven element on the game within the first 20 minutes. And Gambit had some mid to late game poor shot calling in the spring split. And you can argue overstaying for that top lane in a turret. It was one of the big turning points. So
it was
maybe it's
really close though. You have to remember that was really close. If they escaped there, it was a nice trade. And I like Gambit's sequence in which they took the towers. I think that was done well. I think the idea was right. The execution was slightly lacking. Let's not forget, Gambit went out on some members went out on social media, said they had a little trouble practicing. But Elements going out for the final push here.
Well, that definitely seems to be the case. Kerbershot's doing what he can as Mega Gnar. He's going to throw 3 members of Elements forward as Betsy's going to knock them upward. Kerbershot does survive until that last Acid Hunter from Tabs. Another kill for Froggen as the Emo Plague is now ticking away. Ghost Pepper's trying to get out. Froggen is chasing all the way forward. The Hourglass is on the steps, and that's going to be his death. He even pulls away for a few more swag points. Elements on the back line, destroying the Nexus. Massive smiles from Elements as they pick up their first win in summer. Not only does Promiscu show up on the big stage against Gambit, against players with such a wealth of experience, the whole team just seems to be, they work that composition well.
And taking a quick look here, you know, JWoww involved in 19 out of 26 kills, you know, Dexter involved in 20, Froggen involved in 20, Tabs involved in 18, that's the least. And then 20 assists coming out of Promiscu as well. We see this result, you know, it explains the team compositions. Everybody wants to be in those fights. Everybody wants those assists. Very high kill participation for every member in Elements comp, and it just highlights Gambit couldn't keep them spread. You know, they let them group, and
it also tells the story of the early game about how individualized and compartmentalized every single lane was. Everybody was left to their own devices. Neither Dexter, because he's on Sejuani, could make an impact, or Diamond, arguably because of his decision-making, to not really challenge Dexter.
I don't want to call it Diamond here because I don't know, but I think there was a possibility for maybe some counter jungling.
All three lanes were pushing in favor of Gambit towards Elements. You know, you play for mid to late game, and then Elements outplay you in team fights. I mean, that's sort of the story of this match.
But we'll see how Gambit evolves. Obviously, adding a new player with such a distinctive playstyle like Forgiven, but really good at that particular playstyle, needs some time to work. We'll see a couple weeks in, week 3, week 4. That's when I'm really going to start judging Gambit. That's when I think they've had enough time to practice with Forgiven. But let's see if also Elements, are they going to continue the same style? Because you don't want to be linear in this style, because then eventually in drafts you will get punished. But so far, so good.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in recent weeks the passive playstyle seems to be yielding slightly less results because the more aggressive, proactive teams seem to be able to find their way into the game. But the one thing you also got to step back, as you did mention right near the end there, Gambit, they have said they had some problems, you know, getting themselves set up, getting themselves practiced. For a team that had, let's say, difficulties of whatever degree, they still put up a decent performance. They played around Forgiven. As you said, they got an early lead, they got early map control, and then some small misplays here and there that cost them control. With a bit more refinement, maybe they could get themselves into even better positions in future games.
Yeah, like solid rotational play, right? They knocked down half HP on every tower, took down bot lane, sent somebody mid, you know, noticed that Tabs, that one moment where Tabs was hesitating, do I go mid, do I go bot, you know, they took down mid tower, then they went for top. Betsy wanted to facilitate that top tower by roaming, but he got caught off in the river, and that allowed Elements to push in, just get that one tower, some breathing room, you know. Every time Gambit left a little room to breathe, but they almost suffocated Elements completely, and we saw that in Spring Split when we played against them. We played a similar comp, very laid back, very good late game. If you look at the comps, you're like, yeah, we're going to wreck them late game team fights. Didn't happen because Diamond had Nidalee. He was constantly in our face, and I lacked that a bit. You know, I would have liked to see more aggression from Diamond, especially in these triple push scenarios.
Yeah, definitely needed to be the case. Simply not a factor for Gambit. A lot more questions to answer. I think as a team, you know, we saw some very good things. I think Edward, now goes to Pepper in lane, was a lot more impressive than I feel he has been. Maybe it is a testament because of the matchup. You know, Urgot a little easier to land those death sentences on, arguably. But it was good to see the confident play. It was good to see Gosu really going for it. When we saw him leaving Pinoy at times towards the latter half of the spring split. So
I don't think we can fault him for much. You know, yes, those hooks were predictable slightly because Tabs had to walk up for minions, but he landed them. You know, there's not more you can do at that point. Hook, flay, out sustain, out poke. There was a 25 CS lead. Forgiven, I think he could have played for that BF pickaxe if he wanted. He opted not to. Tabs at a very late tier, so the bot lane was definitely winning, and that's what prompted the rotational play. Remember, bot tower goes down first, then mid, then top. So definitely good bot lane play. I really look forward to seeing more 2v2s, but he got cut out by the team composition. What is Lucian going to do against the Sejuani, Vladimir, Maokai Flash W? You know, everybody wants to get Forgiven, and there's not enough damage coming out to punish because Elements is so tanky.
I like that. At around the 30-minute mark, I recall you saying, well, no one's going to die anymore. There's simply too much tankiness and too many options.
Unless you're under the fountain.
Multiple pools, multiple hourglasses. We'll give him that. I mean, Feeder Froggen, of the 4 deaths in Elements, Froggen gave up 3 of them. I think he earned those, to be fair. So strong showing from Elements. Gambit, unfortunately, drop their game. We're going to throw this one over to the analyst desk to take a look at Elements' strong start to the summer split.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're here with Froggen and Dexter. Very first victory for the revamped Elements lineup. Froggen, Crepo just calling you feeder in that one. Jeez, I mean, from your friends.
I mean, I died 2 times because I tried to dive the fountain. That's maybe not the smartest decision.
No, exactly. You guys had a really, really good game all around. Very interesting game as well because it was all about the kills, but not really the golden towers early. Tell us about your game plan, Dexter.
The game plan was basically, okay, we got the draft that we wanted basically, but the Sejuani was like, I didn't really want to play Sejuani in that game because it just felt too slow. And we wanted to have some more aggressive jungler, but they banned it out. So I kind of had to play Sejuani here because it was just too good to not pick it. And then we just like, okay, we take a slow early game. It's fine if we give up the dragon. But the second I hit level 6, I just go bot lane and it's 3 kills because it's Urgot, Alistar and Sejuani. So that was the only game plan pretty much, and we executed it pretty well, I think.
So to me, that game, you could take the nameplates off and it'll look like Gambit maybe were like SK from last season. They took the first 3 turrets down very quickly. When you're in that situation, you guys had, I think, 2 kills at that point. Did you quickly realize that you just had to pick up kills as opposed to try and get turrets, Froggen?
No, I think it's more our position is around team fighting. And we already knew from the start that Azir will constantly push, and their bot lane, they have Forgiven, so he will constantly push too. So we expected all that early tower damage, and it's just something we tried to deal with, and we just tried to punish them for it whenever they went for the rotations, and we out-team fought them, because that's what our comp is good at, and that's how we ended up getting really far ahead.
Yeah, it's not because your comp is good at something that it'll work out. It did seem that you guys all individually were kind of in the zone. Like, Dexter, you were racking up kills left and right and making those flanks happen. It did seem that it was like kind of a unique moment for you guys.
Yeah, I think we just played for the team composition. I think our practice, especially like 1 month ago, has been involved about team fight only. And then we started going into like different comps that we train, and then in this game, everything clicked, and we just like, okay, you have to do this. Alice has to dive and peel, and Mauke is gonna flank, and I'm gonna use the 5-man Sejuani ultimate if I hit it. But yeah, I think everything worked out for us in the end in team fights, and there was no way that once we got like the 2-0, that we can actually lose team fight in that game because our comp is just 10 times better and scales way better.
Yeah, it was scaling insanely well. You talk about Alistar as well. Promiscuous, of course, the very new face. We kind of know the rest of you guys already. What was the communication like with him in the very first game? Did he seem nervous? What was going on?
No, he was actually just like he is in scrims. He communicates very well and he does his job, and he's not afraid to like call as well. So he's pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome.
It just seemed through your gameplay that this team was a lot more of a team than maybe perhaps the previous elements. You mentioned in the preview video that we showed earlier, Froggen, that the last team didn't really feel like your team. Does this now feel like 5 people all working on the same page?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, everybody is like, I don't know, it's hard to say, but it feels more like actually a team rather than just like 5 good players on the team. And obviously we have only played 1 game, so it's really hard to judge, and we shouldn't let ourselves get ahead. So it's like we'll see how it ends out, but definitely like practice and outside of the game, it feels way more like a team than the other team.
Yeah, definitely. I do think it's important for now, then for you guys also. You guys realize this is only 1 game, and for us, we've said a lot of times in the past with the super team, and there were super high expectations. So I do kind of feel, even though you said in the video that this is the super team version 3, that you don't really look at it that way. This is a new thing and a new project that you want to get to the top.
It was more meant as a joke because it's like Froggen building up a new team with 4 new players. So I was like, man, this is like super team version 3. But I feel like Europe is like so stacked right now that it's probably, there's no super team. Maybe Fnatic. I think Fnatic is probably like the super team right now in Europe and the team to beat. But other than that, I think it's like very even out, like even skilled across the board. And you have so many good teams that it's just very important to win every single game because everything means so much more right now. Because there's no bottom teams that you can like get easy wins off or something. It's just like full stacked. So I'm actually looking forward to play like some other teams and see how the first round of best of ones goes.
Yeah, definitely stacked. And for you, definitely, because you've kind of taken a break and you've always been very eager to play. So what has that been like, getting back into that grind basically as well?
I was so happy that I finally got a team again and with Froggen, and I really wanted to play with Tubbs again. I was super excited to play with him. And then Crepo, of course, retired to be a caster here, and then we had to find a new solo queue player, basically. Everything felt fine because we knew that he was good, and yeah, we just want to work right now on like specifics so we can actually get better, because right now I think we actually had a really good game plan right now and showed it, but I just want to show that we can be better. Like I just want to be as the best team that we can possibly be, and then if we end up winning a lot more games and we are actually a good team, then that's fine with me. But right now, I just want to play League of Legends.
All right, Dyrus. Froggen, maybe a final thing, just to echo that as well. Not hard statements like, you know, we're going to make Worlds or we're going to do this. What is for you the most important thing in this first couple of games, these first couple of weeks that you want to show at your team?
I mean, I just want to play some good League of Legends with my team, and that's what we're going to work towards. So, I mean, we don't really have any high expectations. Like, everybody has the dreams like, we're going to finish #1, we're going to make Worlds and all that stuff. It's like, it's impossible to tell. We just have to work one day at a time and then see where we're going to end up and put 100% every single day.
Yep, a healthy outlook. Congratulations, very first victory on the board here for the revamped Elements. And as for us, we're just minutes away from our next match between H2K and Roccat. We'll be back with more European League Championship Series right after this.
It's sad. You can't mute there because it's not TeamSpeak, you know?
Dude,
that's also a good part about TeamSpeak, yeah.
Okay, like when I guess I can make some noises when we play to interrupt you, like or something like that.
That's nice, very nice, dude.
Goshu Pepper lands the death sentence. That's a flash pulverized from Promiscu as Cabo shot is knocked backwards.
I'm in the middle of all of them.
I'm going for full game in, full game in, full game in.
Nice.
Nice, go to Pepper, go to Pepper. Touched.
We need us here, He's the only one dealing damage. He's getting dead. Go us here.
Good job.
Nice. Tabs manages to shut down Diamond and position her versus Betsy back into the middle of the squad as Promiscu boots Goshu Pepper away. Lantern should time out before he can get to it, not even going to be needed. Now Diamond Prox is in trouble. Elements are just running him down. Massive smiles from Elements as they pick up their first win in summer.
2 now on Kasing, keeping them all alive. Freddy is going to be the next to fall. A massive equalizer right in the back. Ryu going to bail out of danger as he picks up the kill onto N-rated. Fox doing all that he can as the tower falls down. They're going to find Forgiven as they knock it back in. Yarnin taking that one. There was a teleport coming out as Freddy and Svenskaren are in the back, but there's not that much damage. Ryu somehow still staying alive. Spencer's done a double kill. They'll get even more. How about a triple? We've seen some close games today, but this one just might take the cake. It's going to go down to the wire. H2K are the number 3 team in Europe. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young. I'm taking over the caster desk, but still with me, of course, is Mitch Krepo-Vorspils. How's your first day been, man?
It's been all right. Try cast, cast with Quickshot. Now I get you. I just get the full caster experience.
We like to leave nothing out on the table. And, another team who doesn't leave anything up to chance either, it's H2K. We saw them securing their 3rd place spot in the spring finals out in Madrid. This is a team that controls the pace of the game so well. They control every move they make, and they don't seem to really make that many mistakes. I'm curious to see if they can do that now with the talent pool being up tier in Europe.
They're one of the few teams with a unique playstyle, so everybody knows what to expect out of H2K. If you don't, it's this hyper-objective-focused playstyle in a 10 to 20 minute mark where they magically get a whole lot of towers, objectives, dragons, everything, while not giving away too much counter-objective, counter-kills, and it really works for them. The weird part is everybody knows they play that way, but somehow they still get away with it.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to execution. They just don't really give their opponents a chance to react. Even if you see it coming, you just simply still can't stop it. So that's really what has been, I think, the secret to their success as they prepare to take on Roccat today. We'll see if they still have that. On Rockat's side, though, I'm a little bit worried. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns going into this one. They've made some changes. I think a lot of expectations outside of the organization have dropped, but themselves, they still feel very confident.
Let's be really blunt here. Roccat will have to prove why they kept Woolite in the shuffling 80 carry rosters. Every 80 carry almost moved teams. A lot of flack on Woolite for getting counted out in the late game. Didn't perform all that well in the spring split. Roccat opted to keep him. They went through relegations. They replaced Overpower in the top lane, but pretty much unchanged rosters for the rest of it. How are they going to fare? Is Woolite suddenly gotten better? Were there any other issues in team? We don't know it, but he has a lot to show in this split.
Yeah, although we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Let's go rewind it just a second, go back to H2K, and let's bring up their roster, too. So this is one of the few unchanged rosters in the LCS European split. This summer, it is Otawamne in the top lane, Lulex in the jungle, Ryu, of course, the mid, Yarnin, the AD carry, support Kasing, and, of course, they are coached still by Prawley. And I think the story of this team in the spring was really simple. Kasing joins week 3, and they go on a tear.
Yeah, very phenomenal player. Kasing really, really strong in lane, but you would expect strong lane players to not have a big impact in the game, outside, coming out of solo queue. But he really plays the map well. He roams. He took up some shot calling, and I was really impressed by him. Initially, I'm gonna be honest, when people were rating Kasing as a top, amateur support player, I didn't rate him very highly. I even told him, said, Ray, I'm sorry, dude. I was wrong. I was really, really wrong. Fantastic player, really solid mechanics. It's almost like whenever you play against him, it's a mind game, He will predict your hook forward once. You think that's a pattern, then he'll get you backwards. He keeps reading your mind, and he's just a fantastic player.
So that's the secret. It's psychic powers on H2K.
Yeah, or just really good game reads.
Yeah.
Or I'm just bad, who knows?
Well, it's okay. We can't all be pro players, Krepo.
Not anymore,
no.
Sadly enough.
Well, I really think another big part of this team, too, is Ryu. In the playoffs especially, he stepped up. I'm really wondering, is this sort of a one-off thing, or is he really getting back to form? I mean, he pretty much had insane amounts of solo kills on his own, really getting back to that assassin style that he was known for in Korea.
I mean, time speaks in his favor, right? He's joined a new region, has to adapt to the language. Obviously his communication with his team is going to get better and better over time. H2K is a really friendly environment. They all seem to have fun with each other, and over time that gets a little better. You feel incorporated, you feel part of the team, and once that happens and your communication gets on point, you start feeling more comfortable, start making more risky plays, and it really showed in playoffs that he was definitely a more comfortable Ryu than we saw at the start of the split.
Yep, and not just him, the whole team. I mean, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. They haven't made any roster changes, but turning to the red side in this matchup, we have Roccat, who have made some of their changes. Their expectations have fallen a bit, or team expectations on them, but we'll see if this changes now. That is in the top, Steve. In the jungle, it is Yankos, mid, Nuke Duck, 80, Woolite, and of course their support, Vander, and now, of course, coaching them, Yamato Cannon.
Yeah, definitely not changing any players outside of Overpower in the top lane. I think Nuke Duck was rated very highly as a mid laner by a lot of people. I still think he has really, really good fundamentals, but he somehow just didn't manage to show it on the stage. You know, in solo queue, very impressive player, always in the top rankings, but on the stage he just played a lot more passive, you know, really more farther back than I would expect Nukeduck to play. But you know, Rocket took the break seriously, they prepared for relegations, they kept training. Maybe they have a leg up against other teams that maybe took a longer break. Let's see how they perform.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the key. We have to watch and sit. But before we get into picks and bans now, we're going to have some insights from Rocket's newest member, Steve, on how Kasing thinks he'll breathe some new life into the roster.
Actually, Steve is one of my best friends in esports. He has the best attitude I've ever played with in a team. And I feel like him being on Rocket could even mean it's kind of like the Kasing effect, where because of his positivity, like he could potentially change the entire team around. So that's why I have high hopes for Rocket, especially for Steve as well.
Well, there you have it. So Kasing has some high hopes for Steve, and I think everyone's wondering what he's going to bring to the table here.
Yeah, big question mark. I've played against him a couple times in solo queue, always very nice, which is a rarity sometimes in Europe.
I've heard
but
that he bakes cookies.
I wouldn't know. I'm going to try and stay off the cookies.
Get fit. That's always the way to do it. So, as we are just getting pretty close into Champ Select here, just before you see any of these picks, what are your thoughts? What do you think H2K will do different this time, or should they do anything different from what we've seen from them in the spring so far? Like, do you expect any new picks, anything different out of them?
I think H2K will stick to the meta. They seem like a team that always plays very meta. The only pick that's outside of meta that was really good, or outside of current metagame, is Annie, kind of, and hasn't been played too much, you know. But Kasing played a mean Annie. I remember whenever we played against them, we usually just banned it to get rid of the engage threat that he offers, because they like to group around objectives and then pull the trigger with the flash Annie stun. I'm hoping for Bard. Kasing is a Bard fan too, so hopefully, but you know, a man. But it looks like we're heading into Champs League.
We are indeed, and Urgot is banned off the table too. Funny you mentioned the Annie too, because I know you're all about those level 2 power spikes and the all-in potential that Kasing always brings. This time, Rocket aren't going to give the chance to him with the Thresh, so they take it away. We'll see what H2K answer back with.
Yeah, Urgot's out. That gives Kalista a little more value in this meta. However, Hjarnan is a really, really big Sivir player, so they actually wouldn't mind giving away Kalista, even though like it's really good against the Sivir. They just want to lock the Sivir, I feel. So let's see if Rocket respects that or has a way to deal with that. Kalista traditionally is very good against Sivir, but H2K has a way of finding the good lane swaps to match that. LeBlanc taken out by Rocket here too, respecting Rio for his play.
Absolutely, and of course, Dezir's been off the table as well. H2K, they send the rotation on back with an Alistair ban away from Bander. Rocket's got one left on the board. What do they spend it on?
Cassiopeia maybe, you know, Cassiopeia first pick could be big for H2K. Good control mage, and it's really, really strong in an objective, well-focused team.
I think that may be the case. I'm really curious, but Rocket's taking a lot of time about this one.
All junglers
that says they're a little uncertain. Yeah, I mean, they leave the possibility of the Sejuani Gragas early pick, Rek'Sai possibly if they want to go for that. I mean, there's a lot of strong picks up. It's the Maokai band away.
All right.
So they spend that on Ottawamne. Now, this is curious.
No, Ottawamne is a big Maokai player. The way H2K plays is they play with a safe tank in the top lane that can TP down and basically assist once those Dragon fights start happening, once those fights in the bot lane start happening. And Ottawamne plays a really good Maokai, so I understand the ban. Potentially behind the scenes, we don't know Steve's champions pool, right? He may have a no counter pick ready, or wants to force Ottawamne in a predictable matchup, come out with a bit of a curveball, you know, all possible. Maybe they want to just facilitate Steve's first game in the LCS here. A lot of options, but we know Cassiopeia is open alongside all the junglers. Is H2K going to pick it up?
Yeah, that is definitely the question. I think H2K really have to decide what they want to prioritize here with so many different strong picks available. You would think jungle would be on #1 priority, but as you mentioned, the Kalista, it was left open throughout it. You said it has a lot of value in this. I completely agree. And I think it's a little risky to pick up first, but it shows the confidence they have against Rocket.
Well, it is pretty smart given that Urgot's out and they play this rock, paper, scissor equation where Kalista goes in and Sivir can block a lot of Urgot's damage, you know, with blocking the Urgot E ability at the same time. So they ban one and then they pick the other, and that's really good here. They get the Kalista. Rocket can't really pick Sivir here unless Ula is very, very comfortable playing it, but otherwise the lane's going to be really rough. I like it. I just wonder where Cassiopeia fits in, because in other regions she has seen a lot of pick and ban really, but in Europe, not so much today. I've been wrong before, so maybe I'm right for once.
Well, looks like Rocket are going to go that way, so Cassiopeia is locked in, as is the Hecarim. And from Steve's summoner spells on that one, there's no chance that's going jungle.
Yeah, TP Smite, Hecarim. Well, we'll see how it works. I think it's nerfed a little bit on this patch, you know, for top lane, so jungler kind of wants to run the smite top lane, not so much anymore. Hecarim's really good at flanking. Really gonna watch out for those TP plays, you know, home guards coming in. Really vital. Could throw H2K off guard. Ryu's hovering Zed, even though he now has a 1 second like change on his ultimate ability. So I don't think he's gonna play that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But we'll see as the hover timer does tick down. For Steve, on this Hecarim, I'm a little bit curious now why they banned the Maokai. Yes, they don't want to put Otoamne on that comfortable choice, but in a one-on-one matchup, Hecarim doesn't do too badly against the Maokai, so I'm wondering if maybe Rocket are trying to sniff out a lane swap in advance.
Yeah, maybe a lane swap, maybe just doesn't like playing against it. Maybe they figured out that Otoamne plays poorly into Hecarim when Maokai is out. They have obviously done their research because they had a lot of time to prepare for this first match. We'll see what comes out. We have the Morgana picked up. Earlier, I would have said, you know, 100% support pick. It works well with Kalista, but I've been wrong when Peke flexed it and went into mid lane. So we see Morgana flex, solid jungler. Rek'Sai over Gragas is a bit surprising. I usually rated Gragas a little higher than Rek'Sai personally, but Ulix knows best.
Well, Kasing might be listening to you right now, Krepo, as they hover over the Bard. Yarnan's still deciding what he wants for his AD carry. While, yeah, so Rocket, you know, Woolite goes ahead and takes Lucian. This is a far cry from what we saw in some of Rocket's less successful games during last split, where he would go on a hyper carry and it would go to an hour or so, and it would be all down to getting caught once and then instantly the game is over. So this is a much safer choice. Lucian should fit fairly well into this composition. There's a lot of mobility outside the Cassiopeia, and I like to see what Rocket can do with this one.
Lucian fits pretty much any composition. He lanes pretty much well into anything. I think it's a solid lane against the Kalista. Becomes more of a skill matchup, depends on the supports too. But we might not even see that lane with lane swaps potentially coming out. But the Fizz locked in.
Yep, that is going to be Ryu's choice, and Otoamne has a Gnar too. So this is a fairly favorable matchup in the top lane for H2K. Yeah, the Fizz is a little bit surprising given what Ryu is going to be up against here.
So they had an answer for the Cassiopeia all along. So I guess they wanted to bait Rocket into picking it or just pick it late themselves. Fizz an answer. What worries me about a team with really like a big objective focus like H2K is they don't have any wave clear, really. Like usually you position well for objectives by controlling the waves into your favor, but Fizz is going to be easily pushed in the mid lane. Yeah, Gnar can control top pretty well, but so can Hecarim and TP down. Almost equally efficient, if not more efficient than a Gnar. Bot lane very strong. Morgana and Kalista, really nice combo. Even when you ulti the Morgana, for example, the tether will not break from her ultimate, so Kalista can actually replace Morgana in that equation. Little nifty trick there. Let's see what Vander rounds out this composition with in the support role.
Looks like it's going to be Lulu. As the timer ticks away,
that's peculiar.
Hardly a strange choice for him, but yeah, in general, I am a little bit weirded out, I think, overall by this pick and ban phase.
Maybe he felt that he lacked some tankiness on the team. Gragas being the only tank, Hecarim definitely wants to build a Triforce. Lulu ulti can offer extra tank ability to any character in the game, so in that sense it's okay. He's a ranged laner, so it kind of works, because against Kalista Morgana you definitely want to have the option to have double ranged. LC is going to get really tricky with the Kalista passive.
Right, now that we've seen both the compositions locked in, what do you expect to see out of this? What is Rocket's game plan? What are they trying to do with these power spikes that pretty much happen all across the course of the game?
I think we'll see a Righteous Glory engage from Gragas, body slam flash combo with a Lulu ulti. That's the ideal scenario, right? You send them in, he knocks them up, knocks some people back, while Hecarim TPs on a flank and surprises them. And I think they want to get favorable fights by getting the minion waves in their control. H2K's comp is very weak on wave clear. They have to snowball. I think if H2K gets behind more than 2,000 gold, it will get really tricky. But they have a lot of surprising damage. Fizz does a lot of damage. Kalista is good at controlling those objectives, has a lot of nice hidden damage. You know, once that passive proc is on and Morgana auto attacks once, that's 12% of your maximum health gone. It can really change the pace of the game really quickly with a couple of those passive shots, but we'll see how this plays out.
Absolutely. A lot of hidden damage on both sides. The smite on the Hecarim is especially going to be interesting for contesting those objectives. Now, guys, we're done with that pregame banter. Why don't you tell us what you think at LOL Esports is the place? Tweet H2K win or ROC win with the hashtags to see who you think is going to take this one as we load up onto the Rift.
Let's see if any team has a cheese platter prepared, or it's going to be the standard fan-out line of scrimmage.
Well, it is the first game of the split. We don't see the most shenanigans traditionally, but there's one thing I've learned since coming here, Krepo. Tradition is anything but a good indicator.
Yeah, I love me some cheese though, but I don't think so. What I really like, actually, we've seen these lines of scrimmage. I like faking it by sending your top laner and your jungler to one side, basically telling our team, yeah, we're just spreading out, but then collapsing with the other 3 members on one side to force a ward in. And it looks like the bot lane's actually doing that exact same thing. Kasing backing up Yarn here, hoping that Vander's on a position. They want to force them out, but yeah, 2v2, it's not going to work. They need the support of their mid laner. Fizz obviously doesn't put too much pressure, so that's not really going to work. Standard line of scrimmage, 105 wards drop. This is basically, you want that ward down at 105 so you can comfortably do your camp and figure out whether the enemy is stopping you or, you know, whether coming to invade or whether they're doing their camp. And you want that ward up really quickly for the 3-minute, 3:10 timing. So that's why at 105, you put that ward down. Standard bot lane behavior. Both teams going to their camps. I think this kind of, it's hard to tell, but I think Kalista Morgana likes that level 2 spike to just go all in and kill somebody.
Well, we definitely know Kasing likes that. That has just kind of been their hallmark. You mentioned it earlier that H2K is a team who will pretty much do what you expect them to do. And as an enemy team, you'd think that makes it easier to predict, but it just hasn't been the case.
All right, I want to watch how they do these golems, if we can keep the camera on that, because there's a certain science to it by spreading out your passive, you know, damage on one big golem, then to the small one, then to the big one again. Let's see if they do the perfect PvE style. So they block the big one, they block the small one. Look, they go back to the big. I think they should go for the big one here and let the AoE take down the small one. This is nitty-gritty Crepo whining about golems, but I think that's the way to do it. However, they take it down the camp relatively quickly. Lucian Lulu first on the grump. Let's see if there's a XP disparity coming down or not.
Yep, we will see. Back into lane now. The level 2 on Kasing. Yarn's still sitting on level 1 himself, so...
Oh, he took full XP then.
Yeah.
He took more XP than Yarn, hoping to basically push the lane and have the bind be a threat. Good dodge from White.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's only a threat if you can actually land it. Kasing's actually taking a lot more damage than he bargained for. Yarn stepped forward and took a face full of Glitter Lance as well.
Really like to play. The bind is down, so the zone control is out. Yarn is still level 1. Really aggressive play and really solid play from Rocket. Really good reactionary play. They know what went down. They know that all the experience of the camp almost went to Kasing here, whether it was by choice or by accident. They dodged the binding, immediately put on the aggro switch. Really good reactionary play, and yeah, let's come to play.
Oh, yes, he has. He's definitely got something to prove here. So, serious CS lead to start this one off. Yarnin a little bit gimped by his CS differential. He just hits level 2 now. We'll see if he's able to tango with Woolite.
And this matchup is all about pushing. Whoever pushes has the ability to poke. It's really hard to dodge a skill shot when you're getting pushed in because you can only dodge backward. Good bind there from Kasing because it limits the angles in which you can dodge, you know. If you're pushing, you can dodge forward, backward, and sideways, but they're fighting over the Skull Crab right here.
Yeah, Yanko's in a bit of a precarious situation, but he should be able to escape nice and easy, but Lulex has the Prey Seeker. No, not quite up. He's not able to get it, so that one goes over to Yankos. The Crab Wars are a very integral part of the early game Crab.
Yeah, that definitely helps to set up your wards. You can, if you get the Skull Crab, it means you can actually put your ward in the Tribush if you want. Good aggro from Woolite, and Yarn's forced to base really, really big here for Rocket.
Yeah, that's really troubling. He's only able to pick up a longsword for all of his efforts, and now he's going to lose out on even more experience as Woolite Vander are pushing in this lane. So I really hope H2K have a backup plan right now because their bot lane is not going.
Where is Ryu going?
He's going up top. This is going to be interesting. Let's see if he can bully out Steve. He hits level 4, dives in, ignites immediately, taking tower shots as he playful tricksters into Steve predicts it. Odoamne taking tower damage, and that's going to be first blood to Ryu.
This was such a sick play, so sick that Odoamne wasn't even ready for it. Ryu goes in, you know, gets a tower aggro, then hops up and playful and trickster, and he sees that Steve is moving out of the range, so he flashes while he's coming down from his pole and lands on top of Steve. Steve has no flash, so he can't counter flash. Beautiful play by Ryu, and this is how you punish somebody with TP Smite. You use the fact that he does not have a flash to your advantage, and somehow Ryu was allowed to push mid lane against the Cassiopeia. Not sure if that's supposed to happen.
Yeah, not sure at all. He has been down a little bit of CS, but I mean, that's just because he was on that roam. He took a little bit of time, but absolutely worth it. He goes back, he gets himself a little bit extra items and extra Dorns, the wards he's able to pick up for it to grab some extra vision for himself. So, you know, we wondered about this Fizz pickup, but so far it's doing all right.
Yeah, good deep wards here from Yankos. He comes in to support the mid lane. Basically, Nuktak wants to push in this lane safely, or at least contest that CS without getting ganked. Vander groups up with Yankos because they have the safety of the pink ward in the back, but they're spotted by a Sentinel, so not much is going to happen here.
Yeah. We were talking about vision too. I mean, that's a very valuable part of Kallista's kit that I feel like is undervalued, or at least is understated. just because you don't have to invest as much in wards, you can utilize the Sentinels. Yes, they give 10 gold to your opponent, but small price to pay.
It is, but it gives vision, but it's very tricky to rely on it because people can walk around. I remember this one game where the enemy jungler dodged 3 different Sentinels, invaded in the jungle, and basically punished the Kalista, feeling safe. False sense of security, got punished really hard for that.
Spring in Korea, I believe, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, and I mean, that's an extraordinary circumstance, but you're right, it's not exactly a fail-safe. Now, Vander is able to dodge out the Dark Binding because he's having a hard time hitting those today.
Ooh, nice dash from Woolite.
He could be in some trouble. Woolite, not quite enough. The exhaust is on him.
I feel like
it's expensive down there.
See, Woolite knows he is ahead. It's actually really smart. Didn't want to blow his heal or his flash because he knows if he flashes, he's only going to trade Yarn and flash for flash. And you don't want to do that when you're ahead because Yarn has to base anyways, you know. Save your flash, play nice, like, just get that advantage snowballing and make sure you can't get closed on by Lulex later. Really solid play by Woolite and good decision making.
These junglers seem to be fated to meet up at that river area. Lulex not getting the better of it so far as Rio's coming in. Yanko's still confident that he can throw a few more barrels his way.
And Rocket's playing very well reaction there. You know, they see Lulex in the jungle, they react to it. They don't get caught by the bind. They know, they see the bind, so they know Kasing is not ready to follow up and protect his AD carry. Woolite uses that information to his advantage to dash in aggressively on Hjarn. Solid team play, nice use of resources from Rocket. Very impressive compared to their former form.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very, very early to say, but compared to the performance we saw out of Rocket last split, all the way up until the promotion tournament, it was not something that would have been able to compete with H2K at the level they are at now. Even 7 minutes early into the game, we'd have seen them falling behind. We'd have seen them not really knowing what to do. And they've so far been quite fine, only giving up the 1 kill. Odo Omne now into Mega Gnar form, but Jankos is there. He can't really do much.
This is ugly though. If your jungler level 4 has to walk into the lane to secure a push out, it means you're in a bit of trouble though.
Oh, Odo Omne going aggressive. Yep, in comes Lulex, gets the knock-up, gets the kill. Odo Omne gets himself another assist just as Mega Gnar expires. And Steve starts his LCS career 0-2.
I don't like this play. Just walking into the lane like it, you give all the information to your opponent. You're playing without a flash on this Hecarim, and you just get punished so hard. Really, really good at H2K localizing the weakness of the Rocket roster and basically pinpointing it and exploiting it super hard.
Yeah, sometimes it is the game of gang up on the newcomer. Steve has really been unable to do much about this to start off. He'll have to be very, very careful pushing forward, but you know, this could definitely prove a pain in Rocket's strategy later game. Kasing eats half of a culling as Yarnan just doing everything he can to try and push the wave out.
Woolite's stuck on a pickaxe even though he has a really big CS lead. That's a little awkward. You really want, once you start snowballing this game, you really want to base on a BF sword, but there's a 30 CS lead almost for Woolite.
Yeah, and he's still got about 300 gold or so before he can pick up that BF sword, so he's a little bit of a wonky spot right now, and he doesn't want to allow Yarnan to really get back into this one, so yeah, but kind of a tough call.
At the same time, Yarnan was forced to buy a Vamp Scepter, so he's going to be really far off any notable spike. But the game is pretty much divided in half right now. The left side of the map is for H2K, and the bottom side of the map is for Rocket. However, we haven't seen a dragon. Usually, when you see this bottom focus, or bottom advantage on the map for one team, this translates to a dragon. But Jankos was basically patching up, Steve in the top lane. Didn't get a dragon, but Steve still died, and this is worrisome for Rocket right now.
Yeah, it is, but there is that silver lining that they haven't really been able to secure a dragon. Jankos and Vander now roaming together to establish some vision down on that side. They throw a ward, discover the pink one, and they're able to clear out the Rek'Sai tunnels. Vander going very deep for just a second. He goes a little far to get a ward down.
He knows he has
else
to
is a little bit
back up.
normal. But yeah, it's safe for them to do this right now because they know not much attention is being paid to this bot side outside of the 2v2.
I think we might see another roam from Rio soon. Has pushed in the mid lane, has the opportunity to at least disappear to the left, knows there's a pink ward there, and basically just disappearing and making people afraid of a possible roam is something you could do. However, if Rio goes top again, they will lose the dragon, so he might opt to stay in the mid lane.
We'll have to see for the moment. Nukeduck's taking a brief break to pick up his blue buff. Manko's helping him out with that one. But yeah, Rio has done pretty solid in this matchup so far in this Fizz. The really worrisome thing is, though, how long is this laning phase going to continue? Because that's only going to be better and better for Nukeduck's Cassio.
Yeah, he likes that. At the same time, Fizz does a remarkable amount of damage, especially once the game opens up and some towers disappear. He's a really good split pusher. Rio went top. Let's see if Rocket spots this or not. He decides not to dive because they don't want to give away the dive and trade for a dragon. I think Rio bases picks up items and wants to start contesting the dragon.
Right, Chivar goes ahead and gets his needless. Now, Lulex going to be securing up some crab.
This crab will be really big.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. It's going straight towards... Oh, now it backs away. That's a very fickle crab. Jankos is going to go ahead and secure it. No problem whatsoever. Lulex got a little spooked on that, and as a result, Rocket, they're continually controlling vision in this Dragon area, not letting H2K get any more of an edge.
Yeah, they got an advantage on the bottom. Look at Woolite, 95 CS to 66. But how does that translate into the game? He's sitting on only a pickaxe all this time. Kalista was able to farm for free because Bam Scepter into pickaxe, you know, that's free, and they stopped their bases on the bot lane.
Exactly. So this could be a moment for H2K to actually strike. Kasing, though, does take a serious amount of damage, but it would hurt a whole hell of a lot better if they had been able to back and grab some more items. Now you see Lulex and Rio doing the dragon. It's spotted by Rocket, but all the vision in the world doesn't matter if you can't act on it.
Yeah, poor item timings from the bot lane. Didn't really translate their advantage. Yeah, they had a gold advantage, but didn't translate into a lead on the bot lane. Bam Scepter farms perfectly fine into pickaxe. You know, really good job by Kasing. I assume he used his tormented soil to stop the backs from the Rocket bot lane. They will have to be scared once they actually finish that back. But right now they can play passive on the bottom side of the map because they got the objective. They got the dragon. They basically just want to secure those towers, keep them alive, and let Odoamna beat up Steve for a while.
Yeah, and he runs right. Healed. So Steve is definitely, I think beat up is the word to describe it right now. This is a bit of a problem for him. We'll see if any help comes from him. In the meanwhile, Jankos is focusing on Nuke Duck's lane as he backs away after the wave has been pushed in. Lulex clearing out some vision on the other side here.
Jankos is getting out-leveled by Lulex pretty significantly. Lulex continuously been a level up on Jankos. Jankos even forced to like walk into lanes to assist with wave clearing. Really not good if you have to do that as jungler, because the best thing about being a jungler is that you can show up any lane and gank, right? But if you give the information where you are to a team as organized as H2K, they will punish you that. Not in the spot where you are, but somewhere else on the map, they will use that to their advantage. And you see Odoamna taking down the first tower of the game on the top lane.
Yep, he grabs that one for free as Steve was forced to back away. Let's go back to the bot lane for a second because Woolite is putting some serious hurt onto Kasing. Gets stopped by the binding, but for now they're
based yet. Woolite snuck a base. That's really smart. He snuck a base, and now Hjarnan and Kasing, they have to get the hell out of there. They have to get the base, get some items, or otherwise Woolite will just straight up beat them up, and they have to hurry, or they'll just straight up lose their bottom tower here. Really significant point in the game. Is Woolite going to take down his tower?
Yeah, well, they're just backing now. This is not looking good for H2K's bottom first-tier turret. The mini-wave is inbound. Jankos and Nuke Duck are moving in that general direction as well. Kasing actually stuck around, but he can't do anything here, and now Jankos is providing a buffer against Lulex. This tower's as good as dead.
Yeah, solid rotational play from Rocket. They recognize that they really needed that tower to even out the tower score, and they basically supplement their advantage by moving other pieces on the map over. Really, really good use of resources.
Yeah, with that, they bring the gold within 200. 13 minutes is the time on the clock. There's only been one dragon, and it's been for H2K, but Rocket still holds on. Well, no lead actually for them, but you know, they're very, very close.
Hjarnan has to be careful. BF pickaxe into a Cutlass is the worst part of this matchup, if it ever happens, that you could be in. At least if you finish your Blade of the Ruined King, you have an active proc. If you get some more damage like a BF sword yourself, you can actually win some trades if you're lucky, but this is really awkward spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he can trade with Woolite right now. I wouldn't be surprised if once he finishes pushing down bot, assuming Rocket decide not to defend this one if they try to push somewhere else on the map, if he then, you know, goes and hangs around mid, goes and hangs around top and tries to turn things around.
That's a really good pointer, because if we go back to how we handled the champ select, we noted that H2K is very weak in the wave clear front, and Lucian can really expose that. Going to poke somebody out of the tower and then take down a tower. Rocket should start looking at taking more and more towers while keeping the bottom one alive. I don't think putting two people bot is the correct play for them. I would like to see them collapse on mid lane, use the fact that Fizz barely has any wave clear, use the bottom lane advantage and translate it like Forgiven did earlier in the Gambit game.
And you can see that Rocket are definitely hoping for this game to go on as long as possible. The tier has been sitting on the Cassiopeia for a while, but the Abyssal Scepter completed as that first item. What do you think of that particular build?
I think it's alright if you're playing as a Mage Assassin, but Steve's getting caught again.
Yes, he is. He could go 0-3 as he goes in with the Onslaught or goes out with the Onslaught. It won't be far enough as Odoamna picks him up. Didn't even need to dive, just found him on the crux.
Yeah, H2K recognizes that they have to start playing towards the strong side. Kasing abandons bot lane, knows that they will lose 2v2 anyways, predicts a possible roam into mid, and they start playing around the strong side. Play around Odoamna, don't need his TP, you know, make him the crux of the team right now, and it works out, they get a pick.
They get another one. Yanko's forced to spend his explosive cast just to push them off of this one. Now you've got the waves pushing once again Rocket's way down bottom. Yarnin forced to farm up his Krugs just to try and keep relevant. This is not looking good for H2K.
Yeah, what did Rocket do in the last 2 or 3 minutes with their bot lane? Vander and Woolite pushed up, got to the tier 2 tower, did some damage in it, then decided to back off. They lost the momentum. Tempo is a really integral part of League of Legends right now, and Rocket lost a lot of tempo while H2K gained some, and that's just really, really crucial for the state of the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're focusing on a lot of their attention on Steve, and that's definitely working out well for them.
They're literally
Rocket are doing, yeah, exactly. Rocket are doing fantastic on bottom, but you're right, there's not a whole lot else going for them right now, and that's the issue.
Yeah, but Steve's at the point where it's not worth killing him anymore, 0-3. So they basically just want to put him in awkward spots where he has to push out lanes and move all the Wamna, move that strong piece to another side of the map. We might see some TPs coming in.
Yeah, we might see some Rek'Sai ultimates as well. Kasing knows he has some backup, and there is an Ottawamne coming in. Fate's call from Yarn, they're looking for an extended engage. He throws Kasing in. Glitterlance goes, but Jankos is the target as they put the wild growth on him. Will it be enough? No! The spears get ripped out of him, and here comes Ottawamne. Yarden picks up Vander. Steve, talk about a dead horse. 0-4 on the scoreboard, and H2K pick themselves up 3-0.
And look at the timing in the game, 10 to 20 minutes. This is where H2K puts on the fire. They use their playstyle to their advantage, and somehow they come out on top again. Beautiful chains you see on Jankos. Rulix flashing for the knockup. They don't want Jankos to move anywhere, because once you eliminate the tank, Rocket has no tankiness left at all, and a really beautiful ulti from Ottawamne, and their resource management has been beautiful. They play passive on the sites where they have to. They capitalize on advantages where they can, and it all culminates in 3 kills and a tower for H2K, and they're now 4,000 gold almost ahead.
And it might even be another tower if you take a look. But let's take a look at how this fight went down. First off, starts with a bait from Kasing.
Yeah, basically Kasing baits them in. Teleport comes in here from Ottawamne. Face call is used for the knockup into the bind, into the watch Lulix. Flash knockup again. They basically call Jankos. He's dead. Fizz is coming in from the side, flanking. Really good 2-man ulti because they're basically watching their tank die. They're standing around. Is he gonna die? Okay, is it? Oh god, we're caught out. We gotta run. And then Ottawamne pins them into the wall, double stun. Really good play, and Rocket almost seems flabbergasted though what's going on.
Yeah, definitely not quite in sync, and unfortunately for Steve, he's definitely had a rough start of things. Now, Rocket are going to attempt this Drake, but H2K will not give it up so easily. We'll see if they go in, no steals. That one does go to Rocket.
Woolite got it.
Breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, Woolite had to get that, so with 2 smites, the AD carry takes it.
H2K not being punished for the lack of wave clear, and they found the weakness in Rocket's armor, in Steve having no flash. I find it still peculiar that a Fizz can roam up top, dive, and not get punished, not lose his tower at all. And it's just really solid play, and I'm really, really impressive that that H2K managed to recognize that. It seems really obvious in hindsight, you know, yeah, he has no flash, okay, you can push him, you can dive in, but to do that in a game on LCS stage is very, very impressive.
Oh, yes, indeed. So, with all of that, H2K have certainly pulled ahead in this game. They find themselves 3,000 gold up. The Dragons are even, but the kills are all H2K. 6-0 is that score line. In just a couple of minutes, Baron starts to hit the field. We'll see if that becomes an object, but for now, looks like H2K are eyeballing this bottom side. Woolite dodges out a Dark Bind, but Yarnin and Lulex are there with Kasing to keep on the pressure.
They're basically faking a dive because they know they don't have teleport, so they basically want Ottawamne to take down top tier 2 while they're safely pushing down bottom. Rocket might recognize this and try and take out Ottawamne himself, but then they'll lose the bottom tower to a dive anyways. Really tough position for Rocket to be in if H2K has the proper vision to recognize this play.
Yep. Oh, and there goes the Casio ult. Steve goes in, and Ottawamne just out of Meganar form is going to go down. Nuke Duck will pick up his first kill of the game. It was a little bit messy, and they trade for a turret, though.
Yeah, but I think 1/3, either top tower tier 2 was going to fall or bottom tier 1. They traded for a kill. I think that's the best case scenario for Rocket. I like the roam. I think it's a smart play.
And what does it say about Rocket, though, that this is the situation that they're in? They have to basically make sacrifices regardless of what they're doing at this stage of the game.
This is basically mistakes from the past coming to bite you in the future. And here goes Yarn Fate's call onto...
Yep, he gets knocked up onto Nuke Duck. They combo it, and they throw the chum in the waters, and that is one dead snake. Ryu pops his on his hourglasses. Jankos goes in, goes out. Is he big enough? No, not again.
Yeah, especially if you lack wave clear, you really need to make these picks happen, and H2K is so good. No hesitation, just throwing Kasing in there, relying on him knocking people up, and then comboing it with the bind into another knock-up. You know, so much damage coming out. Good bind from Kasing.
Yep, now they found Steve. Tormented Soil is on Ryu. Playfuls and Tricksters, and he gets a kill on a spree now as the minions are still tanking the tower. Yarn and hop, skipping and jumping all the way to a few more tower shots, and H2K are able to clean up 3 kills in total off of that.
5,000 gold lead.
Oh,
really
yeah.
impressive.
Starting to roll out of control. Rocket, what can they do to come back from this one, though? Because they just seem to be very scattered. Some good answer moves, but not without giving things up.
I think the only way they can win a fight right now is a good flank from Hecarim. While this tower is going down, maybe Caspia are flashing just the multiple people, but H2K seems to be so controlled that they're not going to let that happen, you know?
No, and they wait. It looks like it may have been a little bit long, but they really, what threat did they have to answer for? Steve was not quite up yet. His teleport isn't available either. Still a few death timers were ticking when H2K backed away. They had just enough time.
And even if he teleports, I believe he went for the Cinder Hulk into the makings of a Banshees or potentially a Spirit Visage. You know, he's not going to deal any damage. 0-5 Horse, they don't even have to be afraid of the flank anymore from Steve, because he doesn't have the traditional Triforce to dish out so much damage. They can pretty much ignore him at this point and focus on the other carries. Basically, they just want to blow up Nuketown.
Yeah, let's take stock of where this game is at, because we talked about the 10-20 minute power spike that H2K has. In this game, they've certainly hit it to a T. At 10 minutes into the game, it was incredibly even. It was very much tie game in almost all aspects, maybe a few towers and a few dragons here or there. Now, we've got ourselves 5,000 gold difference, like you said. Still 1-1 in dragons, but that kill score pretty much says it, 9-1. H2K have been finding the holes in Rocket's strategy and exploiting them time and time again.
So what they want to do now is put Ottawa on bot with teleport and then control the top side of the map. They want to get rid of those pink wards that Rocket has in their jungle right now. Put deep vision, and I think H2K will do that. Because the lack of wave clear, not the best siege in the world, they might just want to start baiting Rocket into face checking. Face checking gets punished really hard, especially when you have a Rek'Sai with Tremor Sense. She can spot out people moving in the dark really easily, especially when they move towards an objective. Could be really, really dangerous for Rocket here.
Yeah, could be dangerous for Rio, however, though. Finds a Yankos in the brush. Promptly body slams into him, but they're going to go ahead and give up a pink ward for that one. H2K continuing to squeeze Rocket out of their own jungle. Now Steve finding Oda Wamne, but as you said, he really doesn't do any damage. He's got to be careful too. Meganar's not anywhere near happening, but he doesn't need it. Oda Wamne just puts on the damage.
Yeah, the new Black Cleaver really working into Oda Wamne's favor here, and Steve doesn't want to teleport in the fights anymore. He just wants to cancel Oda Wamne. He wants H2K to face off 4v4 against Rocket, potentially lose the fight with a good Nuke ult flash, but even then, you know, he's just getting wheeled down because he has to stay in range to cancel the teleport. And Rocket's trying to gank Oda Wamne here.
Yep, up, flash for a flash right there. Explosive cast. Oda Wamne's dangerously close to Meganar though, and Steve might have overstepped his bounds. Now you see Yankos bailing out a barrel to help Steve, but it's all they can do to stay alive in a 1v2. Ryu diving onto Woolite. Does he have the damage? He does. Kasing is there. He's got his ultimate on, and a pair of exhausts, one for Ryu, one for Vander. H2K, turns me damned. They're going for the dive. There's the petrifying gaze, but it only slows down H2K for just a moment. They're piling on forward and eyeballing the inhibitor turrets.
And this is H2K in a nutshell. You know, you try to aggress on us in the bot lane, we will find a way to kill you in the top lane. Cross-map objectives. Really the bread and butter of an objective-based team like H2K. And walls seem to be optional for Kasing. You know, there's a wall here, just use Fate Skull, throw me over, I'll just land a binding. Playful Trickster, Zony has a lot of ways to reset tower aggro by Ryu, masterfully used, and H2K is playing this game to a T. 10-1 in kills. Rockets, they're not getting anything.
No, they're not being allowed anything here. Now Dragon coming up in 10 seconds, but Rocket, they've got very little way to contest this. There's a tiny window with everyone just coming back from base, but do they even want to risk it at this point? It doesn't look like that's the case.
Again, what Rocket wants to do now is keep Oda Wamne out of these fights, have Steve cancel his teleport ideally, and somehow win a 4v4, but no flash on Nuke, no flash on Woolite, no flash on Vander, no flash on Yankos. That makes your plays very predictable, and H2K is looking top form right here.
Absolutely, look to secure themselves Dragon number 2 at just under 24 minutes into the game. They've got their bases covered, that is for sure. But on Rocket's side, you know, what really, they've had their options really whittled down. The Hecarim is pretty much irrelevant. They've been forced into these predictive plays, as you said. Really, it seems like it's going to all be on the back of Nuke the longer this game goes to have that Cassiopeia damage, but that's still a long ways away. He's still on basic boots.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling. He has a lot of DPS, but he has no ways to land it. The mobility coming out of Rio, and he can be untargetable for so many times in a row that it's really tricky to kill him. Lulex is always ready with that flash on the trigger, you know, to flash knock up and basically CC chain people down. Really good play from Yarnero, nice spacing, good ultimates too. So H2K playing pretty much flawless, and they're capitalizing on what they did in the early mid game. And if we go back, we just want to highlight, you know, how well they played their composition, how well they knew their strengths, and how they exploited Rocket's weaknesses. And I think if we want to analyze this game, one thing that went wrong is the item timings on bot lane. When you're 30 CS up, you really want to capitalize that somehow. Playing pickaxe into Vamp and then being kept, you know, until you base on maybe 110 CS, it was too much for Rocket. Solid props to H2K for staying in the game though.
Yeah, absolutely, and just outmaneuvering time and time again. It just seems like the biggest story is execution. Both these teams had solid compositions. They knew what they wanted to do, but H2K knew exactly how to shut down the Rocket plan.
And it looks like H2K is like putting up vision deep red jungle, so they have the teleport threat to punish Rocket if they check.
Oh,
Rio's going in.
Yeah, he's got Chum the Waters onto Woolite, and he's going to get 8. Just like that, Rio's going to pick that one up, and he dodges out.
Still has Zhonya's too.
From Petrifying Gaze. Yeah, he'll be able to Playful Trickster once again. Nuke Duck just cannot catch him. Again, still those basic boots.
Yeah, and
Slippery fish, even harder to find.
You see what Rio does. Like, he forces the gap closer to be used by Woolite, knows he has no flash, guarantees the ultimate landing, and at that point, Woolite is a sitting duck, and you know, he will just get ate alive by Fizz, and there's no reaction in time by Rocket because H2K is spreading them out. They want to. Rocket's one of those teams that definitely wants to 4v4 in this comp, but they're not allowing it to happen. H2K, flawless execution so far.
Flawless execution indeed. After pushing that one, Rio will go back, spend more of his hard-earned gold. 402, his score this game has been absolutely phenomenal and untouchable.
Yep.
On the bot lane now, Odoamne. Making a feint of pushing at the bottom, seeing if he can bait out Steve. Sweep on the Baron to see if Rocket would be aware of this, but they know with 3 members there that something has got to be up. Ryu rushing to get back to this one.
Yeah, H2K not getting too greedy. They just want to secure visions or wards in every single brush here so they can see Rocket's moves and take the safe Baron, because they don't have a timer, right? Because Odoamne will beat up Steve 1v1 if Rocket commits more resources to the bot lane. The Baron will automatically become free, so time just plays into H2K's hand perfectly here. Eventually, it'll be enough wards, or Tremor will be secure enough that they can take the Baron and start closing out this game.
As you say it, so let it be true, Crepo. H2K start this Baron off. Team Rocket inbound trying to stop this from happening, but Jankos wanders right into a Chum the Waters, and he throws a barrel out trying to escape now. Teleport from Odoamne, gets stunned up. Lulex takes a huge shot at Calling, but Woolite and Nuke Duck are next on the table. Odoamne, Meganar, just at the right time. It's a double kill for Yarnin. Steve now collapsed on by the rest of H2K. That's a triple kill for the Kalista. They can take this Baron for free. The question is, do they still want it? Oh, yes.
And there's nothing Rocket could do, really. Like, they were forced into that play. They had to check the Baron. They had to fight their way out. Odoamne found a way to teleport away from Steve so that Steve couldn't cancel it. The second that lands, it's almost guaranteed that Rocket H2K is going to win this fight.
Baron, okay.
Sing volunteers his tribute.
Yeah, you know, why not, right?
An ode to the blood.
Baron has killed as many H2K members as Rocket has this game.
Go Baron.
Yeah, Vander trying to be a nuisance, but he just can't do enough. In the end, it's secured. When you've got that many spears stacked into you, Yarnin can rip him out for a lot of damage.
So, and this, we said it earlier in Elements' game, you know, they had a really group one-mode combo teamfight style type of deal with no wave clear. Baron solves that problem in a siege. Now, H2K has a bit of a different composition. They want a 1-3-1 and make picks. Baron amplifies that so much because now every single lane will get the Baron buffs, you know, because Kasing is not going to split push on his own, so it doesn't matter that he lost his buff. A little unfortunate that he died there, but H2K can set up for a 1-3-1, a 4-1, buff all the creeps.
Exactly, I was going to say they have a whole ton of options at this point, and they can just continue to push Rocket further and further back into their own base. I mean, they're already sitting on only 1 tower outside of the base remaining, but let's see if Rocket can find something. He's going to be slowed down as he tries to tunnel, forced to flash away. Yarnin now in there for the defense, but Rocket, they've got a momentary advantage. In comes Steve, and Nuke Duck will pick up a kill. Yarnin is next on the plate, and that's going to be Steve picking up his first. Rocket have found a tiny bit of breathing room.
And this is how you stop a 1-3-1. You kill before it happens, because once everybody's in position pushing the lanes, it's too late, because if you commit to one side, they will take a cross-map objective. Really good read by Rocket. They hide in the jungle knowing that somebody's going to want to shoot for vision, and they kill. But Ryu, he wants blood.
Yeah, look at how confident H2K are. 2 members down. They still think they can make a play. Ryu flashes, but Vander follows suit on this one. Odoamne now chasing on Steve as he hop skips and jumps over. Oh, Woolite is down as Ryu chases through him, and Odoamne finds Steve. H2K in member disadvantage are able to still come up with 2 picks.
Yeah, this highlights the state of the game, how far H2K is ahead. Rio, he doesn't care that teammate just died, you know, so nice, you took the cooldowns, I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, no problems for them whatsoever. Now forget the split push because H2K are right on the inhibitor turrets. No need now with Woolite and Steve down. Chum the Waters dodged out, but it doesn't even matter. They just used it to zone as this inhibitor is not long for the rift. Odoamne jumping forward. Nukeduck is found. He's not going to get anything with his petrifying gaze, and a cherry on top for H2K as they push Team Rocket even farther back.
Yeah, fantastic play here, and it almost unsurmountable lead for H2K, and they're going to end this game, I imagine, on a 4-1 split push. They can also start knocking on the front door on any of the lanes, but they can pick up another Dragon here, uncontested. Roccat is down more than 10,000 gold at this point in the game. That is so hard to deal with, almost impossible, one would say.
Yeah, now Dragon number 3 going down for H2K. There's no way that Rocket can get there to try and stop it. They've lost all control of the map. With extra mobility now from this 3rd Dragon buff, H2K will be even slippier, even harder to catch. And Rocket are almost out of options.
Yeah, H2K not going to make the same mistake again. Hjarnan basing safely. We just saw a trade for Dragon for double golems. Slightly in H2K's favor here.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. 3 kills for Rocket. We see a lot of one-sided games today. A lot of teams that, you know, snowball their advantage without giving away too many deaths, and that's what we highlight at the start of the show, where we show these fancy graphics we made. People who give away less deaths and try to get, you know, a decent amount of kills, they win game. It sounds logical, of course it does, but you know, we see H2K basically play this style to a T, and they're finally losing maybe 1 tower in the top lane, but I don't think they care too much.
Well, it's a style that got them 3rd place in the European LCS, and it looks like it's about to get them a win if this trend continues. Odoamne goes in a little far by himself, but he's just perfectly fine. He's eating a full culling, and all of Rocket are still backing away from him. The rest of H2K are pushing bot now.
Yeah, that's the 1-3-1. You know, you force them to overextend on one side relatively safely. Maybe a little too bold by Odoamne there, but he delays their back timing so much that H2K can maybe get a tower on the bot lane. Woolite's 1v1ing him.
He is 1v1ing, but Odoamne outplays him. How about that? A Thornmail will do that for you. On top of the Randuin's Omen, pretty much negated a lot of Woolite's damage. Inhibitor now in the bottom being fired down by H2K. They've just got everything in the book against this team.
This has to feel so bad. Beat 30 CS up early, and then you get death by Thornmail in the end of the game. Really, really not fun for Woolite here. Played a good laning phase though, really good reactionary play there, but it didn't come together for Rocket.
No, it really just didn't. So, and this is why we're at 32 minutes into the game, and H2K are just continually knocking on the doors. They've got 2 inhibitors. They've got Odoamne bringing up a herd of minions here as Yarn and Kasing and Lulex are there. Jankos, all he can do to try to back this out is throw a couple of barrels here and there. Nukeduck's still a damaged threat, but they've got to land the perfect combo, and that's really only happened once.
Yeah, H2K horribly are really efficient about it with their Baron, right? They took it down, and 6 minutes later, they only have 2 inhibs down, took a tier 2-2. They're knocking on the base Nexus turrets. They're taking out a 3rd. Rocket they're not swimming anymore, you know? They're sinking.
No, absolutely. Steve is just able to get away from that dark binding, but Tower won't be so lucky. It's going to take the rest of its HP in damage. Chum the Waters dodged out, but they are going to go in for the final assault. Steve dodges in, but I don't think it's going to help the rest of his team. Woolite takes down Lulex. In comes Ryu, just dodging around, but he finally will fall down. That's a double kill over to Woolite before he himself melts. Vander chased all the way back to his fountain as H2K completely clean house, and they will secure the ace. Team Rocket blasting off again as H2K are polishing off the Nexus turrets. They will end this game. 33 minutes in, the Nexus is bare, and a fantastic match for H2K as they just take their time around it, dancing about to finish this one off in serious style.
Got a challenge for giving on LCS, spat the score a little bit, but yeah, H2K very convincing.
What a way to start off the split. Both teams, really, and you know, Rocket, they definitely made some changes. We saw them doing some very positive things early on in the game, but you're right, it just didn't come together for them. For H2K, the tried and true worked out once again.
Yeah, but just I think what really sums up this game is the opening that Rio found on the level 3 roam to top. I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen in the Fizz Cassiopeia matchup. She should have, as a control mage, enough control to at least keep the wave even, highlight that the roam is possibly to happen, or Jankos can defend the Hecarim without the flash. Questionable TP smite too. Maybe he should have just opted for a flash to be safe. First game in the LCS, you know people are gonna pick on you. No flash invites you to get dove, and yeah, I want to really commend Rio on finding that opening because I think that really sealed the deal. We have to remember their bot lane was down 30 CS. little awkward bot lane buy timings that kept that in the game, and that just shows, you know, how smart Kasing and Hjarnan are as a duo bot lane. One of the, if not the best bot lane in the LCS right now.
Well, certainly made a statement for it today, and Rocket's still got some work to do, I think. That is more than fair to say. On the other side, they definitely had a fantastic bot lane. I think they got a little baited in picks and bans. This was H2K mind games a little bit. So you're probably talking to the rest of the team. I mean, obviously very happy with that performance to open this one up.
I wonder how this game would have turned out if the Golem XP went on the right targets there. I'm not sure if it actually was planned or not. It seems like it was an unlucky lost pool tick that they got it away, while usually AD carries stand on max range to take that Golem, share it, you know, to get closer to lane. I'd have to ask Ray later if I see him, but yeah, good recovery, good exploit though from Rocket. I like to see that, you know, you have the information when people show up at certain timings, they hit certain level marks. An experienced bot lane player will recognize that once that banding goes down. Really nice engage there from Wu. I have to commend him on that. So that's nice to see, but in the end, you know, H2K's pride, you know, like control, heavy, objective-based focus style, nice cross-map objectives, good placement of resources, solid play.
Yeah, all around it, it's very hard to find something to really critique about that style. There were a few mistakes made, as you mentioned, some minor stuff, but the recovery was good. Overall, every lane really stepped up. Yep. Odawamne, I mean, he absolutely schooled Steve. I mean, how's that for a welcome to the LCS? Yeah. He had a little help from Ryu, admittedly, but still.
Yeah, well, still, Odawamne played it great. The new Black Cleaver working very well on his Gnar, and he just beat up that horse over and over again. Steve ended the game. Let's see. Over there, my screen's black. How many deaths did he have?
1-8 and 2.
1-8 and 2. Yeah.
He just never got allowed. He was never allowed to get off to the races. I mean, that was the biggest
game
problem.
in LCS, so that's rough. I hope he bounces back from it. You know, Rocket has plenty of games to come back. You know, if they want to make it to Worlds, if that's their goal, all they have to do is get to playoffs and then Rocket there. So they have time, but yeah, they'll need to improve it a bit.
Yeah, but there's plenty of time to do it too. I mean, again, they themselves said they had very high expectations for themselves, even if. You know, a lot of people don't expect them to be at that level. Vander said, I believe, in the promotion tournament, I think we can definitely be top 3. Well, you know, it's time to show it. It's going to be a while before we see if that's going to happen or not. But, you know, I mean, they have that burden. I think they have that burden off their shoulders from everyone else, at least, right now. So we'll see if that maybe helps them a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. The community doesn't expect them to do well anymore, given their rather atrocious first split. They have faith. I like that they have faith in their players still, that they decided to keep Wu in that extent, you know, because it shows, you know, we trust you, Wu. We want you to perform. We know you have it in you. Let's see if you can show it. And he showed fragments of it. I don't think he got hit by the signature, you know, Wu gets caught again. You know, he got hit by a bind once, but that was out of the blue, out of the darkness. Once they were already losing the game. Really good 2v2 performance so far. But H2K, on the other hand, they seem to be getting better and better at their style. Well, I think UOL hit the ceiling a little bit. I thought H2K seems to be growing and growing more and more and more, and they seem to be meshing really well together. And I like the way they play these fights, the way they control the CC one by one target down, then switch to the others. Odawamne, fantastic Gnar ults.
Absolutely, and you know, they really just showed their experience and their control style, and it just didn't allow Rocket to really get anything else. But we're going to go ahead and head to the analyst desk for an expert eye on that match. Why don't you guys go ahead and take it away?
We're going to go ahead and take it away. We got it, and we're here with Odawamne and Kasing of H2K after, I mean, another great performance by H2K, something we've grown accustomed to in the spring split. Glad to see it continuing. Odawamne, Crepo said it there, fantastic game for you on Gnar. You were against the new top laner, Steve, which is kind of the wild card in that. Tell me about the lane experience, because you guys were focusing him pretty hard.
Yeah, like, we focused them really bad, and we made him look bad, even though he's okay. He's good. He has good mechanics, and his laning phase is pretty good. So he just got unlucky with this game that he got camped so hard.
Yeah, quite unlucky. And your Gnar, as said, very impressive, although he had some beef to settle here with Stress before the interview.
So, okay. Maybe I was a little bit harsh last time I sat here. We were talking about your champion pool, and certainly you've been a big part of especially engaged tools for H2K, big part of your wins, big part of your team fighting. That game was great on Gnar for you. One thing that as a kind of a casting team, we were coming into this and we were saying, what do H2K need to do? And in our minds, you guys have just got to do the same as you did last split, but refine it again. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on Kasing. Have you changed the game plan at all for H2K as a team coming into this split, or are you doing more of the same?
I think it's just probably doing more for the team tuners. Like, probably has done a lot for us regarding what we do and stuff. And like personally, I feel like we have more of a plan now since last split. Like,
I was still new to the team, and it was still like our first split together. But this split is like we have much more experience now, coming like even though we came third, and I think we're more prepared for this split.
All right. I heard you talking in the video before Giants. You were talking about the Kasing effect, what something can bring to a team. Something I saw in this game was dying to Baron. Is that also an aspect of the Kasing effect, or?
Someone had to tank. And if look, it was either I die or Hyunin dies or Odone dies. So I'll
not me.
Not you. But at that point in the game, actually, you knew you wanted to take the Baron, but you kind of, I feel like you guys also knew after about 10, 12 minutes, we know exactly where we're going to go with this. And even if you tank the Baron and die, it's going to end up fine. Yeah. That was not a question at all. Go ahead,
well, I guess I kind of do have a question. And, you know, talking about Kasing and Hyunin, you two are, you know, you get on very well. It's social media, everybody's seen it. In a split where everybody shuffled 80 carries, you guys stayed with the same roster, obviously feeling very confident in the duo bot lane. Where do you think you stack up against the rest of the European bot lanes?
Well, this game, personally, it wasn't really a great showing for me and Hyunin because we lost with a matchup that we should win, I think. And we pretty much, a lot of unlucky stuff that happened at level 1 because I took full XP on Gromp and Hyunin, like, they got full XP as well. And then, yeah, we just lost lane from there and it was quite embarrassing. But regarding 2v2, I feel like me and Hyunin are, like, the best at the moment. I mean, that's quite a by far statement, but but yeah, I just think 2v2. I feel like me and Hyunin are really confident right now.
All right. Well, I have to pass over the same question to Odowamne. You don't have to make huge statements if you don't want to, but maybe concerning the meta and how the game is played right now, how at ease do you feel?
I'm really comfortable with the champions that are played at the moment. They're all really comfort champs for me, and I enjoy playing them, and I have a lot of fun, and I just feel like I can do whatever I want when I play those champions, so I'm really comfortable with the current meta.
All right, well, there we go. All off to a good foot in the summer split for H2K. Congratulations, very fun interview as well. And in just a few minutes, the Copenhagen Wolves will square off against SK Gaming, where we'll see how the team adapts to their new old 80 carry. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Oh no, she's confident. Oh no, but I'm down with it.
Clearlance goes, but Jankos is the target as they put the wild growth on him. Will it be enough? No. The spears get ripped out of him, but it's all they can do to stay alive in a 1v2. Ryu diving onto Woolite. Does he have the damage? He does.
I make out you. He's done. He's done. Okay. Easy. See ya. Bye.
Fall down, that's a double kill over to Woolite before he himself melts. Vander chased all the way back to his fountain as H2K completely clean house. And a fantastic match for H2K as they finish this one off in serious style.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European LCS as the Copenhagen Wolves and SK Gaming take to the Rift. SK Gaming back with Candy Panda in, well, what is their first, I want to say real test, but it's also their first test. So let's start with taking a look at the lineup for the Copenhagen Wolves, who return to the LCS with their spring roster intact. Youngbuck, Airwax, Soren, Freeze, Unlimited, and their coach, Dentist. As said, their roster is intact, one of the only teams not deciding to make a change in their lineup and just make adjustments within the team going into summer, which is a bold choice with all these changes going around.
I definitely think that it is. This is a team that, you know, barely made it into playoffs, and then in the playoffs really didn't seem to find their stride. And the general consensus is that the EU summer split has gotten better, has gotten stronger. So to stay with the same players where you could start arguing there's potential weaknesses, Dentist and the coach seems to have faith in his team, and we'll need to see if they've grown over the off-season enough.
And I think it's a weird one, because just about every other team that did make changes, it was in the AD carry role. I've said that so many times today. It was the AD carry shuffle for the summer split. Freeze is still regarded by most players as mechanically one of the top AD carries in Europe. Doesn't always have the platform from the team to show it, but I think sticking with their roster is a bold move, but it could very well pay off with the rest of the teams shuffling things about.
Yeah, Freeze actually also seems very realistic. He said in a Reddit AMA about his expectations, I would be super glad for 7th place with the big teams we have in the LCS, but I think we might be fighting in relegation. That brings up a couple of questions, because of course, if you say, you know, if you're Freeze and you know you have that mechanical talent and you have that raw talent in there, it just means a lot that he is willing to stay with the team and the coaching staff, so he must have a lot of trust in the project.
I agree. And, you know, the thing with the Copenhagen Wolves, right, this is a team that are friendly. They get along incredibly well. They've said it multiple times. You can see it in the way they interact with him. Even in their losses, they're generally like, okay, look, what went wrong? You know, they're positive about it. And, you know, Stress, you've reiterated the AD carry shuffle in summer and how the teams will go around. It's interesting because Europe has been predefined with how strong its mid laners are up until probably this year. Now all of a sudden AD carries and supports are coming out of the woodwork from nowhere and really performing well. That's not the Wolves' problem. For the Wolves, it's the top half of the map. Youngbuck has been struggling. We're in a carry meta. He doesn't carry. Soren is not really showing up a whole lot. And, you know, Airwax is still hit or miss. So for me, the problems are in the top half of the map. Things can change. You play tanks, you get, you know, a hyper carry maybe, but a lot needs to have changed for me to be convinced that they're going to make 7th in summer.
Yeah, and I feel like you mentioned that's a different problem for them, but it actually stems from the same problem, this thing that we've said, that the teams are evolving to be multi-threat dangers on the Rift, and if you don't have the pressure in that top half, and maybe from out of the jungle, you're not going to be able to get that ball rolling either, Stress.
For sure, and speaking of multi-threat, going all the way back to some of our other teams here, we're looking at how many teams are at least 2 threats, possibly 3. I would say Fnatic are our only 3-threat, real 3-threat team in the LCS. A lot of teams are 2-threat. Copenhagen Wolves, Soren and Freeze are struggling to carry in the Cinderhulk meta. That leaves them at 1, maybe 1.5 threats on their team at a push.
Yeah, we will see how they do. As Freeze said, the expectations aren't too high from them, and even just not wanting to get into relegation, but they will definitely have to win this game versus SK Gaming. SK Gaming, who of course did make a change in their lineup, so let's take a look at that one on the red side. Freddy122, Svenskeren, Fox, Candy Panda, and Rated, and Material Boy. Well, we are living in a material world. SK Gaming, spring split, dominating the standings or being on top, but then playoffs falling apart, especially in that best of 5 versus H2K.
Definitely the case, and I actually want to touch on 2 things. First of all, the SK style is going to get completely changed. We heard Svenskeren right at the top of the show today saying, look, Forgiven's gone, we tried something, it didn't work. They've gone back to the same player that got them to Worlds. You know, these are 5 guys that have performed on the world stage together. And I also think the coach, who Material Boy is the team's former sports psychologist, who's been on the coaching staff for 1.5 years now, if memory serves correctly, with him being on heads during picks and bans, and I actually think during an extended series, there is such an amount of value that you can get from a qualified sports psychologist in a best of 5. The problem is they need to play 9 weeks of games, make it to playoffs before we can really see that. But I'm interested to see the impact that this man will have on the team when we know there are some emotional players within the squad.
It also is very difficult for the same reasons. Is yes, you have that mentality aspect coming from your coach, but on the other side, you don't have a coach that you can lean back on when it comes to high-level in-game, in-depth strategy. You look at the likes of Prolly, who we've talked about, Dentist on the other side of the rift here today, who can provide that strategy aspect as well in picks and bans.
There is one caveat, young gentlemen. Daylor is a former poker professional.
Very
true.
true.
Does not come from a League of Legends background. It's a different style.
Yeah.
However, it can work.
I completely agree, and that's it's team dependent on what coach fits the team.
Agreed.
So as long as SK can compensate for this, there is absolutely no reason why it can't work.
It all depends on the trade-offs you are willing to make. A trade-off SK has made in the off-season is bringing back Candy Panda, who, well, it's very familiar to see him back in that SK jersey. Happy to see him back on the Rift, but the question is, when it comes to skill and what he can bring, how high can his level still be, knowing especially that they've played with this Forgiven, who racked up all the CS and took up all the attention on the team.
I completely agree. Those are questions that we'll have to see, I think, later in the split. I do think Candy Panda and Rated will be a little tested here by Unlimited and Freeze. I think it's a difficult duo to come up against. But we just saw on that little stat, 133 professional games. This is a guy who's been around a very, very long time. Experience, nerves, stage pressure, I don't think that's going to get to him. The question is performance. Is he up at Reckless level? Is he Forgiven level? Is he Freeze level?
Yeah.
How well is he going to perform from the off-season? Because Stress, I'm going to save you from having to say that again this time. He's not played in a while, not played on the stage, so how will he perform?
Yeah, and taking a step back, of course, we focus in on Candy Pan and the way he plays alone, but how he works in that team, taking a step back, knowing the amount of attention that Forgiven soaked up in that lineup. How is SK going to play? Are they going to have to adapt a different play style, knowing that they won't do those early tower pushes and trying to get the ball rolling off that?
I think the definite answer is yes. If you look at SK last year, you actually felt they had a multitude of options. They would almost always lose early game and win mid and late game through intelligent, smart plays. They were a very smart mid to late game team that struggled in lane. The other thing about Forgiven leaving is how much does this free up in Rated? This is a guy who had a lot of question marks on his shoulders because he constantly had to hold Forgiven's hand, constantly had to push towers and work with him and, play Forgiven's style. I don't think that same level of pressure is going to be there. So what does Enrated do now that Forgiven's gone?
And I don't only really want to compare from the support as well. A big factor or a big change now between the World Championship SK and the current SK now, different mid laner. Jez is the former mid laner of SK all the way back last season. Very different kettle of fish when it comes to mid lane champion pool. The joke is that he's a control mage player, a lot of Ziggs player. That's what people like to humorously say. However, Fox on the other hand. Can the lineup control the mid lane using Fox the same way they did with Jez's to stall out the games to allow their strategy to evolve? And that's, two different players, two very different play styles. I'm interested to see how Fox gels with an old lineup.
Yeah, very interesting. But on the other hand, if we keep looking at what changes and what Forgiven brought good to a team with the coming in of Candy Panda here, maybe Freddy, who we know is a fantastic top laner, but hasn't really taken the forefront as much as he has last season, maybe he will be freed up to take more of the attention out.
I actually agree with that. And I think that's a brilliant point that you bring up because I was one of Freddy's biggest fans last year. I loved his playstyle, his decision-making. But throughout the spring split, honestly, you could count so many times Deficio saying, and Freddy is staying top lane. Freddy values farm more than his life. And it happens so many times to the point that because he was complaining, Freddy's mother complained on Twitter to Deficio, right? I mean, this is like one of my favorite stories. But let's see whether or not he's freed up. There's all these questions that day one of Summer Split starts to answer. And it'll get settled in-game when we see if they've evolved and if they can adjust from that 1-3-1.
Yeah, and maybe final question, because we haven't touched on him yet. Sven Skaren, who almost single-handedly on his Lee Sin took SK on his back over the playoffs. But, what will he show here?
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, but Sven Skaren's done it before. There's a lot more on his shoulders now, but I honestly feel like he's a player that once he hits his stride, he's going to be comfortable. Honestly, from both of these two teams, there's a lot of potential there, but also a lot of questions still to be answered.
Sven Skaren has got a massive backpack. I don't know if it's needed today. It might be later in the split.
We will see. It's time to see what this SK Gaming roster can do in 2015. As we send it to the caster desk, we'll hear how, according to Freeze, SK's change in the bottom lane isn't a loss for the team at all.
They will have to just adapt. They still have super good players. And now, instead of having Forgiven carry every game, they have those players where they can put resources on Fox or Freddy, and those players can
carry as well, and the meta is more about those players right now, so I don't even think it's a loss, and they will be a tough opponent to face.
Well, guys, Freeze is confident in the new SK lineup, and of course, it is a little bit like an older SK lineup with Candy Panda back now, Crepo. But what do you think this new SK will bring?
I think Unrated, for one, has a lot to prove. Yes, he was tied down a lot in the Forgiven lane. When you play with Forgiven, you pretty much have to stay around him, because as great as a player he is at CSing and pushing on the tower, I think one of his weaknesses is that he doesn't react well to roams. So Unrated was always clustered in the lane, and he's not the best laner, so he's a better roamer. But we'll see if that translates in some of the picks he does. You know, Candy Panda likes sitting back in the lane as well. I just want to see a 2v2 and see how they play there, and see what the style is that SK is going to bring.
Yes, indeed. Also want to see what Copenhagen Wolves bring out against them. I mean, they have to have had some confidence not making any roster changes in the offseason. You see LeBlanc and Rek'Sai banned away on their side. The Cassiopeia banned away as well. That has been very consistently targeted, 42% of the time.
Yeah, regardless of the meta, you do want to ban Cassiopeia against Soren. Pretty sure you can play Azir as well, and I would like to see that on the Copenhagen Wolves side. I'm a really big fan of the champion. When played well, Azir can solo carry games. Soren, he can pick up a lot of farm on the Copenhagen Wolves lineup too. Youngbuck doesn't get too many resources later. It's mostly Freeze and Soren that picked him up, and a fed Azir can definitely do some work, but let's not get ahead of ourselves too much right now.
Yes, indeed. Goes back to SK Gaming. It's can't quite see it on the screen, but that is an Urgot ban. That's the third one for Copenhagen Wolves, as Callista now comes out for SK Gaming. And very, very quick pickup of Evelyn for Airwalks. Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
Evelyn over Sejuani, basically transcending like from tier 1.5 to tier 1 in the opinion of the jungler for Copenhagen Wolves, Airwalks. Peculiar. Don't think he had to first pick Evelyn there, because I don't think it would have gotten stolen away, especially with Nidalee open for Svenskeren.
You know, Svenskeren definitely played quite a lot of that in spring. He really, really loved getting the early pressure on, and they were able to do it with just how strong they were in the laning phase. I'm not so sure they can pull the same bag of tricks, though, now. I mean, they've only made one change in their roster with the 80 carry, but that's a big one.
Yeah, let's see if he locks it in. They might change it for later. They lock up the Alistar. I think that's good. I think a solid support in this meta game. I think he's really, really strong, and we saw some phenomenal Alistar performances so far. Really saved Nard pick as well. And then, yeah, Copenhagen Wolves' turn.
Yeah, very big front line for SK Gaming, but Copenhagen Wolves are going to grab a little bit for themselves. Youngbuck picks up the Maokai, and Soren gets Azir locked in.
Not a fan that Azir survives until third rotation. First pick Eve, then a response without an Azir from SK. You know, not playing, but I rate the champion higher than that right now. But I like the makings of what Copenhagen Wolves is creating here. They have good flying from Maokai, good flying from Eve, so they can basically come from both sides, start a fight, a lot of CC, and then give a lot of zone for Azir to start poking the enemy down.
We'll give them quite a lot of zone. And you also never can underestimate the presence of an Evelyn on the map. It's so difficult to know, you know, if you're not pushing yourself into a trap.
And the thing is, you will get counterpicked, so what Sven is looking for here is something that can actually invade and counter jungle and start dueling Evelyn in her jungle. On her initial clear, she sometimes goes a little bit low, and the easiest way to spot an Evelyn is to find her at her camps, right? So he's going for the Lee Sin. Kassadin locked in the mid lane in that matchup definitely has a magic shield that he can put up while he launches his Q every time for the trades. However, no wave clear so far.
No, not a lot, and they're definitely going to need it in their AD carry. We'll see what Candy takes, and Copenhagen Wolves are eyeballing very famous pick for Freeze in the spring split.
I'd actually like that.
Yeah, he did manage some serious Draven plays. 3-1 was the score, and, you know, didn't get to play it in the playoffs, but I want to see this one locked in. I think the confidence is high, but Freeze has backed it up.
Yeah, but you lose sieging potentially. He locks in the Draven. I like it. Draven Morgana is a good lane because Draven's immobile, so either you want to thresh to land him out of these tricky situations or give him a black shield in fights so he can avoid the kick from Lee Sin, the pulverize from Alistar, double range advantage against an Alistar in lane as well. Might prompt the lane swap from SK Gaming here. And what is Candy Panda gonna react with? You know, Lucian gets outtraded. Jinx can outrange, but if ever gets caught, gets absolutely smacked in the face. Really tricky. Callista and Urgot are out, so those are the strong counter traders to Draven. So tricky matchup here.
Yeah, and I feel like this puts a lot of pressure on Candy Panda because it speaks that Copenhagen Wolves are saying, they're making a statement here. They're saying, we are not afraid of anything Candy Panda can pick.
I think Jinx and lane swap.
Yeah,
maybe.
You know, they can still do a lot with that, so yeah, it might not be a bad idea. Now the risk here is, though, there's an Alistar you're facing down, so Freeze could be on the receiving end of a headbutt pulverize if he's not careful.
Yeah, but that's where he has to rely on a limited for the black shield, right? The issue I might have with having a lane swap come in is that it opens up the maps for taking down towers. It kind of shuts down Eve at the same time, though. You want Eve in normal lanes, as Amazing pointed out earlier, I think, on a desk, because she just puts so much invisible pressure because you don't know where she is. But then again, you want Lee Sin to invade on her. But then again, that's going to be hard when your lanes are getting pushed in, because Azir is going to push in Kassadin, Draven's going to push in what eventually was the Lucian pick here, in an ideal scenario though. So that's going to make it hard for Svenskeren to challenge Eve in the jungle. Very, very interesting dynamic here.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. For Copenhagen Wolves side, if they can get off to a nice start in the lanes, they can definitely put it to SK Gaming. But SK themselves, they're trusting in their abilities individually. They have some comfortable picks here. We'll see what they're able to get done. And do we still expect that lane swap?
Tricky to say. I think they absolutely lose the 2v2 here. So I would lane swap if I was SK Gaming.
We'll have to see if that's the case. And if anyone can hold their own in a 1v2 situation, it's Freddy and it's Gnar.
If he still plays that similar style though, if you go back to the spring split, and for people that didn't watch very often SK and lane swaps, they always did the same thing. They always sent Freddy to the lane swap lane immediately, and he tried to soak XP there. And teams initially got caught off guard, but eventually they predicted that, and Freddy falls behind in XP very easily, sometimes even dies in those matchups. So really interesting if the lane swap happens. Let's not get ahead of that too much. If it happens, how SK is going to play it, because their entire team dynamic has changed right now, right? With Forgiven out, Candy Panda going back in, back to the old school SK style. I don't remember how they played lane swaps back in the day, but we'll see how it goes.
That was one thing I remember. That team did manage to go to Worlds last year. Now, well, guys, what do you think? Can they pull it a win here and maybe start turning their fortunes in a positive direction? Tweet us at LL Esports, CW win or SK win, to see who you think is going to take this game. And the crowd goes up. This is the last game of the day. Game number 5, Copenhagen Wolves, SK Gaming, and guess what? We're onto the Rift.
I think Svenskeren will play a crucial role in this game, and I really want to track his jungle movement. I want to see if he finds Aerox in the enemy jungle, even though his lanes are getting pushed in. And if he finds Evelyn, can he kill her? Or will he get caught up by the collapsing lanes on both sides?
Yeah, that's always going to be the question. Now, for Svenskeren, he loves to be in the enemy jungle all the time, so it's going to be no stranger. He's going to be no stranger, rather, to doing this. But oftentimes, it's kind of just to track movements and to try and counter jungle a little bit. I think trying to kill Airwalks might be a little tricky because Copenhagen Wolves are going in early.
Yeah, but they're doing a 5-man invade, prompting that they likely want to spot the bot lane. They definitely don't want to allow SK to swap. However, I don't like 5-man invades for the reason that's happening right now. Alistar and Lucian on the bottom lane, Candy Panda and Invaded rather, moving in, putting deep wards in relatively predictable spots, but Copenhagen Wolves has no security that is happening by SK, So basically they trade deep vision, while Copenhagen Wolves don't know where SK plays their wards, but SK knows where Copenhagen Wolves plays theirs. So it's an uneven trade, even though Copenhagen Wolves initiated the action.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they get anything for it. I mean, they're definitely trying to sniff out the lane swap. You can see that trail of wards leading all the way to the top. But Freddy is already sitting there in the top side. Candy Panda and Rated are safely over by Gromp. I think they're just going to try to mind game this and say, hey, we'll just take standard lanes and try our chances.
Yeah, but look at it in the mid lane. They're waiting to see where SK is going because they really just want to get that 2v2. But I think they're guessing wrong right here.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing they're going to be able to spot. It's Svenskeren. But that's not really a surprise. Freddy just really hasn't left that top lane brush, and Limited and Freeze are going to go up top.
I wonder how long Freddy's going to hide there, because we've seen the scenario before. I don't know what game it was. There was a top laner hiding for like 4 levels until he gets spotted. May as well have been Huni, I think, and that can be really brutal.
Yeah.
Definitely need to check that brush immediately, but I think Freeze is going to do it. Yep.
Looks like he will. And he finds a boomerang for his trouble. So SK Gaming, looks like they get the lanes they want to start this one off.
Yeah, camped on by Unrated and Candy Panda here. That means they're going to auto-shove the lane. Won't freeze. So very predictable lane patterns right now. Both people turn up too late to the lane to freeze them. So both teams know what's going to happen right here. So both teams playing with pretty much full information. We know where Lee Sin started. Not sure if SK knows where Aerox and Youngbuck started, but let's see what happens here.
Yeah, roaming together. May look like it's just Youngbuck, but they know there's Neville in there as well. So moving over into Svenskeren's jungle, he's dangerously low, and he finds them both. There's the twisted advance after the flash, and Airwalks comes in. Svenskeren is able to safeguard away. A
Matter
close
of
miss.
seconds.
2 flashes burned for 1, though. SK got that trade.
And this is how you punish SK's lane swap style. Freddy is not double jungling. He is in his lane. That means his jungler is jungling alone. You capitalize on that by using your 2v1 advantage to force him out, and then you rotate to the top lane where Freddy's sitting. He is forced to back off then in addition as well, and you get the 4v0 scenario, but you have the pressure advantage. Now Freddy is still level 1, and he has to start double jungling. So he's doing what he should have done at level 1, at like level 2 or 2 minutes too late, and it immediately puts Copenhagen Wolves ahead.
Yeah.
And this is what I like to see, that teams are punishing SK for doing this, because I think it's a very suboptimal lane swap style that should get punished.
Yeah, and the advantage they have here now is they're able to put so much damage on this top turret. They might as well just take it. You know, it's almost back to the 4v0. The problem is SK, they've not adapted to that at all because they only have their dual lane bottom. Airwalks takes a lot of damage off those minions. Freddy and Sven, however, they are moving down bottom, but they've got a ways to go to catch up to the point where Copenhagen Wolves are at.
Yeah, they're just going to knock on that tower, slowly taking it down. Again, giving all the information to Copenhagen Wolves right now. They initiated the move first. This wave is going to bounce back, and they might just give it to Youngwood to get him nice and tanky, get really big. But right now, SK is showing 4 people in the bot lane, while for SK side, it's a question mark, you know, where is Copenhagen Wolves going to put their resources? We don't know, because the tempo right now is decided by Copenhagen Wolves. Invade on Freddy, invade on Svensson, right? Chunk him out, force Freddy out, get the tower base. The tempo is on their side. Candy Panda still has the base because there's a good chance that Draven's coming from base with items right now. So their chain reaction is working in favor of Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, not only that, they are able to scare Sven and then Raided away from the red buff. Airwalks, thank you very much, he says. Got a little bit of a damage onto it to start things off.
So the lane's pushing back, really good bounce by Candy Panda as well. You don't want to leave that in a freeze, not against the Draven. They're going to push in a wave, so mid's pushing, bot's pushing, and top just got a really, really big wave for Youngbuck. Because this game's playing out exactly how Copenhagen Wolves wants it, aside from getting the lane swap. Obviously they wanted the 2v2, but given the lane swap, really, really good start by Wolves.
Yeah, they definitely made the best of it. That is for certain. So Youngbuck and Freddy are going to be at the wet noodle fight for just a little bit right now as Airwalks Unlimited move into the jungle of Sven Scared, who dodges out the Dark Binding, ignites on him as he ward hops, and he eats up another summoner spell. He's been the master of escapes this game so far, Crepo.
That's really crucial. If he got bound there, that would mean such a big snowball for the Wolves. Limited with the bind on Candy.
Yep, Candy Panda is bound. He finds a piercing light, but Airwalks is moving in under tower, and Freeze is looking to maybe cash in on some stacks. Instead, he just adds a few more as they find and Raided. They will back away. Or maybe not soon enough. There's a teleport here. Youngbuck is coming in. Unlimited sends a Dark Binding. It goes wide as Enrated flashes away from, but Candy Panda and Enrated cannot handle this amount of pressure on the bottom side. Copenhagen Wolves, you said they're dictating the pace. Well, they were wanting to kick it into high gear.
Not a fan of that teleport. That ruins the advantage that Youngwood had. He had that wave bounce back to him. Now Freddy can out-farm him and whittle down a tower. That bot tower was going to go down anyways. 3v2, they had the advantage. Svensson was late. They could have still TP'd later for a more favorable play. They threw away the TP for pretty much nothing. Like, Freddy had to TP top, and for free pretty much. And you know, Copenhagen Wolves had TP advantage, and this is the way they chose to use it. Very suboptimal TP usage, and it may have gotten SK back to the game.
Yeah, and they didn't even get the tower out of it too. This is the problem. So Copenhagen Wolves, it's even on gold in the beginning of this game here. Sven, he's now on Gromp inside the Copenhagen Wolves. Jungle is a little bit low. Got to be careful there, but Youngbuck is not anywhere near just spotting him out. Esther, he backed away. He gave up a lot of golden experience to Freddy. And yeah, that may very well have got him back in.
Good game read by Svensson as well. Ironically, the best, safest place for him to farm at that point was in the other team's jungle because everybody was showing on bottom. Jungler and top lane. Kanigana gets bound.
Yep, he does, but Enrated immediately moves in onto Freeze. Another spinning axle send him back to his tower.
Black Shield was too late just by a fraction due to the positioning on the lane. Look at the tower, almost down. Copenhagen Wolves, 200 gold ahead.
Yep, slim lead for them. They hold on to it for now. Still, there's a ways to go. We'll see if they look towards this dragon anytime soon. For the meanwhile, Airwalks is just going to be sitting over by the dragon, clearing out the crowd. But we have a pause coming into this game, so let's take stock of what has been going on, Crepo, because it seems like Copenhagen Wolves pretty much had the game, the early game, and then they kind of left it there.
Let's take it back all the way to level 1. What do we know? What do we know the teams want? SK wants that lane swap. Copenhagen Wolves wants to prevent that. Double T-ports. SK put them... Copenhagen Wolves didn't have any idea where it was. Good job by SK mind gaming. They want a mind game. Okay, both lanes pushing. That's fine. Typical SK lane swap style. Freddy wants to leech that experience in the top lane, hover around, basically 1v2, soak up. You can't really punish somebody 2v1 if the lane is auto-pushing because you're not strong enough to dive in with 2. Even with 3 people, sometimes it gets tricky. But if you have 4 people, it gets really easy. And even if the jungler shows up, especially when you chunk out a jungler out of his own jungler. So really, really bad, what I call resource management by SK. On the weak side, Svenskeren is jungling. You saw it, he got chunked down. Really nice flash W from Maokai, from Youngbuck, really forces him out, translate to the top lane, and then they got behind.
On the other hand, though, Copenhagen Wolves have had a really hard time finding picks beyond that early one. So, or rather, sorry, excuse me, start beyond the attempts. You're right. They've really been able to push towers, but SK is answering back. They're not down that much gold. So yes, Copenhagen Wolves are controlling the tempo of the game, but I feel like SK is not that far behind.
Up to the point where Youngbuck teleported, and I think it's really crucial. I think that was a really, really suboptimal use, if not just straight up bad use of teleport. You know, the person you wanted to catch there was already, you wanted to catch Candy Panda, right? Either you teleport behind him and you get him, or you zone him off the tower if you need to. But he was already zoned off the tower by the people currently present. So Youngbuck's addition only soaked experience away from the bot lane. He lost farm on top lane. And he basically cleared out the top lane area for Svenskeren to farm. The best place on the map to farm to get back into the game at that point was the enemy jungler, the enemy Grump. Svenskeren went down to like 10% taking that. If Youngbuck could have been there, had a ward, maybe some pressure, Svenskeren could have gotten stuck behind in the game. Good reaction though. I like Svenskeren's game reads in situations like this. He comes back really well. He escaped. He sidestepped that binding. He's a really, really solid player. He's a good reactive player too. So let's keep an eye on him more once this pause goes over and see what he does in the rest of this game.
Yeah, and as you're seeing on the screen right now, it is a peripheral issue. They are replacing keyboard on the side of SK Gaming. So as that one does get fixed, again, in this game right now, SK, they are in a much better position than they were a few minutes ago because of those missteps by Copenhagen Wolves. But how do they use that now to press their advantage? How do they find their identity? Because this is the question we asked on the analyst desk earlier in the days. How do they find this post-forgiven SK Gaming? What is this SK Gaming going to look like? Is it going to look like the the squad that made Season 4 Worlds? You know, it's a little bit of different mid laner. We talked about Jez's a little bit versus Fox, and I feel like the dynamic is still going to be very, very different despite a similar lineup on paper.
I think it matters a lot what within the context, right? In that season where SK made it to Worlds, yes, they were strong, but I think the other European teams were a lot weaker than right now. We have a super competitive split, this summer split here in the European LCS, and I think it's going to be really hard for SK to repeat that success if they play on the same level as they did back then, because the game has evolved a lot, but I think we're almost ready to go back to the game, and yeah, here we see Svenskeren, the man that has to save this game.
We'll see if he's able to do that. As we get right back into it, Free is still tossing those axes around. He is hoping desperately to cash in on those stacks. We'll see if he's able to get a chance. Candy Panda and Raid are a little wise to this one. Airwalk's hanging around in the back to see if he finds an opening. They are very bot focused. One thing we haven't really been able to talk about this game has been that mid lane, but there's just been so much action all across the map elsewhere that
generally tends to happen in lane.
It's been the quieter one, yeah. Oh, Svenskeren's here too.
Raiden is telegraphing this gank really hard.
A huge amount of damage. He's gonna go down. That's first blood to Airwalks. Svenskeren and Candy Panda in hot retreat as Airwalks Summoner heal forced to use by Freeze. A little too hyphy at the end of it.
Yeah, you can smell that gank from miles away. If the enemy Alistar starts hovering in front of you like that, you know he has backup, but pretty much predicted by Copenhagen Wolves anyways having Airwalks around for the counter gank. In a counter gank situation, whoever fires first usually loses because people are not ready to basically get jumped on by the jungler suddenly appearing, and I think... And Raiden, he did that nice idea, right? Trying to snowball back with the Alistar combo, but not at the right time, not against the Morgana, and especially not without knowing where Evelyn is.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit too much on that one. So now, with that, it goes to the Evelyn, it goes to Airwalks. Freeze would have definitely liked to cash in his stacks, but he'll have to wait for now. Candy Panda, meanwhile, roams upriver. As the Dragon knows that one's still up, but of course that should have been fairly obvious. For now, Soren and Fox continue to trade farm out, but who's the Azir that's getting the better of that exchange?
Yeah, luckily for them, Draven did not get the kill, else he could get really ugly. Double longsword, so he's still a while off his BF sword. If he got that kill, he could have snowballed really hard.
That's some really tall grass to hide the blue gold.
Just disappeared.
Airwalks. Forward, looks his attention towards the Crab Freddy pretty soon to Meganar, so Youngbuck is going to want to wait that one out. You look at that CS differential though, Youngbuck has not been doing particularly well versus Freddy. 10
goes
behind,
back,
and that's a teleport, yeah?
Yep, exactly. Goes back to that teleport. He was ahead. He had a bounce wave coming towards him. Freddy was chunked out early, didn't double jungle at all. Experience lead for Young, but the teleport kind of neutralized that. Lucky for him, he was ahead when that teleport happened. And Airwalks is looking to snowball this lane one more time. No Meganar.
Wards won't help if they don't have True Sight. Freddy out of Meganar. Still playing it relatively safe, and Airwax doesn't have an opening.
The thing is, you have these behavioral patterns in this lane, and the gank might be given away by Youngblood approaching really, really hard on Freddy here, but Airwax is behind him, so it's a tricky situation. But if you usually play very passive against each other, and suddenly somebody walks up with a lot of confidence, you can pretty much smell a gank, and that's what happened earlier on bot lane as well. And Rated will never move that far up, unless he has a jungler behind him, you know, so it kind of gives it away. But let's see if Freddy can make it out of this gank.
Both teams have been doing that for now. Freddy, though, is gonna have a whole heaping helping a damage on him as he tries to run away. Flash is followed by Airwax. The hate spikes are flying. Is it enough? He needs one more, and he gets it. Airwax comes up with another kill, cashing that gold, but SK Gaming are quick to react on Dragon.
Yeah, they definitely want that cross-map objective yet again. But Azir is pushing in the mid, so this could be pretty ugly. If Azir moves immediately, if Evelyn fouls, they could potentially stop that. No, Freeze is in base. I'm wrong. I'll take that back.
I think SK's got this one, but that was just really good timing by them, despite the fact that they gave up a kill on Freddy. SK Gaming secure the first dragon 10.5 minutes in, so overall, I'd say that trade's pretty even for them.
Yeah, that's pretty even trade. Freddy has to use his teleport. He doesn't really need it to go for the dragon anyways, unless a bot fight starts out. Freddy can pick up a lot of CS here, but teleport advantage again for Copenhagen Wolves. Will they use it efficiently this time?
That is the question. So Youngblood has that one back up. It's been a while since that early dive or early down bot movement, and there's really no reason for him to go at this point because there's no tower to fall back to.
So naturally, the way this game will evolve is to become bot lane focused again, even though the dragon is down, because top lane is pretty hard to gank right now. Mid has 2 mobile mid laners. Unless Copenhagen Wolves chooses to group and siege on mid tower, that's one option, but they're likely just want to make a fight on bottom. But SK is prepared for that pretty well. 4 pink wards in their jungle and in the river. Really want to spot out Eve when she comes, so she has to clear it once, then back off, then come again. It's really vital that SK keeps this mid lane tower alive, and then they can hang on to this game and just play in the bottom side of the map really well and potentially sacrifice Freddy, but it'll take a while to kill him.
It's not going to take very long, though, to kill that mid tower, nor the bot one. Copenhagen Wolves, it's money in the bank at this point. They're just waiting to knock those down, but they may need to show a force to do it. You can see Rated and Sven Skaren clearing out the pink wards up there. Sven catches a Dark Binding, but there's no follow-up, so he's perfectly fine. Now Freddy and Youngblood are duking it out. Freddy getting close to Meganar, but Youngblood has the damage on him, and in comes Airwax. This looks like a repeat performance, and before he can go, Meganar, Arcane, smash you down.
Yeah, Freddy cut out again, and there's no reaction from SK because they can't cross-map Copenhagen Wolves here because Freeze kind of froze the bot lane stacking wave right now, and they have so much wave clear in the Azir in the mid lane. So really, really good. I like where Airwax is putting his gank priority.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not been a good day for top laners, Crepo.
You know, Freddy sympathizing with Steve and say, hey buddy, happens to the best of us.
They just want to play some League of Legends, man.
They would like the opportunity to kill a mid tower, apparently.
And they do. Nicely done by Soren. They cash in on that one. They can move to clear some vision out. They will with Soren Unlimited Airwalks in tow. Yeah, 3,000 gold lead ahead. They can extend that even further with the bot tower. SK Gaming have to find an answer to this.
Yeah, the snowball is about to become an avalanche here because the lack of wave clear on SK Gaming's composition is really biting them in the ass right now. Cassidy is nowhere near strong enough to win these skirmishes, to win these fights, and Freeze is stacking up those stacks from Draven, those Adoration, and if he gets one kill, he's gonna snowball so hard. And that tower, yeah, I think it's going down Pyre.
Yeah, I think that's a fair bet. There it goes. So now, even without cashing in those stacks, Copenhagen Wolves have certainly exerted a decent gold lead over the 3,000 mark, but teams have just avoided Freeze like the plague when he's on this Draven historically. They do not want him to start rolling ahead, but he's already doing quite well in general. I mean, a serious CS lead over Candy Panda's Lucian. Now Copenhagen Wolves are pushing into this jungle. Airwalk smites down the blue, takes that away from Sven Skaren. Freeze running forward, but there's a culling out. It's got to be careful.
And that's kind of a catch-22 when you play against Draven. If you ignore him, he stacks a lot of animation stacks. Freeze with the respect flash, that's okay because he was getting flagged. He was forced to the left. He saw Sven Skaren coming. Flash before Q can tag him because he will have to flash regardless anyways. I like that. That's smart play. He wants to keep those adoration stacks alive. But to go back to my point, it's a catch-22 because if you ignore him, he will stack up and eventually get a kill in a teamfight anyways. If you pile on and make it like a camp fest 3v3, 4v4, and you get unlucky, and he cashes in those stacks and gets a first spot, he comes back with a BF sword, and he will slap you in the face with those axes so hard that you wish you never ganked him anyways. So you really have to know what you're doing when you face a Draven. And the problem is, Freeze will always know Draven better than you know Draven yourself, because he's so mastered at that champion.
Oh yes, he is. He's managed to stack himself up at 270 so far, and counting. It's gonna be a lot of gold to get when he does finally secure the kill. If that happens, SK Gaming not keen to let that happen. They are running a little out of ground. 3 towers to 1 is the scoreline. We're approaching the 15-minute mark.
The game will slow down a little bit because these tier 2 towers are really hard to reach, and wave control becomes a lot easier for SK because it takes longer to rotate in between the towers.
And you know, we mentioned this in Champs Select though, SK Gaming do have a little bit of a lack of wave clear. They're pretty much putting it all in the back of Candy Panda. So if he's not around, it's going to be hard for them to defend. But fortunately, he's quite mobile.
Yeah, I like what FaZe did with his build here. So he went BF Sword Brutalizer for that immediately damage spike, but then he noticed that if we're going to go for a 1-3-1 scenario, getting poked up by Culling would mean he was base, but if he can slowly stack up some lifesteal with the Vamp Scepter and get back healthy to keep somebody in the lane, it's a nice choice. He doesn't need more damage right now, it just needs sustainability to get that 1-3-1 to fruition and start rotating between these tier 2 towers. That's basically what Wolves want to do, because in a 1-3-1 even number scenario, Soren will whittle down these towers and eventually a tier 2 will fall. If not, more dragons will go towards the Copenhagen Wolves camp.
Speaking of dragons, we're pretty close to another one spawning up. The first, of course, did go to SK Gaming. That was because of the trade up top. I don't think Copenhagen Wolves will give another one away quite so easily. Freddy now already moving down just a little bit. He hides in the brush, actually. See if they're trying to set up a catch onto Youngbuck. There's no one really there to back him up, though.
FreeZe is pushing his bottom lane really slowly. Not sure if I agree with that. Yes, you deny farm from Candy Panda, but you lose so much pressure, and you allow SK to group with 4 people right now and start dewarding your jungle, deep warding your jungle right before a dragon. I would like Draven push this a little quicker. I think he can push it quicker, but he does like axe 1 creep, wait, axe another creep, get adoration stacks, but it's too slow. Copenhagen Wolves should be controlling this dragon area, and SK should have never gotten that scuttle crab for free.
Well, they got a lot more than that. Sitting inside the shrine, the dragon's about to spawn. A few members of Copenhagen Wolves are here. There's the teleport flank, but it's got to be spotted. SK Gaming knows something is up. Freddy has not started this one. Candy Panda just getting chunked out, and Airwalks will pick up another kill. Fox trying to back out, but he's being chased down by so many members of the Copenhagen Wolves. They definitely roam as a pack here, Crepo. Two kills to start this one out. They don't have the vision, but they took the better fight. They're gonna start this dragon up. Might trade a tower for it, though.
Yeah, I went and checked, and that was a ward placed by Aerox, and it's a really nice TP ward because you don't see the TP channel because you rarely have that area warded. Why would you ward your own Grom? Youngbuck arrives there, and Copenhagen Wolves, they were basically hurting the cattle. They were forcing SK to go into that choke point, and they got surprised by a Maokai coming up behind them. Yes, Candy Panda flashed out, but Soren caught him out anyways. And the second you have to use your flash defensively in a fight like this, it's already over. And really, really beautiful play and really nice flank from Copenhagen Wolves. And you really have to do that when you play Maokai and Evelyn together.
Yep, they managed to make it work. SK Gaming caught unawares, give up the dragon, don't get the mid tower, and they lose a couple more members to boot. Definitely not boding too well for them. That goal lead has extended to just under 5K now for SK Gaming. Candy Panda looks to grab a little bit more back with the wave clear, but they are running out of legs to stand on.
Yeah, you can't even freeze that wave because if you play a no wave clear comp and you get such a big wave, it's such a shame that you have to give it up and push it back because you could technically freeze that endlessly, but as teams get better over time, Season 2 that freeze would have worked, but by now teams will just cross map you. You're busy freezing a wave, we will put 5 members in the top lane and take away your tower. Suddenly, not that lucrative for you anymore. You will have to reaction push it out and you lose even more. So really, really unfortunate for Copenhagen Wolves. Or for SK rather.
This might be unfortunate for Copenhagen Wolves. Fox looks to chase down Unlimited, but they don't have enough damage. Freezes there. Unlimited will go down, and Rated gets a few flanks carved off of him by Freeze, but he'll have to wait for the main course. One pickup for SK Gaming in the meanwhile, though. They do get a little bit back.
Yeah, good pick by SK. Youngbuck coming here for a ward. It's poked out. Not too much gonna happen.
Well, he's going to have to flash it, though. Fox goes in.
Yeah, he has no backup. He went really deep. Just knowing that Unlimited died in the exact same spot earlier, going for that ward is a little greedy.
I mean, securing vision's important, but
Not
there's got to be a limit. But now, speaking of vision, Candy Panda never saw it coming as Airwax moves in on him, the dash away. He's just not got nearly enough damage.
See, now was Candy Panda still pushing out that wave that I talked earlier, but let's hold on that for now because Copenhagen Wolves is invading the blue buff of SK Gaming right now.
Svenskeren going to start this one off. And Raid's there for backup to heal off. But Youngbuck and Soren are both there. In comes the Sapling to chase them away. They've not got a smite available for him, but if they can keep Sven away...
Oh, they can.
It's a scary duo to check into. They'll take the mini golems to start, but Sven's still sniffing around. I don't think he's going to get this. No, not with Unlimited there now. This is no longer the SK Gaming jungle, Crepo.
Yeah, it all belongs to the Wolves. Again, pushing out bot lane. This game basically revolves around wave control, especially when you play against a team that has very little wave clear. So I want the Wolves to safely push out these lanes and then use a number advantage in another lane to take down some tier 2 towers, potentially start baiting Baron when it comes up later. Game's a little slow. Gold gap is still about 4,000 gold. Freddy looking to pick up a top tower though.
Yeah, Freddy will be able to grab that one back, but there is a slow collapse moving on him. Do the Wolves want to try for this? It looks like they do. They may be a little too late, though. Now they're going to let him go. So, with that, SK Gaming get a little bit more gold on the books. 20 minutes on the clock. It's been shortened to 2,500 ahead.
Let's see what Freeze does here. He put up a slow push in the bottom. That means he left some minions alive long enough for that wave to slowly stack up and become really big and knock on that bottom tier 2 tower. He just pinged it out. He says, guys, that's pushing. Let's group somewhere else and see if we can make something happen. Ideally, if you push out bottom with a slow push, you want to take control on the other side of the map, right? So you want to move into that red jungle, deep ward, and then you can maybe siege up top tier 2, mid tier 2, or later in the game, fall back onto Baron.
We'll see if that's what they go for. Meanwhile, a little bit of a wave in the middle is pushed away by Candy Panda. There's still Airwax sniffing around. The Azir turret comes in. Svenskeren, he really can't take this damage from Soren any longer. I think Azir's becoming a big threat.
Yeah, this is actually really smart because they have the tower tier 1 taken down. They pop up an Azir tower, and this is why this champion's so good. They're setting up a rotation to bot. They're pushing in mid. Either they're going to get this mid tower, or they're going to rotate to bot later. SK, every member of SK in the middle right here. They're all trying to combining their powers to clear wave by wave by wave, but they're losing the pressure on the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very different team than Elements. This is no Exodia on SK Gaming, and they are better splitting off here as Candy Panda will send a culling Airwax way to clear this one out, but I feel like SK Gaming, they're a step behind in the stance.
Missed opportunity. Youngbuck should be pushing in this top wave and take that tower. You wanna move around SK's member to a position where they have to make a mistake. They basically let Candy Panda clear this for free. Youngbuck could have taken that top tower, or at least denied so much farm. But now Candy Panda's in time to clear this wave, and now SK could potentially send somebody top again. So nice idea, but lacking in execution from the Wolves.
They still retain the lead despite it, but you're right, some missed opportunities. Evelyn spotted by the sonic wave of Svenskeren. Doesn't need to see her to hit her.
Definitely could have chipped away at that top tower. All the makings of a very beautiful 1v1, kind of ruined by a poor flank from Youngbuck there.
Still trying on the Spitzer. Fox takes some damage. The Azir soldiers come in, but he's just going to get poked on the backside of that one. Still, though, Airwalks pushing uncontested on the bottom as they keep this 4-1 going. It is a much slower push than the 1-3-1 might have been, but Copenhagen Wolves are keeping to it. Now, Fox is moving in. Will he be able to get the pick off as he Rift walks forward onto Airwalks?
This
Looks like Air is stronger than Rift.
So far. This might prompt the fight in the mid lane though, because in even numbers with such a gold lead, Copenhagen Wolves is obviously going to come out ahead. And they're whittling down this mid lane tower. Meganar's coming in though, have to be careful.
Svenskeren, oh, he eats a binding. In comes Meganar. Youngbuck gets kicked back, but that's just fine. Twisted advance, back into N-rated, and SK Gaming, they're starting to melt. Soren moves forward, Emperor's Divide, and throws down the Zhonya's. He's face taking a whole ton of damage, but he stays alive. Double kill for Draven as he gets his stacks cashed in. A triple kill. Oh, baby, he's looking for more. N-rated, his time is numbered, and that's the ace for Airwalks. The Wolves can take free towers.
Yeah, chasing the Adeline, not the right idea. Svenskeren went for the play, you know, he wanted to get the insect off, but good read by Copenhagen Wolves, and once that play is thwarted, and there's a Black Shield on Freeze, it's impossible for SK to win this fight. So much damage coming out from this BT Brutalizer, Avarice Blade Draven already, and he's going to have so much gold in the bank right now.
Yeah, I don't know what he had before, but those investments seriously just paid off. He's sitting on over 3,000. Let's take a look at that fight again, though.
So they know Cassidy went bot for a little bit. Svenskeren coming in looking for the flank. He gets caught. Good Black Shield denying Freddy to basically knock Freeze into the wall, and then it doesn't matter what happens. Everybody can die because Freeze is going to clean up anyways. Soren keeps the front line busy. Good Zhonya's pops the barrier, basically keeps everybody alive long enough, and then he's just start. This is taunting and Rated is like, yeah, you're gonna get me? Nope, just one more out of there. Come on, just a little closer. And meanwhile, look, Freeze triple kill, and he's telling his team right now, back off. I want that quadra. Not gonna happen.
Slow-mo cow. Not fast enough to catch Soren and the baits.
And it's gone.
So they get the dragon after that. They get the tower in the mid. SK Gaming will finally clear tier number 1. They have an open inhibitor. Airwalks now sneaky move into Candy Panda just outside his range, and there is the ultimate.
The hate spikes are falling. There's a tower there, but Airwax is still taking this. It might not be the best decision he's ever made, but he still gets the kill. And now he's running. Can he make his great escape as Freddy throws the boomerang? He's flashed into the base now. A secret mission for the Evelyn.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to end well.
This is good if you have cross-map potential, but Youngbuck's clearing top lane. They're going for Baron. He's keeping them busy, but...
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's dead. But there's
I mean, that was a nice stall out.
Yeah, it's a nice stall out, but at what cost, right? Is it worth flashing over that? What are you getting for that? I know I'm nitpicking here, but you can go for that play if you have a cross-map objective lined up, but they didn't. This was basically Eric's boasting.
Yeah, he just kind of stalled this one out, but you're right. Copenhagen Wolves really had nothing to show for it after the fact. So yes, they trade 1 for 1. A few mistakes, but still the Wolves are massively in the lead right now.
And poor Candy Panda, he just wants this to go back a year ago because Lucian would have actually reset the slow on that Evelyn ultimate. Lucian dash no longer reset slow, so actually allowed Airx to catch up and kill him. They did get the teleport down on Freddy, so makes Baron baiting a lot easier. Freddy can't join in if he has to deal with bottom wave later, but it ruins some of the tempo. I would like to see Copenhagen Wolves take this more serious and learn how to close out the game more efficiently, because when you're 12-2 ahead, 11-1 previously, and you have almost a 10,000 gold lead, going 1 for 1 and flashing to the base is not the advice path. It's fun though.
It is definitely fun.
And League of Legends, as Frank said, has to be fun sometimes.
But I completely agree with you that you cannot do this against teams that will punish your mistakes more openly than this SK squad has been. Sven Skaren is spotted by the pink ward. Airwalks Unlimited and the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves roaming around to try and make these picks happen. Still, they own most of the map at this point. They're keeping it, but if they keep making mistakes, they may give this advantage up. Azir turret's down. They're sieging on the mid.
Yeah, this is why Azir is so good, like when you're sieging objectives, because you get tower behind you, and you have the safety in the push. If you get flanked, you can back off in the tower. Svenskern's looking for a flank. Let's see if it works.
I mean, he's only got so much time to make it happen. There's no minions there just yet for Copenhagen Wolves. Sven Skaren will show himself. He eats the tail end of the binding. Can they react in time? No, he's going to ward hop to safety. But the plan is revealed. A big wave pushing for SK Gaming on the top. But Copenhagen Wolves, they don't give a damn about that as they look to take this inhibitor. What can SK do to stop this one? Sven Skaren, he's got to start by connecting those Qs.
The Black Shield.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Nope, lost inhibitor. They back into the safety of their Azir turret, and they walk out.
Textbook example. So that time, no mistakes made by the Wolves. Gold lead up to 9,000 for them. 12-2 is the kill line, and Copenhagen Wolves in prime position to start taking more objectives. As soon as they come up, they do need to worry about that top side wave, though. Looks like the Maokai's there to defend.
Yeah, they don't really care about what damage is doing to the tower. They just want to get it pushing. At this point in the game, you don't care about gold or your own towers too much. You just want the waves in an ideal position that you can force SK to spread out their resources and crush them in a man advantage. Even or in even numbers, for example, Copenhagen Wolves will win out. So letting SK clear any waves is not what you want, as long as you can get an objective in return for that.
Exactly. So, with Youngbuck clearing away and pushing the top in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, SK Gaming, they throw the ward down in the Baron pit. They want to make sure they won't get blindsided, but speaking of blind, Sven Skaren went a little close to the danger zone. He's safe now. And SK Gaming really can't make any moves of their own. They have to play reactive to this Copenhagen Wolves squad that has just outplayed them.
Yeah. Miracle Baron steal is something Sven is hoping. They basically want to keep putting in ward by ward, somehow get vision on the Baron. Looks like it started by the Wolf, so let's see how SK reacts.
There's the kick spent. Airwalks, he's going to take another binding. Sven Skaren, yeah, but Fox is here for the defense as well. Black Shield thrown on Airwalks. This is just buying time, however, for the Baron. In comes around the side. It's going to be N-rated. The Baron has been forgotten as N-rated's a juicier target. Carve off a side of that beef. Freeze picks up another cash-in on his stacks. Airwalks kiting, or rather chasing around and forcing SK to kite back. They've lost their big beefy tank line, and Freddy can't really do much else for this team right now. Copenhagen Wolves, they can wait just a minute. Sven Skaren is going to get a heal. Airwalks, now Freeze comes in. They miss Candy Panda with his E. He's going to go forward, another pickup, and now Fox is on the run. SK Gaming, they're just getting jumped all around the flash, but Youngbuck still following through. Freddy is going to go down. Only question now is who is going to get it. He burns his flash in a desperate attempt to get away, and he just might have done it, but Airwalks is still there, and hello, hate spikes. Is it going to hit? The second one's the charm.
Yeah, he got him. I like that Copenhagen Wolves didn't put that Baron below the 2k threshold, so they did only get Lee Sin to steal it. I think it was a sloppy Baron, but given their gold lead, they can basically do any Baron, force SK to come and win a fight regardless. But this is about as good as it's going to get for SK. Unluckily, they didn't get the Baron.
Now, Svenskeren, he's still hoping for that Miracle Steal, but Airwalks is giving him a little bit of a hard time right now. Fox trying to stop this, but Airwalks is basically soloing these members here, and Svenskeren's going down. Freeze takes the opportunity. Baron still chunking away as the Wolves just take this one extended without the smite threat anymore, or available anymore.
Yeah,
I'm at a loss for words this game, Crapo.
Yeah, it's getting a little tricky with all the action going on, but really, really good pacing on the Baron HP there by Copenhagen Wolves. Never got it in smite range. Really important. Svenskeren did his best dodging damage as long as he can. Warding in the pit. Where's Baron at? Okay, the ward's gone. I'll tag it with my Q again. No, I can't get it yet. Really, really controlled play. But eventually, Freeze gets tired of all that. He walks in, smacks Svenskeren in the ass, gets another kill, and then, yeah, Baron goes down.
Yeah, at this point, it's all Copenhagen Wolves need to do is to just continue to force SK to dance to their tune. And, you know, we asked the question at the beginning of this game. What is new SK Gaming? What is it going to be like? Because it's missing the crucial member of old SK Gaming that allowed them to make these power moves in the early game. We really don't know yet because we haven't seen much of their identity. This game has been all about the Wolves.
Yeah, time will tell. I'm not a big fan of SK Gaming's draft though. They put their sports psychologist in the drafting coach position. Not sure how well that will work out for them this time, but it's too early to tell, you know. First game of the season anyways, but yeah, they get really punished for the lack of wave clear, and rightfully so. Copenhagen Wolves did a good job this game, read the SK style of the lane swap, and I think that's the thing to take away from this game. SK so far hasn't changed in the way they treat lane swaps, and that could become very, very worrisome for them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, they had predictability issues last split. They were just so strong in the lane that it didn't really matter so much. This time around, it's not necessarily the case. Copenhagen Wolves, you know, they wanted to have the 2v2, and SK outwitted them there, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, last split, you know Forgiven's going to 2v2 push you in tower and take your tower, but the question is, what are you going to do about it? This split, you know, we don't know what SK is going to do.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves don't seem to care right now as the axes come back. Freeze with the godlike kill. As low as he is on HP, he's able to pick up another, and SK Gaming are dropping like flies. No more members remain except for Sven and Candy Panda. That's not going to be long. It's going to be a double kill for Soren. Candy Panda back on the fountain. The Nexus is about to be naked here, and Copenhagen Wolves in 32 minutes take down SK Gaming and thunder off to a 1-0 start in the summer split.
2. Very, very impressive performance.
Oh, yes. We have seen one-sided games, Crepo. That one might be one of the biggest. Ending the game on a 17,000 gold lead.
Impressive. And the classic howl coming out.
It's back.
Ow.
It's back. You know, we asked Dentis when it was going to be back. He said eventually. I guess that's now.
I guess he's back. Back again.
Back once again.
Tell your friends.
Yes, indeed. 32 minutes is what it took to finish that one off. And SK Gaming, they still have a lot of questions to answer. Yes, we can't take too much away. It's only been one game. That's true. For now, the Wolves have found the right formula.
I just want to thank Soren for picking Azir. I was always harping on that Azir, you know, highlighting how good the champion was. He picked it and proved that it was good. Won with it. Thank you, Soren. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, good performance by the Wolves. However, some slip-ups. You know, these teams are not projected to be top 3 right now, so let's see how they do against better teams. But obviously, week 1, we're not sure how this is going to evolve. We'll need to wait for week 2, week 3, see if some of these teams fall into predictable patterns and how they adapt, because that's the mark of a great team, in my opinion. How you come back from failure, how you adapt to people, figure out your strategy, and how you stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So with one game on the books for them, Copenhagen Wolves have proved that, well, not infallible. They still can finish, they still can press an advantage, and they still know what to do when they've got themselves in a favorable position. I mean, I'm curious to see how they evolve over the course of the split, because they were one of the few teams not to elicit any roster changes, and you can see that level of trust this time paying off.
Yeah, I like the way they played the Azir turret in their back, the way they set up their split pushes, the way they forced SK almost into making mistakes when it comes to defending these turrets. They missed the final step, taking back to that time where I said maybe Youngba could have pushed that top lane. I like that you want to have security. I know you want to have your tank with you in the 4-1 if you know you're going to take it anyways, but I like to see them take the next step. When you're this far ahead, why not make it a 1-3-1, whittle down all those towers, basically put SK in such an uncomfortable position, and then get extra picks on top of that. Baron could have been executed slightly better, but in the end of the day, 17,000 gold lead against SK Gaming. impressive.
Yeah, for now, they didn't need it, but we'll see if the future holds anything different, if you can teach an old wolf new tricks. For now, though, we're going to hand it off to the analyst desk to break that one down and close out the day.
Well, we can definitely teach our old wolf Trevor some new tricks because he said that airwax would probably be a little bit unimpressive.
Yeah?
And well, and Svenskeren wouldn't really need his backpack, but it actually caught us all off guard, to be honest.
I think that's very fair, and I think I deserve to take that one right on the chin. I completely undersold Copenhagen Wolves. I completely overpraised SK, at least in this one game. It's the opening game of the split. I said that Airwax was going to be a weak link and whatnot, and he comes out and goes massive. He had a huge impact in the game. He was all over the place. He was in every single lane. The questions that we had for SK, how are they going to perform? What were they going to do? I mean, it wasn't a great showing, I think, from everybody. Svenskeren ran Lee Sin. You know, it's the champion that got him the backpack at Worlds and playoffs, rather. And it didn't show up. So all praise to Copenhagen Wolves, and I'm sorry for selling a guy short.
I mean, I guess to summarize a lot of points there, I think to put it into one kind of short thing, the old SK didn't work in the new European meta. In that game, in their first outing, I think that's fair to say. And one of the biggest things that contrasts this SK from the previous SK was what we showed at the beginning of the show. We showed the graphs to show at 15 minutes what was the gold lead or gold deficit. In this one game from SK Gaming, they were down 3,500 gold. And when you compare that to the former SK for Spring Split, they were up on average 1,000 gold. Yes, it's only one game, but if that is a sign of what's to come, it's an incredibly different lineup and an incredibly different feel.
Yeah, definitely something to work on for them. And then on the side of the Copenhagen Wolves, we were asking the question before, then Freeze, although he sets those low expectations, he must have a lot of trust in the entourage and everything there. And it does seem, kind of when we say about H2K, they're going to refine the way they play, it does seem like the Copenhagen Wolves have pulled the card of, you know what, we're going to go and try and refine what we can do and try and do it better, with Airwax now picking that Evelyn, who has been gaining popularity, and we've heard from Amazing Why, with the Azir coming out for Soren, which is actually a perfect fit. So it's nice to see those adaptations.
Yeah, there was a lot that worked for Copenhagen Wolves, certainly from the picks and bans. They even first picked Eve. I mean, not a lot of teams would even think of doing that, but obviously they wanted to hide the Draven for later. We know Freeze's Draven, that's been talked about all day. Copenhagen Wolves just looked very comfortable the entire game, and again, picks and bans, you touched on the Lee Sin from Svenskeren. Eve gets locked in first. Sven is their answer on Lee Sin to it, and he's 0-0-0 up until 16.5 minutes. That is completely past Lee Sin's point at which you would normally pick him for. If you don't have that impact early game, if you can't control Eve in the early game, you're not going to be able to control her later on.
I completely agree. One of the other things that really does stand out, Copenhagen Wolves, they're good pick and bans, good early game, good mid game, but the way they finish the game is better than they've done all year long.
Yep.
Copenhagen Wolves were notorious for dragging games out, giving opponents chances to get back in there because they simply had no idea how to knock down the Nexus. This time round, they get the Baron fight they want, they get the Baron, they push the base in, and they cleaned house, really. And it was very impressive. It is one game, it is the opening match. You know, they've got their sea legs, SK do not. And we just need to see where do things shake up and how do they balance it out. Crepo said, quite honestly, you know, week 3, week 4 is when we start having the actual power levels really standardizing and showing through.
Yeah, but will be lessons to be drawn from that one for SK Gaming. Now, looking at the league overall, we're just one day into the summer split, and Dexter is already making a splash in his return to the pro scene. 9 kills, no deaths, and 11 assists. He is our leader in the Fantasy League today. Our Fantasy leader, rather, racking up over 37 points. We had him on the desk here as well. He was flying all over the map, and he just felt in the zone, and it definitely showed up.
That Baron steal was so good.
Yeah, right.
I'm sad he's not on my fantasy team.
Well, I mean, your fantasy team is the best fantasy team on PTL's, fantasy league. I can never remember the full league name of it.
Primetime League, League of Legends, Fantasy League.
Okay.
PTL FL4.
PTL FL4, you've got the best
And
team.
the only reason Stress is saying that is because he drafted for me while I was on vacation. But I must admit, I'm stoked. You got me Huni. I called my team the Hollow Rangers Argo. He got me like 20-odd points. Rainover got me 26. Hyanen's on there as well. So I think I'm in a good spot. The only thing is, I'm fighting Mark Merrill. So like, I'm in this torn decision.
Don't beat him.
Do I throw at the end and stay employed, or do I beat him and run the risk?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, is MSI, we already proved that EU over NA. So what we had to do was, rather than send our LCS caster, we just put the challenger guys there, and we'll still beat them. We'll still beat them on the
I'm going to stop you right there. You're getting into dangerous waters, the young Padawan. There's still time to form a League of Legends league of your own, by the way, so get your draft on for a 2015 summer split if you haven't already. Head over to fantasy.lolesports.com for more information and to select your perfect team. Now, throughout the day, you folks at home were calling out all the action. Some big plays, but we selected this one from @CallMeMabi, right? Reckless may be back on Fnatic, but this is still the Huni show. His Gnar ults are insane. Here is your LCS big play of the day.
We'll see whether or not that Maokai is enough frontline. Now Featherfin's joined the fight. Hylissang, I think, flash forward for that one. Instant QSF from Reckless, but the massive Gnar against the wall. Fnatic have just won the team fight thanks to Huni. 4 members of Unicorns of Love are down. Yeah, the Huni pot is still very sweet if you're a Fnatic fan. And the thing is, it's so great to see the growth because Huni on Gnar in the spring split was average at best. He didn't hit a single wall when he used Gnar. MSI was a marked improvement, and that game was just phenomenal.
Absolutely, and Fnatic just looking more scary than they already have, which was something that was hard to imagine at the end of last split, but it is happening. And with day one of the summer split behind us, let's take a look at how the teams stack up. As said, standing tall with 1 win apiece are the Copenhagen Wolves, Elements, Fnatic, H2K, and Origen, and everyone else is a game back at 0-1. A lot of things we had expected, I would say. Fnatic, H2K in this one, even Origen after day one getting that win versus Giants, with the Copenhagen Wolves at the top of the table and the rest at the bottom, and Elements at the top, which is good for the fans and actually a very good showing for them, a good leg to stand on. Anything else in the standings that particularly caught you off guard?
I think I don't want to take the wind out of anybody's sails, any team sails, but week 1 of Spring Split, we had some teams that picked up wins, and they ended up bottom half of the table. It's so still all to play for now. So lots of strong performances, but let's not start cashing in world trips yet.
Giants went 2-0 and then obviously really stumbled once their magic ingredients were removed. But I think you hit the nail on the head, Sharks. Copenhagen Wolves beating SK in the manner they did.
Right.
That to me is one of the loudest statements that we've seen all day.
Yep. And they're at the top of the tables, at least for now. And those standings are bound to change tomorrow as the week continues with a clash between Origen and H2K. Then we'll have the summer split. First, El Clasico as Fnatic takes on SK Gaming. And we'll wrap up the week with Elements versus the Unicorns of Love. Elements versus the Unicorns of Love. Fantastic. And El Clasico, which, well, sadly now, or actually SK Gaming really will have something to prove and really show if they want to show up in the first 2 days of LCS that they can show something.
Yeah, SK are going to have to bring it. They are going to have to bring the absolute best game they've got to take on this Fnatic squad. That is going to be a great game. I'm actually really looking forward to the H2K Origin game as well, because that's last season's best Challenger team against the team that just came from Challenger and auto-qualified. So that's an interesting game too.
I can't pick one out. I want to see every single team.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like there was a lot of pick and ban trends that happened throughout most of the games today, and I'm interested to see if they continue. I also want to see where Rek'Sai and Ashe continue to play, because I feel like those are 2 champions that are very contested that I wasn't actually expecting coming into the week. So we'll see if that continues in day 2.
Yep, we'll see tomorrow indeed. And the games will start tomorrow, Friday, at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. Now, until then, we must bid farewell. On behalf of myself, Stress, Quickshot, and the rest of the LCS team, thank you so much for joining us for the start of the summer split, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Summer split is about to start, and it's going to be a rematch between the 2 spring finalists. Hylissang, I think, flash forward for that one. Instant QSF from Reckless, but the massive Gnar against the wall. Fnatic have just won the team fight thanks to Huni. And the spring split champions open up summer with a massive victory.
Origin were playing as they were almost in the LCS, so we're going to have to see now.
It's still burning him away. Agony's Embrace is melting Giants on the sideline. It's a 2-for-1 as the Glacial Prison locks up Origin. Origin are on the board, taking down Giants.
I'm in the middle of all of them. Forgiven!
Nice.
Nice, go to Pepper. Touched. We need a Seer. He's the only one dealing damage. He's getting... Go as Seer. Good job.
Nice. Massive smiles from Elements as they pick up their first win in summer.
She's confident. But I'm down with it.
He's done.
Easy. See ya. Bye.
fall down. That's a double kill over to Woolite before he himself melts. Vander chased all the way back to his fountain as H2K completely clean house. And a fantastic match for H2K. They just take their time around it. They're starting to melt. Soren moves forward. Emperor's Divide and throws down the Zhonya's. He's face taking a whole ton of damage, but he stays alive. Double kill for Draven as he gets his stacks cashed in. A triple kill. And Copenhagen Wolves take down SK Gaming and thunder off to a 1-0 start in the summer split.